genoteerd door FEI Schoolkunst. Dat staat voor al uw stofwerk, primary recycling, hardverwerking, grondwerken, materiaalzeven, stofwerken. De waterbak, super spectaculair, verwacht er ook heel veel publiek vanaf bij die waterbak. Maar de vraag is waar ze zullen krijgen. Waar het risico door de mensen genomen gaan worden. Natuurlijk wel op snelle tijden. Nogmaals, iedere 4 seconden die men al benoemd wordt opgezet in 1 strafpunt. Hoe sneller men door de hindernis in is, dus minder strafpunten. Voegen bij strafpunten die zijn behaald in het onderdeel van de lesuur. En dan komen deze strafpunten bij van de vaardigheid morgen. Het staat niet heel diep, dus je kan iemand door het water lopen op dit moment. 2 mensen. Er zijn nog meer die is aan het verkennen zich echt prachtig uit. Goed aangelegd, sterren ondergrond. Advies opgevolgd van de manners die daar weer van hebben. Morgen is er maar 5 en gaan we ook daar straks een kijkje nemen. Dan vliegen we richting is nummer 6 als het goed is. Aangeboden door STN, alles op het gebied van afzettingen, opleidingen. STN zorgt ervoor. En Saba. Zij zorgen weer voor de verkeersregelaars hier. Dat zijn de hindernissen 6 die we in beeld krijgen. 10 keer knockdown. Of hier de doorganger van A tot MFF. Technisch moeilijkheden ingebouwd natuurlijk door Jeroen Hartman. De deelnemers niet al te gemakkelijk maken, immers het is geen gewone wedstrijd. Gaat hier om de Europese titel bij de 4 spannen. Met de paardenrijders om het wereldkampioenschap. Zijn wij in is nummer 7. Aangeboden door Pip Powers. Pip Powers die ook alles live uitzendt. Vanaf dit kampioenschap EK Mannen. Helemaal achteraan gesitueerd. Met 7 maal een knockdown. Ieder balletje wordt eraf gaan, dus 2 standpunten in de marathon. Daar is men nog aan het verkennen. En dan vliegen we nog even de laatste hindernis. Hindernis nummer 8 met 5 keer een knockdown, aangeboden door Europa Verhuurbedrijf en Wolkenloop en Grondverzetbedrijf. Wolga in de bouw, grondvraag en op energieprojecten, op-evenementen, de u de rijkwater van Europa, die had hier ook niet nodig. Van vorig jaar veel water hadden, nu relatief groot gehad, maar altijd makkelijk als die rijkwater liggen. En lopen en grondverzetbedrijven, wolken, specialisten, groen, grond en eenvoudigheden, verbonden als sponsor aan die laatste hindernis. Als je zo bovenop kijkt, dan zie je heel veel elementen staan van die hindernis, slecht bij een zaak van verkennen, nog eens verkennen, nog eens verkennen, we hebben daar straks over hebt. De goals die natuurlijk de aanwijzing geven achterop de marathonwagen zijn wel heel groot belang. Mooie beelden van Arnold die maakt altijd van mooie combinaties, mooie beelden van aangelucht vanuit de drone hier op dit EK en WK Mannenwagen wordt voor Elvis. Kijk of Robert Paul al iets te melden heeft vanuit het veld, zullen we maar zeggen.
Ja, ik sta ondertussen in de tent of bij de tent op het mooie terras. En ook daar loopt het al goed vol. De meeste staan te rijden koffie. Heerlijke koffie overigens hier in de tent. En natuurlijk voor de manege staan de mannen van de hamburgers en de patat. Ook heerlijk. En bij de hindernis 4 hebben ze ook een mooi paviljoen gebouwd. Ook daar loopt het al vol voor de koffie, dames en heren. Dus kom gerust. Het is goed oefen hier. En mooi uitzicht. Oever de hindernissen. En nog een stief kwartiertje, wat zegt u erin? En de koffie smaakt goed voor hier al heel goed. Geniet ervan. Geniet van die mooie mensen die hier in de Exloo met z'n allen.
deelnemen aan die limited edition cap. Mag u niet missen. Call secretariaat. Available at the show office, the limited edition cap. €14,95. Ook nog handig als de zon zo dadelijk weer om het hoekje komt kijken. Die hebben we wel besteld vandaag. Ja mensen, de spanning loopt op. Je merkt het aan alles. Hier wordt het drukker en drukker bij de ineens 1 en 2. Daan heeft de verbindingen met zijn team allemaal hopelijk super in orde. Die bij de dressuur vlekkeloos. Daar staan we binnen. Nou, een beetje nadat de dressuurproef al afgelegd. Dus alles alweer bekend. Het stond de volgende naam alweer op het scorebord. Perfect verlopen. Dat hopen we natuurlijk ook vandaag. Maar je weet het nooit. Komt heel veel voor kijken om dat allemaal te organiseren. Spanning gaat oplopen. Steeds meer mensen komen hier het hoofdlijn op. Kom er gezellig bij staan, dames en heren. Want de mensen kunnen het niet aannemen. Hulp van derden is in de menssport niet toegestaan. Maar hulp van vrienden natuurlijk wel. Dus een beetje aanhouden, dat mag. Vanmorgen gestart als eerste Laura Paglici Reapelli, ingedeeld in de grade 1. Manners met de meeste beperkingen zit in grade 1, andere ingedeeld in grade 2. En dus een score mee van de dressuur. Laura staat op 63,44 na het eerste onderdeel in de staande plaats. Nou, zie je daar al hoor ik wat oranje daar bij de hindernissen staan. Ook andere landen daar. We zijn al perfect van de eerste aanspanning. Straks hier op het hoofdlijn bij de eerste hindernis. voor de mensen die wat later zijn gekomen, nogmaals hartelijk welkom op dag 3 marathondag van dit EK en WK met het WK beginnen. In samenstelling zijn we morgen om 10 uur vertrokken. Het aan 7 kilometer lang. Dan het B met die 8 marathonhindernissen daarin. Voor de paramenners gevallen de hindernissen 3 en 4. Dus de paramenners die hebben niet 3 en 4.
Check, check. Nou wel. Had je mij gesaboteerd? Ja, dames en heren, langs de bak aan het pad ziet u natuurlijk een foto op staan met mooie spullen. Natuurlijk ook van harte welkom even nog wat onderdelen te halen, mocht u niet al nodig hebben. En dan is het bijna tijd, nog 5 minuutjes en dan verwachten wij de eerste indeling.
Zoals gezegd, onderweg sinds 10 uur vanmorgen. Española. Demonstratie weet dus de meeste beperkingen. Stond op een 12e plaats, 63,44 resultaat na de rest. First driver that we expect to invest in more is from Italy, Laura Farnici, position number 12 in the ranking after the dressage. So the result was 63.44.
En als we zo beginnen met de paramenners, dan rijden deze 6 rijden dus veel is 3 die 4 midden op het trein en die schijnkanten zullen niet gereden worden. Alle andere mensen wel, dus 6 stuks voor de para.
Mooi beelden via Code van Horst TV, dames en heren. Beelden op het scherm hier van de marathon op Notijn met de startvolgorde van de marathon. Waarbij iedereen voorzien is van een aantal sponsoren. Dit is één de Slater Logistics is. Een grote groep mensen van Slater zijn ze hier vandaag aanwezig. Een personeel bijeenkomst gepland juist op dinsdag bij het EK en WK. Kijk, als even achter mij het mooie geluidswagen van de Koopman, zoals al aanspanningen te zien zijn. Het is op dit moment nog niet het geval. Dit soort grote evenementen hebben we meerdere malen in Nederland gehad. Denk aan de Beest, denk aan de Breda, Kronenberg, de Pilbergen, de 80 jaren, de Apeldoorn, spannend om te zien. Ik kan me herinneren dat Prins Philip toen nog een van de deelnemers was voor de Bretagne. Hier ziet het werkelijk van fantastisch jaar voor zwart gewerkt om alles op en top voor elkaar te krijgen. Geweldig team achter dit EK en WK Mannen. Zo prachtig beeld vanuit de droom zo even van al die hindernissen.
Ja, Bert, en daar komt bij dat dit jaar natuurlijk heel goed bedeeld zijn met dit EK en de WK hier in Exloo. Maar volgende week is er natuurlijk ook weer een prijs met de WK in Oorschot voor de politie. En daar kunt u volgende week natuurlijk ook weer trekken. Dus zo hebben we een druk seizoen hier. Vorige week hadden we nog het EK in Gaasland, wat ook een prachtige wedstrijd was. Waar de jonge manners, de tweespalmanners, goed gescoord hebben. En die hebben weer gescoord voor Laas de Pen. Die mogen mee voor Nederland starten op het WK. Tweespannen in Laas de Pen in Frankrijk. Dus dit jaar zitten we goed bij hier van Nederland met een paar grote evenementen.
Morgen staat dus volgende week WK Ponies. Daar komen verschillende aanspanningen, dacht ik, Martijn.
Ja, ook daar zijn natuurlijk weer verschillende aanspanningen te zien. Van enkelspannen, tweespannen tot 4 spannen. En dan ook weer een heel groot stadsveld uit de wereld.
Nou, steeds meer en meer mensen komen hier het terrein op. Kom gezellig bij mensen, kies een mooie positie uit om de deelnemers te volgen in de marathon. De eerste is in aantocht. Mooie galopade richting het hoofdrijden gaat Lana Parizzi Renatelli naar de Ruim Black Jack. Kom maar zo dadelijk aan. Op weg naar de eerste is die kunnen zien vanuit de geluidswagen. In de steek wordt voor mij alweer wat moeilijker, komen die gaan straks op bij een van de initiatieven op in het werk staan. Een mooie, steady, rustige draftempo op weg naar hindernis nummer 1.
Ik zei het al, dames en heren, hier op de scoreborden als mooi volgen, de tijden volgen, de startpunten volgen en ook uiteindelijk de standen in de hindernis. Staan allemaal mooi op het scherm geprojecteerd. En daar komt ze, de hindernising bij.
Ja, zie je mooi, als je de allemaal prima aan de doel van de is zo om de eerste eens zoals het de laatste is dus
Ja, en dan al haar even naar links, dus ben je daarvoor steeds eerst een stukje traject afleggen over de trein, achter de trein. En dan gaan we haar onder de toch wat in de trein.
Just coming round onto the grass. Actually, the going will be pretty much perfect for the horses and ponies today. We do have both horses and ponies in these para classes. They compete as one. All the carriages will have an outside wheel width, and it does make sense, of 125 centimetres, and that's to keep it very much a level playing field. But the weight of the carriages will differ. For a horse single, it's 150 kilos, and this is the base weight at 90 kilos for the ponies. For these single turnouts, each of them will carry one groom, but when we get onto the horse fours at lunchtime, local time here in Holland, you will see that we have two of the backsteppers. But the crowd's enjoying perfect temperatures. It really couldn't be better for our horses. Their welfare, their well-being, their health, the number one concern always. They've been not only travelling with team vets, but we have vets on site. We've had horse inspections, all sorts of things. Now coming forward, one of the gutsiest ladies on the circuit, Emma Golding from Dublin. So that is Emma, number 53. And she was lying in 9th, driving Mossy. And Mossy actually only has one eye, so this combination just do so well. But Emma, who drives her own horse box over, they have to cross the channel, and she stopped on the way with fellow para-athlete Freddie Sutter and Lindsay, who gave her a lovely stopgap in Belgium on the way over from Dublin. But Emma, who's competed in many international events, she is one of our more experienced athletes here. But Mossy, her lovely Maestoso pony, really good quality pony. Look at his ears, he just loves it. You'll notice that the backstepper is much, much more involved, sitting there because the weight is on the inside. It's really important. That's Clara who's helping her. Maestoso master, known as Mossy. What a combination they are. Emma travelled over to Exloo earlier on this year for the regular event that's held here as one of the openers for the outdoor season, and it was very much a logistical recce to make sure that she knew exactly about the times and the paperwork. My goodness, there's an awful lot of paperwork that has to be filled out when you're travelling across borders with horses and ponies and carriages, and they have to be signed off by vets at home when they get here. A lot to think about. You'll notice throughout the day that different carriages are being used for the marathon. Emma's got some different shafts here, the telescopic shafts with the round ends, and it'll be great to see how her time compares. And Emma's put down a great time there, 71.68. By the end of the day, we will have that converted to the penalty scores, but 0.25 per second. So that puts her ahead of Laura at the moment. And we've just got a great aerial shot there of Laura in obstacle number 2. There we go, back onto the eye line. And so these two obstacles are next to each other, but you cannot as the driver and the athlete be distracted by what's going on next to you, by the crowds or anything. It was quite a big ask, even for some of the more experienced four-in-hand horses in the dressage yesterday. They found that because of the quite compact nature of the venue here, which is brilliant in terms of the spectators and everybody being able to move around and see what's all the action that's going on, and we've got some great crowds here already, which is brilliant for the sport. You can just see everybody there enjoying these early para-athletes going through the obstacles. But the stables where the camps are for all the drivers, it's all quite close. So it does make the horses extra specially alert. So all the obstacles, this A to F. Now, once you've been through the gates in alphabetical order, there's Klaus Kreis there just with his beige waistcoat on. He is our president of the jury. He was sitting at C for 2 days. And then we have a member of the team as well following on the bicycle there. So Laura from Italy, 81.89. 81.89, and just another assistant there on the bike with high vis on. And that's Laura safely through the first 2 obstacles. They have spent as much time as possible, all our athletes, whether they're competing at their very first World Championship or whether they've been doing it for many years, like Heine and Jack have. Debbie Daniels, Mick Ward, we've got quite a lot of them who've competed many times over the years. Bob Giles, some of our leading lights in the para-athlete world. Just trotting down there. Those are all the dressage boards stacked up. The dressage arena actually doubled up as the horse inspection zone as well on Wednesday. So we were all here to watch the horses being trotted up and down and inspected by a judge and a vet as fit to compete. So that area just to the right of your screen, that's where we had the arenas. They were 40 by 80 for the para-athletes driving their single horses and ponies, and extended to 100 metres long. And just a glimpse of the side of the water obstacle. And driving appeals to all ages. Maybe we have one of our drivers of the future who's probably just spotted herself on the big screen. Well done. Start them young. And we do have a hugely encouraging and supportive youth program in driving. The FEI taking all sorts of initiatives at the moment. We're very much in alignment with the other FEI disciplines, be it jumping, dressage, eventing. Don't forget vaulting as well.
We
have structures to encourage young drivers. We even have young drivers championships, but also at national level, certainly in the United Kingdom, a huge amount done, and we have squads creating not only our champions of the future, but young champions of the present. Now, just coming into the arena once again. They're doing the loops. Now you've got a great view there of Emma and Mossy coming back into the arena. So they're going off and doing a bit of a loop. It's generally about 700 metres or so. Just between the obstacles, just gives everybody a bit of time to recalibrate. They can do any pace. And Emma's picking up the pace to go into Mossy. Once you've been through a gate or order, that is the idea. You can go through it forwards or backwards, but the brilliance of the design. There's Jodie coming in. Oh, she's got her business face on, hasn't she? In number 1, that's Jodie from...
Jodie McKeon al
from
aan het rijden is.
Australia. So 2 of them, isn't this great for the crowd? They've got Emma on one side and number 2 with Mossy, and Jodie, who is driving a horse that belongs to her absolute hero and inspiration in the driving world. To many of them, even Benjamin Aylward saying he wouldn't be driving if it wasn't for the great George Bowman. And George, we hope that you are tuning in now. He's been an inspiration to many, many drivers. Best of friends with Prince Philip. They were on so many four-in-hand teams together over the years, and multiple British national champion and team member, and he has been encouraging Jodie and even lent her his Dutch hackney called Royal Walker. But Emma Golding, 79.62, but Jodie in the meantime has put down a great time. We've got it on the screen, 56.60. So Jodie knocking a lot of time off the girls that have gone before her. So she, driving a Bowman horse, my goodness, of course it's going to be good in the obstacles. It is a Dutch hackney, but a number of our drivers, Jodie included, and some of the American team have had to use horses that aren't their own, and not only have they had to travel distances, but they've had to get used to driving something else. And a great shot of Jodie with Royal Walker. Jodie, who with her family supply carriages and horses into the film industry in Australia. She's a bit like the equivalent of the British team member Daniel Napruce, whose family business is the Devil's Horseman, and we will see Daniel driving a bit later on as the sole British representative for the four-in-hands, but Emma concentrating, really concentrating there. We've got an aerial shot of the water, which is obstacle number 5 in terms of numbers, but for the paras they're not doing 3 and 4, so they're going straight into number 5 once they've done their loop out of the arena. And some great aerial shots here. We've got a big technical team from Clip My Horse. There's been all sorts of discussion about where the cameras are going to be placed and what angles we're going to use to give you at home the very best sense of the atmosphere and excitement here in Exloo. So we have got a World Championship, the 7th FEI edition of the Para Driving World Championship, for singles, horses and ponies. We have a team event and individuals, and then starting at lunchtime, the 13th edition of the European Four-in-Hand Championship for horses. Next weekend, also in Holland, but moving south, we're quite northeast here in the province of Drenthe. We will be moving to Oorschot, where the Pony World Championships are taking place, and then we have singles, pairs and teams, so that's the 4s, and then in a month's time in Le Pen we have the World Championship for horse pairs. So a really busy month for premier driven sport. If you are a fan and if you're new to it, we welcome you. There's just a view of Emma, and great shot. Now come on, Mossy. Mossy's just thinking, do I want to get my feet wet today? Yes, you do, Mossy. It's part of the job. Now, Mossy, up we go. Now, there's quite a shine on that water. Don't forget, Mossy has one eye. So the relationship that he has with Emma, the response, we talk in driving about the voice, the hands and the whip, those are our aids, but also he will be so attuned to Emma's every breath and every heartbeat. We say in driving, what's in the brain goes down the rein. So any tension that a driver has, any tension that the horses feel, a proficient driver will also sense, and keeping the horses relaxed will help them perform to their optimum time. So the time for Laura through this water obstacle was 75.02, so that was Laura, who is the pathfinder. She's obviously competed, was 12th after dressage, but in terms of times, and the clock is on. Laura has obviously just gone into number 6. Aerial shot of Emma and Mossy. Notice he's got the shape breast collar there, and 84.70. And yes, one of the Dutch drivers has come forward, and you can tell by the crowds. Team member Josine de Boer. So she's first-time member of the national team at a World Championship. French crowd are famously supportive of their drivers. And she means business, so this looks like it's going to be a good time. 62.14. Jodie is still in front. So 4 athletes through number 1 already. It is Jodie for Australia who remains in front by some way on 56.60. But in second place for the home nation, 62.14 for Josie. Jodie leads the way through. Oh my goodness, what a sight that is. A treat. All 3 athletes on the track, just on their loops between Emma. We've got Laura. Emma's out there somewhere on the course. Jodie with the black hackney, Australian colours, and Josine for the Netherlands. Just going through the routes, that's a good shot, just reminding themselves of where they're going. A to F, you mustn't go through them in the wrong sequence. If you do, and you don't correct it, you're going to be penalised. Just shows how lovely and flat it is. Apart from the golf course, and interestingly, the golf course next door, the team here at Exloo was saying they made the most of the expertise of the groundsman to prepare certainly the grass paddocks, which those areas towards the back where we've got obstacles 7 and 8, they were being used very much as the warm-up preparation zones by all the athletes ahead of their dressage tests. Just as important, the horses are exercised properly every day. They're all stabled. You can see at the bottom left of your screens, those are the 2 large indoor arenas which have been converted for stabling. For the 4-in-hand horses, each of our 38 athletes has brought 5 horses, and then the para-equestrian are in a slightly separate area, very near where their camp is, just to reduce the distances they're having to cover. But so far, it is Jodie who is putting herself in the lead. She's clocked a fantastic time through number 2, 50.49, knocking, my goodness, 29 seconds off Emma's time. In number 6, Laura has gone 76.95. But Emma's times, she's 3rd in number 1, 2nd in number 2, 2nd in 5, which was the obstacle. But Jodie, oh my goodness, oh, wow! You can tell this is a Bowman horse. Round to be just at the back of those great big flower boxes, very raised beds, I think we can say. This is incredible. Jodie McKeown really, really means business driving this clearly very fast, very keen horse. And you wouldn't know that this isn't her horse, this is a borrowed horse. And look at her commitment, the commitment of her backstepper as well. This is quite a sight. I think that's going to be the fastest time by some way. 48.53. My goodness, Jodie, but that was a leap of faith in many ways from Jodie and Royal Walker, George Bowman's horse. You wouldn't think they've only just got together. Incredible. Well done, Jodie. Very entertaining for us as well. Now we have one of our most inspirational figures in para-driving. This is the great Bob Giles, who again has been a multi-medalist and a tremendous figure in our international para-driving events. He's well into his 70s now, and he is a Vietnam veteran. And just have a look at the stars and stripes on those overreach boots. Now the pony he's driving Bob's one of the American squad who has actually had to borrow a pony. Oh, just slight sat-nav error, that happens. Awful lot to remember. But Bob does tremendously well. He just has this lust for life. As he said, he's the luckiest man alive. Mr. Positive, we can call him. Calls himself Cowboy Bob, absolutely fine. He's getting instructions there from his assistant. And Bob means business. He knew that after the dressage, this pony was going to be really good on the marathon. Belongs to a lady called Chantal. Brynithon Flyers Magic is the pony's name. He's a Welshie, and they are brilliant driving ponies, all the Welsh breeds, particularly all of them. But the Welsh Cobs are the C's and D's, the bigger sizes, and if you're anything like me, you're a fan of the Welsh Section A's. I've got 4 of them, and they are cracking little ponies. They're the lions of the horse world. Bob just shaking his head there, but he's an experienced enough athlete that even if he wasn't happy with how that went in number 1, he'll go out, regroup, and come into number 2 like it's the first time. He's a member of the American team, and there we have it. Yes! What a shot. Speaks for itself. Look at the commitment. This horse just wants to do the job. That is a horse absolutely committed. And Jodie, bearing in mind this is not her horse. Oops, just popping the cap back there. All the drivers and everybody on the carriage wearing their safety gear. We have body protectors now, and they're actually ultra light nowadays, these hard hats, but that was some entrance into the water. That may well be the shot of the day early on. Bob was 118.16 in obstacle number 1. So just confirming Jodie's tremendous time in the water, 48.53. Laura has gone through number 7 in 100.26. We'll bring you Emma's time as soon as we have that. Obviously having slight hat fitting issues, but it's certainly not preventing some tremendous driving from Jodie. And it's going to have to go quite some way to match that entrance into the water from George Bowman's horse. But in the meantime, for the Dutch, and the crowds will be cheering her on, there's always a lot of support round the water. You've got gates B and D at the back there, and a really open flowing obstacle. So Josine de Boer, the first of the Dutch national team to go. She was in 15th after the dressage on a score of 70.56, but in the water at the moment. Just looking at the seconds going up. Don't forget it's 0.25 per second. So far, I don't think anybody's knocked any of the balls down, but that was good for them. We've got Emma and Mossy just in number 7 at the moment, which is towards the bottom end of the equestrian centre here. Just establishing a nice rhythm. When you're working out your obstacle routes, obviously you have to make sure you go through each of the gates in alphabetical order in the right sequence. And at this level, our course builder is the great Jeroen Houteman, who designed the course also for the World Championships at Bretonië, and he does World Cup indoor courses. He's very, very experienced, also sits on the FEI's driving committee, so what happens? You come in through your opening gates and you think, I'm looking for A. And you may or may not be able to see A. And the chances are if you can see the A gate, there's going to be a pesky C, E or F in front of it, so you can't go. So very, very rarely at an event of this caliber would you be able to drive a straight line down to A. You're going to have to just think about your routes. And ideally, you want to keep it flowing. Every time you change direction, every time that happens, you just lose a little bit of momentum. And for the British team, we've got Emily Ham here, Emily from Wales. She's got Avrina Snow on the back there, and they're all going on to the championships. And big smiles because, although we didn't see it, it looked like Emily put in a great run through number one, and she's gone ahead of Jodie. That was 55.64. She is an experienced competitor, but it is the first time she has been on the British team as one of our para athletes. So Bob Giles didn't have the greatest day for dressage by his standards. He got a bit of an additional penalty for what we call technically disobedience, because the pony, when it saw the obstacles, and it is a very keen marathon pony, just look at it, how busy it is in there, really wanting to do the job. And Bob wondered if just because it saw some of the obstacles, it just got a little bit excited, lit up, as we say. So he didn't have the smoothest of dressages, but being the pro that he is, he regrouped and is driving here for the American team.
Mooi resultaat van kampioenschappen in het verleden, zoals in Stellingen en in de onderwerp. Dus doen ze best ondanks de beperking. Dat zal nog heel veel kracht kosten. Maar Bob die weet nog mooi niet te maken. Dit flyerswissing voorwaartstaan in die is nummer 2. Mooi zit van bovenaf. Hij hoeft daar één iets terug. Pasje. Weer de juiste trajecten achterleggen. Op Charles staat hier.
So Bob just coming out of number 2. There we go. 2 down. Oh, he's being hard on himself. He's being hard on himself. But Bob Giles, number 2. And that was at a time of 87.47. And aerial view just showing how they come out, and they do just these loops between the obstacles just to help give the total distance. Collectively in section B, they've done their 7,000 meters. It's also 7 kilometers over section A, and then it's 6.76 total, and that does include going through the obstacles as well. So the distances that are calculated for this second section of the marathon, which is the second phase in our 3-phase competition. And Josine de Boer, now this is looking very smooth. She's got some good lines in there. This obstacle number 6, which is in the arena, looks a little bit like the sort of setup we would have at one of the World Cup events. Good close up there, talking all the time to her pony. Encouraging, and that's nice. It's quite a big open obstacle, so she's able to get into that canter and hopefully maintain it. If possible, you want to keep on the same rein, which means you're not always changing, but that looks like a good time. That's gone in behind Jodie, so that was 56.50, and so that's 5 seconds behind Jodie, who at that obstacle was 51.52. Now, for the British team, we have Tracy Spencer, and Tracy, who is living the dream being here at the World Championships. For 10 years, she's been aiming for this weekend, and she's in Holland for the competition, and she's done it. Look at the smile, that's what it's all about. With her long-term coach, Sarah Howe, who is helping the whole of the British squad. But Sarah Howe, who herself has been one of our most successful competitors over the years. And Bob Giles for the American team. Now this is a more open flowing obstacle, and this is giving Bob a chance to show how he and the pony can flow through, all being well. And Laura has finished her marathon. Her time in the last obstacle was 96.94, so that gives her a marathon total of 132.13 and a total of A and B, so those are dressage and marathon totals of 195.57. Emma has put down a good time so far in number 7, but it's just been beaten by Jodie, who has knocked, oh goodness, 25 seconds off that time. So Jodie, who is fastest in all of them, apart from number 1, because we've got Emily Ham on the course. Yeah, she's just slightly slower. So Jodie is fastest. She was 44.53 through that water, 51.52 through number 6 in the arena. Number 7, she was 66.36. So some absolutely cracking times for Jodie. That's going to be pushing her up the leaderboard. Big smiles from Emma. She's come out of the final obstacle 99.26. So just a fraction slower than Laura. Just making sure the rain doesn't get caught up there, but that's Emma done all she can with Mossy and smiling. The relief that it's over, and Emma will be thrilled with the drive that she and Mossy have had. Smiling crowds. I think from that camera shot, they're seeing themselves on the big screen at the end of the Sand Arena. Just look at that golf course. Doesn't it look super? But our attention is on the other side of the tree line for the marathon day. The World Championships for para-driving and the 13th European 4-in-hand Championships. And the 4-in-hands, they'll be down in the stables, just getting their horses ready, putting on the boots, making sure all the equipment is safe and ready, because everybody goes out on the course for this Section A an hour before we see them coming through these obstacles. But doesn't that look perfect? The rain really did come down yesterday. It was rather biblical in that when Fredrik Persson from Sweden came into the arena, it was, yeah, the vision was interesting, but it didn't stop him producing a fantastic test. And so what it has done is just made the going really good for the horses. So Jodie's still holding on in front after obstacle 7 on 66.36. There we have them all. The line of them, there's Jodie in front. Tracy Spencer, that's Tracy just coming in now. Big smiles. So pleased to be part of it. Emily, who's out on the course. Also for the British team, she's driving Alfie, her 22-year-old Welsh pony. Beechwood Bracken is his formal name. And she's been supported here by her father, Michael Ham, known as Hammy, and Averina Snow, who actually owns the horse that Deborah Daniels is driving, and Tricia Jones is supporting her. And I know, Anne, you're listening in from home, watching proudly. Here's your girl. Yeah, the whites might not have been the greatest of choice squad for this obstacle. I think there's going to be some washing at the end of it, but Emily and Alfie, and she did quite a tight turn there after B, so she has every intention of putting down a really fast time. She was second, sort of 2 seconds behind Jodie in number 2, 50.52. Jodie went through that in 50.49. Jodie is currently in number 8. We have a time for her of 52.63. Where is Emily in the water? Yeah, Jodie's time will be near impossible to beat. Don't forget, we've got Tracy Bowman, Alexandra Yvonne, some of our great drivers coming, but Emily in the water, number 2, is her placing after that 53.12. Jodie still sub 50 in the water on 48.53. That was tremendous. I suspect that will be a water obstacle that we will want to watch many times. But a great time for Jodie through the final obstacle. That was 52.36. My goodness. Absolutely pulverising the previous times, who were in the 90s. 52.36. She has put in the most incredible marathon, 81.47. 81.47 is her total penalty score, so puts her way in front of Emma and Laura, and a total at the moment of 143.87. For Italy, the second of the Italian drivers on the course, we've just seen Guido Tronca, and he's gone through number 1 in the 6th place, 77.34. Bob Giles is here in number 6, which is a nice big open obstacle. Yeah, tight turn there, but he pulled it off. Well done, Bob. And a really supportive American squad here. There's the aerial shot, and you might just notice the neat little windmills as you're coming in and out. We've got actually what look like show jumping wings as some of the entry and exit gates. For all of these obstacles, you don't always have to, but for all of these obstacles, we're entering and exiting from the same point. And there's a number of balls on here. Each of the obstacles has a different number of balls. We have 10, so these are these knockdown elements. 10 in number 1, 8 in number 2, 6 in 3 and 4, but we're not using them for the para classes. There aren't any in the water. 10 in number 6, so these are the knockdown elements. 7 in number 7 and 5 in number 8.
On our way to the water obstacle number 49, Tracy Spencer. We gaan Tracy Spencer. Hier op de trein goed uitzicht hier op de vrachtwagen van Sluiter Logistics. Natuurlijk de sponsor van de NRC. En natuurlijk
yeah, chap from the American team. Chef there. There we go, lots of team talk. And Tracy Spencer. And that top's not going to remain white by the end of the day. This is an event she has wanted to come to for a long time, and just thrilled to be on the British squad. Tracy Spencer. She was 10th after the dressage. We're still in the grade 1. Oh, now just having a slight sat-nav error. That happens. Awful lot of routes to remember. If you think there's A to F in each of these obstacles, 6 that our para-athletes are involved with. but it's always great fun to drive. Yep, just taking a moment to enjoy the view. Yep, looping back on herself and looping again. Not sure if that was part of the plan. Cadfac Gentleman Jim is a Section C Welsh pony, and he's known in the stables as Bill. Tracy's from East Sussex, from the Brighton area, which is on the south coast of England, and she's out of number 88. Where is she? Just waiting for confirmation of, yeah, 88.81. 88.81, that's been confirmed, so that pops her into 7th through that particular obstacle. Currently we have Emily Ham for the British team, she's in number 6, and Stefan Wortmann in the arena launching his bid for some good times through the obstacles. He's driving for Germany. He had a good dressage day, 56.96, which was enough to put him into 6th place after the first phase. Very elegant horse he's driving here. So just on the other side, we had Guilo Tronca, who is still in number 2. Isn't that a lovely sight in the Dutch sunshine? That Vamos is the name of the chestnut horse, now coming towards the end of her marathon for the Netherlands. Competing for the first time on the national team, that's Josine de Boer, and 61.16. Yes, that's been confirmed, and that was a very good time. That's still quite a bit slower than the speed merchant that is Jodie McKeon, but 61.16. And Tracy in number 5 has been eliminated. I dare say it looked like there was a bit of a confusion in the route. It's just come up on my screen that she has been eliminated, I suspect, but we will confirm in due course that she took the wrong route. But in the meantime, lovely sight of Yosin, great smiles. The crew obviously really pleased with that. So she's put herself into 2nd place out of the 4 athletes that have completed the marathon, so that's 92.29, and gives her a total after the dressage of 162.85. But just to put those figures into perspective, 81.47 from Jodie of Australia, big country, we can dial it down to Victoria, and she is on a total of 143.87 after that tremendous showing through the obstacles. Sadly, not going to be Tracy Spencer's day. It looked like she probably took the wrong route through the water, but as soon as we have confirmation of that, we will let you know. Out on the course at the moment, Emily Ham still has 7 and 8 complete, so those are the 2 obstacles just on those sandy patches towards the top right of the screen. So 2 more for Emily, 1 more for Bob. Now it looks like Bob had a good number 782.93. That put that's in 3rd place at the moment. Right, this is a lady to really watch. Current world Grade 1 champion, Tracy Bowman. Now, that is a good trot. Just look at how those feet are flicking. Have a quick look underneath that carriage. This is the great Lars, who is probably even more famous than Tracy is. He's a brilliant pony. Tracy was lucky enough to win the World Championship with him last time. And look, there is Bram Chardon. There he is. Oh my goodness, he's been training her. Bram, who had a great dressage, put himself right back into contention, and both Bram and Tracy are paired up for the hand-in-hand trophy. So obviously they're lying in 1st place at the moment, but Bram right there with Tracy all the way down. What a sight. Tracy Bowman, who was lying in first place, and she is currently in obstacle number 1, and she is going to be really challenging for some fast time. She knows how Lars goes through this. He is also not only extremely good at dressage, but a real marathon pony, and look at him going keen, just dancing through these gates in sequence. Very, very quick for his reactions. Very quick reactions from Lars and Tracy together. She's looking cool. She's looking very cool. Very clear signalling from Tracy as to where she should be going. The clock is ticking. 56.71. Now that's actually just a shade off the leaders. Emily did that in 55.64. Jodie did it in 56.60. So she's just behind Jodie in terms of that, but don't forget she did have this tremendous dressage score, 46.80. Now, Guilo has in number 2 clocked up some penalties. Now, whether those are knockdowns, but there's been some additions to him, so he is going forward on a score, we think, of 80.10 plus another 20. This is Stefan Burkman for Germany. They've got such a strong squad in both the para event and the 4-in-hand event. Really, really challenging for plenty of medals throughout the weekend. Stefan Burkman, he did a great dressage test with Vamos, and we should hope to see some good times from him. Bob Giles, the clock is ticking on the last obstacles. Emily has put in a good time through number 7, so she was 3rd fastest in number 6, 62.11, 2nd fastest in number 7, 68.81. But in the meantime, you're watching Stefan Borgman, 74.98. That's the 5th fastest time so far. Tracy has carried on. She actually put in a fairly decent time. This is Tracy Spencer for the British team. We've actually got 2 Tracys out on the course at the moment. Tracy Bowman, reigning world champion, with her trainer Bram Chardon. Who else would you want to have next to you going between the obstacles than Bram Chardon? So she has gone through number 1 already, out on the course at the moment. Emily Ham has got 1 more obstacle to do, so good times for her so far. She's put in a great showing. 1 fastest, which was number 1. 3rd in number 6, otherwise 2nd fastest so far. But is anyone going to get near Jodie's time of, well, penalty total of 81.47. We shall see. Lots of orange shirts. Those are the Dutch supporters. But we have plenty of Brits and Americans here as well. Lots of Germans and Belgians. And here we're showing once again current leader Tracy Bowman, all the way from California. She reckons about 5,500 miles to get here. She's been over already a few times this season to attune herself to the competitions. A very, very professional athlete. Used to be a ridden eventer as well, and breeds event horses, also brings on riders. So a totally all-rounded equestrienne, we can say. And yeah, smile from Tracy driving the great Lars. Albrechtshoof's Lars is his proper name. He was also driven on the Dutch squad by Francesca, but she's not able to be part of the squad this time. So just spotting them coming in. That's number 52, so Stefan. He's in the water. Everyone entering a little more serenely than Jodie did. Clock ticking at the moment. Gates B and D round the back of these flower boxes. But good flowing routes through this number 5, the water here in Exloo, for the para driving for singles world championship. The World Championships have actually been going for our para drivers since 1998, where they started in Wolfsburg. There was a test event in Hartbury in England, but they came under the FEI umbrella back in 2010. Here in Holland, it's been the host nation for more of the World Para Championships than anywhere else. Tracy Bowman now in number 2, and Lars looking really zippy. That great dressage score of 46.80. Oh, this is flowing well. This is flowing well. Speaking to some of the four-in-hand drivers this morning, just as we were all having a look at the obstacles, they were saying in terms of how they roll, 2 and 6 are quite similar, and that was a great time. Confirmation that Tracy was the fastest through there so far today in 49.05. So that puts Jodie's time into second place. Not much between these fast ladies. Jodie went through that in 50.49. Tracy Spencer, who seems to be on an eliminated score at the moment, but there is time for the British squad to be looking at that. They will just need to analyse what's happened, but she's gone through number 7 in 76 seconds, actually third time at present. All the remaining drivers in this Grade 1 class are out on the course. The next one coming into number 1 will be Deborah Daniel for the British team, and there we have a shot of Henriette Krosdisch, who is the only Danish athlete here in Exloo, but she was the very first to go in what seems a lifetime ago on Thursday morning. She opened the proceedings with her Nabstrupa pony, which is very much a Danish breed, one of the oldest European breeds. They have a great history if you're interested in looking into them. Kato is a 12-year-old gelding, and Henry actually sat at the top of the leaderboard for some time. She's supported by the family. Nana, Lars and Silla are here helping her this weekend. So actually not too far, certainly not as far as Tracy has travelled from California. For our Danish friends, relatively near, and that was a great performance. Oh, yes! Yep, that meets the approval. And look at just such a beautiful setup here, the road that runs down the back, just dividing the equestrian centre from the golf course, and the four-in-hand horses, they're stabled in those big indoor arenas, and the show office with Cindy Timmer, Lisa Lott, Christy, Daniel, they're all based in there. So we've got a great team, not only the team Louis and everybody here on the ground at the centre who have been working for months and months. They put a great deal into getting it ready. Do you think Lars was just edging to one side to see if he might keep his feet a little drier? I don't think so. He's been in the water many times in his illustrious career as an athlete. We talk about the humans being the athletes, but really and truly it's the horses and the ponies that do a lot of the work. They are the athletes, and they are treated like athletes. They are as fit as your top Olympian runners. They are, if anything, even more pampered. They have dentists, they have farriers attending to their feet, trimming. They get more spent on shoes than we do. They have physios and they have nutritionists, and that's just the horses, just keeping them fit. Deborah Daniel, this looks like, for the British team, one of the most experienced drivers alongside Mick Ward on the British squad. Deborah's been competing for many years, and she, a bit like Tracy, is a breeder of horses and has been a show jumper in her time as well, a retired police officer and an extremely experienced international driver. Was lying in 5th after the dressage, so very much putting herself in contention for an individual medal, and the British team would dearly like to medal. They have been on the podium on several occasions at the World Para Driving Championships and would like to do so again. They've got a good team here in Emily, who we've seen go through, and Emily finished the marathon actually in 2nd place, 87.21, giving her a total of 151.61. So Deborah has gone through in 60.92, so that was the 4th fastest. Now she'll be pleased to get that first marathon out the way. Just smile, Debbie, remember to enjoy it. And she's driving Houdini, who is actually owned by Averina Snow, who was actually standing on the back of Emily Ham's carriage. And Averina and H are going on to the Pony Worlds next. Well, they will be setting up as soon as things are finished here in Exloo, going south to Aarschot. And Henriette Krostig from Denmark driving her wonderful pony, Kato. He's a zippy little chap, and they did a great test. They had super rhythm. It's got very even paces. The judges liked it very much. And so she finished her dressage on 57.12, which put her into 7th place out of the 16 in the class. So she was well up the order and really enjoying driving through there. Looks like she's got some glitter on her. It might just be some of the sand that's gone up, but sparkling. Tracy Bowman, the fastest so far through number 2. She's gone through the water. That was 53.99. That was the 3rd, and any minute now she will be going into number 6. But lying in 2nd place overall at the moment, Emily Ham. She's behind Jodie McKeon, who put in that tremendous showing. But Emily, for the British team, has certainly laid down a very competitive score. But in terms of the teams, we've got one of the Brits home, we've got one of the Dutch home, both the Italians back. Tracy Bobbs finished for the Americans. Tracy out there at the moment would like to leave Holland with 2 gold medals around her neck. Is that going to happen? Henriette also out on the course. Deborah, 60.92. That was 4th fastest through number 1. She's based in Shropshire, which is to sort of midwest of England, and driving H, who is a 19-year-old Welsh Section C gelding. Her long-term partner in crime, that's Holly Dormer on the carriage for all 3 phases. Deborah and Holly are not only great friends, but have been together for nearly 20 years. Deborah's never competed without her. And that really does make such a difference. Started in driving trials in 2009 and were at their first World Championships in Breda. Another great venue for horse sport here in the Netherlands in 2010. And 3 years ago, she was given the drive of H by the owner, Averina Snow, who's been very much a pivotal figure in the British squad. Sadly, a lot of driving had to stop because of the pandemic, but we are back here. Everything back on course. Some of our sequencing where we run championships every 2 or 4 years might have just slipped out, so we've gone on to odd years, as we would say. There's Bram. Now, he can't go through the start gates. He would if he could, but he can't. He's just coaching Tracy right down to that starting point for number 6. And that looked like Patricia going behind. So number 6 is lovely big flowing obstacle, and you've got nice wide positioning between the gates. The width of those gates, because we've got a course that's being driven very much with the horse 4s in hand, bearing in mind their turnouts are nearly 12 metres long. So the gates will be between 3.5 and 4 metres wide. That is the ruling on the width. For horses and ponies in the singles, they would normally have to be 3 to 3.5. But because we have this combined event for the horse 4s and the para horses and ponies for the singles, they are benefiting from these sort of wider, more open obstacles, because very soon we will have teams of 4 horses coming through. Gosh, willing Lars through 53.11, just received confirmation for where that is. So yes, that still puts her into second place in terms of the time. Jodie was so fast with George Bowman's Hackney, so just under 2 seconds slower than Jodie through that. But don't forget, Tracy did have this fantastic dressage score. Now, leading the way for the German team, Patricia Grossrichter. She had a great dressage. She was, like Tracy, only one of 2 athletes who went sub 50 in the grade 1 class, so she was sitting in second position. She's very much challenging for these podium places. She has gone through there in 64.93, that's 6th at the moment, but she had given herself a great advantage with a beautiful dressage test. She's driving her gentleman, that's what he's called. She started driving when she was 18. And going out on her loop. And you have to put out of your mind what's gone before. Even if it's gone brilliantly, you can't rest on your laurels, and if you had a few glitches, you can't let them get to you. You just have to be in the moment. And now they will be chatting through the routes for obstacle number 2. Jeroen Houteman, our Supremo course designer from the Netherlands, he was really thrilled to see how many times all the athletes in all the classes were walking the obstacles. And it wasn't just to remember the routes, it was because he's created so many alternatives, and some of them look deceptively simple and some of them look really complicated. And often when you're driving, it's those ones that you think might be a little bit tricky that actually seem to flow the best, and those ones that you maybe have a smidgen of complacency about that actually cause a little bit more thinking about when you're in the middle of them. So good aerial shots there once again, just showing the results, running results so far. Jodie McKeon from Australia, our furthest travel competitor. Wow, that was some marathon with George Bowman's horse, 81.47. Emily Ham put down a great score for the British team, 87.21, and Josine de Boer for the Dutch, she was 3rd placed on 92.29, like a butterfly's wings. That is a very symmetrical set of numbers that I'm looking at. Sadly, Tracy Spencer seemed to have gone wrong and not corrected herself in number 5, so she remains on an eliminated score, but she did carry on and actually had a great last 2 marathons, 3rd and 4th fastest times. Guilo Tronca seemed to have gained a few extra penalties. We didn't have the cameras on that to see what happened in number 2. Out on the course at the moment, we've got Stefan. So Guilo has finished his marathon. He was on 133.52 in 7th, but finishes overall in 6th at the moment, 198 his total. Stefan Werdman driving as a single for the German squad. He has got one more to go. That's Deborah Daniel, just going through with her trainer Robert there on his bike. It certainly keeps the trainers fit, this, and now if any pony can go into water, yeah, that's just so smooth. Well done, H. He really has been there and done it, and got the beach bag, and as does Debbie. She wasn't sure if she was going to be able to be here. She didn't have the greatest winter, she had to have some operations on her wrist, but certainly did have quite a low time during the winter, so we were thrilled when we learned that she was going to be able to be a member of the British squad, then announced as a team member not so long ago. Our most experienced international athlete on the British team, Deborah Daniel driving H, and this is a very flowing route through the water. No break of pace, just keeping going, smooth changes of rain, and that was lovely and neat through that last gate. So hopefully a good time for her, 55.17. That's fourth. It doesn't look like anyone's going to get near that incredible time from Jodie. And Henriette going in there with Cato. We've got Patricia dropping off with Gentleman. And in the meantime, one of our legends, the great Jacques Poppen. And he has been competing for many years. He was in 2014 when the World Championships were held in Sandringham on the Royal Estates in Norfolk. And this is a gentleman who is extremely proficient at this sport. He's won many medals of all colours and a stalwart of the Dutch team. That's actually showing Patricia's dressage score, so we'll just take that one off at the moment. Jacques was actually in fourth place, just to confirm that was Patricia's dressage score that was being showed there. Jacques was in fourth place with 55.44. We have three athletes. We've got Henriette in number 6, Patricia in number 2, and Jacques in number 1. So there's lots to watch. Oh, isn't that a brilliant view for you at home? You're getting a better view than those people on the ground at the moment. What a super camera angle, and great drive. Look at him, he's got the stopwatch there on his forearm because these timings are very important. So Jacques Poppen through number 1 in 57.32. That's fourth so far, and a smile from Patricia and a wave. Yeah, isn't that great? She looks very chilled. Now, Deb seems to have had an issue in number 2. We've got, looks like, going to be an additional penalty score for that. Not quite sure what happened, but although that's just popped up now on the screen, so maybe an incorrect route from Deborah Daniel. The penalties that you can accrue along the way are varied, shall we say. So you can do things like have grooms down that once upon a time might have resulted in elimination, but you can put them down. And as we saw yesterday, when Ijsbrand Chardon had the slight malfunction in his harness, his grooms were able to get down, and that was a -5. But for Deb, she had a good run through the water. She has just, they've put the clock live for her to go into number 6. Patricia was through number 2 in 61.71. Jacques Poppen also out on the course, and just waiting for Tracy Bowman to finish through number 8. She went through number 7 in 80.20, not one of her fastest. That was 6th overall, but she did give herself a great advantage after the dressage where she was lying ahead. So just the format of the modern marathon has changed over the years. It used to be up to 40 kilometres in length, and very much based on the ridden sort of roads and tracks section that we had. There's a close shot of Tracy Bowman from California. And we had 5 phases back in the day, where we had a section A, which was probably sort of 15 or so kilometres, all done against the clock, and you have to go through a series of flags just to make sure you're following the right route. Here's Tracy just going into obstacle number 8, which is the 6th one. The para equestrians doing 6 of the 8 obstacles at this course. So The modern marathon, we have an in-harness examination by a veteran steward, and then they go into either a controlled warm-up or Section A. Controlled warm-up is up to 5 kilometres. They just go round an area. They have windows of 2 minutes between them, and Section A, which we had today, is between 5 and 9 kilometres. You have a halt of between 5 and 10 minutes. Then you have 2 minutes and a warm-up obstacle. All of this is monitored. Then Section B, where we are at the moment, where we have up to 8 obstacles. They come out, there's a steward, and then we have a cool down. But back in the day, when we had walk sections and all sorts of things, it used to be a very different sort of event. But what this does mean now is that with this more compact marathon, it's completely changed the sport. We have different sorts of animals being driven and much more emphasis on the dressage. It used to be a case, a bit like a ridden event, and you'd simply get through your marathon, your obstacle, and then the points would be gained in the marathon, get through the dressage rather. But now the dressage, a bit like ridden eventing, carries much more weighting, but you will never ever finish on your dressage score in driving. That's where we part company with eventing scoring. And if you saw the magnificent performance from Ros Cantor at the European Championships, great water there from Patricia will just confirm, 56.70. And it looks like Tracy ended with a flourish. That score of, or the time, should I say, of 48.66. That was fastest through the final obstacle, saving the best to last. So she was fastest overall through numbers 2 and 8. Her overall total from the marathon, 85.43. That was second to Jodie's 81.47. But she had such a great margin. So Tracy's overall score 132.23, but at the moment we have a living legend. Heine Lerter, been to every single World Championships and pretty much got a medal from every single World Championships. He even went to the test event at Hartpury. Had a slightly frustrating, by his standards, wrong turn in the dressage test. At one point he went left when he should have gone right, but he means business. That was 59.99 and just wonderful athlete in paradriving. Heine Lerter, who has been at every single World Championships, but just getting up some of the penalty scoring. Now you get penalties of 20 which have been awarded. Bearing in mind it's slightly different for the para drivers. That's it. Tracy's done the job. She's done the job. She'll know that all being well, she maintains her first place overall. Second in the marathon. We will have a separate prize given for the marathon, but because our para drivers have the use of these permitted aids, which involves much more help perhaps from the backsteppers than you would have in the other areas of this. So 20 penalties is probably going to be where Debs and Guilo got it. So that's Jack Poppin through 53.71 in 4th place through number 2. The 20 penalties will probably, although we haven't had confirmation, that being for a wrong course in the marathon, but it is corrected. However, if you do not correct your course, which might be what happened to Tracy Spencer, you are therefore eliminated. We saw her just taking a few turns, but that just shows the live scoring out in the field, as we say. So 20 penalties are added for a wrong course in the marathon type obstacle where they are corrected. So if you go through the gate but you then come round and correct your course, if you go through D before C or something but you correct yourself, you will be given 20 penalties. If you do not correct it, that's when you are eliminated. But just watching Jack Poppin going through number 2 again. 1 and 2 just next to each other in the main sand arena here in Exloo. We are in northeast Holland at the Hippische Centrum, and tremendous facilities, particularly good sand and fibre surface here. And there we have very patriotic flags on the cheeks, and just a reminder of the days and times we live in. Look at all those solar panels on the roofs and the windmills. We're quite coastal here, so it can be a little bit windy. Lots and lots of solar panels. Green energy. But of course, as we say in driving, we are very green because we were around long before cars were. Henriette has just put in a tremendous time through number 7. She was the fastest, 64.04. So that's Henriette Krosdisch from Denmark. Has just clocked the fastest time through number 7. Tracy Bowman, who has finished her marathon, was the fastest through 2 and 8. And we have Deborah Daniel, who was 9th, number 6, that was 71.58. She is currently in number 7. Very experienced driver here from Shropshire in the west of England. Yeah, Backstow having to work hard there. There we go. And she is out in 64.22, which actually was the second fastest. So we've had 2 fast athletes through that number 7. It's quite a frustrating obstacle when you first go into it, because it's one of those where you have a bit like a no entry sign right in front of you just as you go in. And Jack Poppen in the water, which although is marked number 5 in terms of the obstacles, is the 3rd one that our para-athletes are negotiating on a sunny Saturday morning. Where else would you rather be? Either watching from home, and we are delighted if you are joining us. It may be very, very early in the morning, or it may be late at night, but delighted to have you with us. .12:20 local time, and it really won't be too long before the horse 4s start. And here he is, Heiner Loerter, the most decorated para driver in the history of the sport, on the German team, currently in number 2. And the last of the grade 1 drivers is on the course in terms of the obstacles. She's driven out for now, and this is Chrissy Aitken from Ohio. She is currently in number 1, so she's just out of shot at the moment, but she's on the other side of where the camera is. Heiner is very committed to this route. He's having to drive his wife's pony. This is Dashwood, because his usual one, Nero, that he's competed with more often in recent years, just had a slight injury. So this is his wife's pony, Dashwood, who he said is actually a little bit smaller and a little bit finer than Nero, who's just a bigger horse. And you can see an aerial shot there. This is Chrissy Aitken from Ohio, competing at her first World Championships. And Chrissy put in the most tremendous dressage. Although she is competing as an individual, she was 3rd overall, and we had the prize giving last night for all the dressage results once we'd rounded off with the 4 in hands. And Chrissy is one of the American drivers who is driving a borrowed horse. This is Gertie. She is from Palmer Heights in Ohio, and just did brilliantly well. So let's get confirmation of her time. 82.14 it looks like at the moment through number 1. Now, Jacques Poppen, I have a note that things didn't go according to plan in number 5. That was the water, so was that an incorrect route? Here we have Deborah Daniel just showing her going through number 7 again, where she was only just 0.2 seconds behind Henriette, who was fastest through there. So that was a great result for Deborah Daniel, second fastest through number 7. And any moment now, you can just see the shot. It looks like she's trotting down towards the last one, which is number 8. So the last of our drivers in this grade 1 class, but we're running pretty much straight through. We'll be starting with the grade 2s with Hans Arends, Freddie Sutter, Jane McGarvey, who is from the northeast of Scotland, another member of the British squad, and then Diane Castamer, another very experienced athlete for Team America, Ad van der Markwick, Yvonne Hellenbrand, Ingmar Veneman, Mick Ward, and Alexandra Roda. So those are our grade 2 athletes coming up very soon. But in the meantime, that's Jax Popper, number 56. Seems to have been eliminated in the water, but not quite sure why. We just comes up on the screen here. One would imagine it is through an error, of course, that was not rectified. Patricia Grossrichter, here she is. She had a great dressage test to be second behind Tracy, and a really solid performance for the German team so far. What we call a brawler on gentleman's neck. That's sort of half breast collar, half collar sitting on there. You've got, so you're spreading the points of draft, so it's not just at the front or just, yeah, that's become quite a popular part of the harness. So it's an amalgamation of a breast collar and a collar, brawler we call it. And earlier we saw some of our other athletes driving with the shaped breast collar, sort of like an S, where it arcs up over the points of the shoulder and then drops down by the windpipe. And that's just to make sure that they can spread the load across the front of the horse. And Patricia, so 54.26, just received confirmation. Yes, it's gone grey. When my numbers are in blue, means they're live, and then when they go to grey, and 54.26, so that was third place for her through that. And starting with the grade 2 class, we're just rolling on between the classes. This is Hans Arends for the Netherlands. He is part of the Dutch squad, and he was lying in 8th after the dressage on a score of 66.92, but there were quite a clump of them in the 60s. There's really not very much between them. Driving his grey horse here, Pex 8. Pex, who is a lovely grey. And he has been competing already this year. He was here in Exloo earlier in the year for a bit of a dry run, and in Kronenberg and Beekbergen. So Pex, who's a gelding, and Hans is supported at the event by Cora, Wilco and Elise. Very much a team effort. Chatting to Heiner Lerter as the horses were being trotted up, he really wanted to make sure that the emphasis on how much support everybody gives each other, looking after the horses, the feeding. It is a big squad, a big team, big family that makes this driving sport happen. Really important. Into number 2, Chrissy Aitken from Ohio. Had this great dressage score. She's already been through number 1, and she's in number 2 with Goethe, her horse that she met for the first time on the 1st of August. So that's quite incredible that suddenly they find themselves driving at a World Championships. Really tremendous. So the clock is ticking, and there we have a nice serene shot with still water at the moment. We haven't had anyone make quite the splash that Jodie McKean did for Australia, this incredible marathon, but she'll be the first to say that it was George Bowman who told her to drive like that, and he certainly supplied her with the perfect horse to do it, this Dutch Hackney. So she was fastest in the water at number 5 and also number 6. Emily Ham for the British team remains the fastest in number 1. Tracy Bowman was the fastest so far in numbers 2 and 8. Henriette for Denmark was fastest in number 7. Now it looks like Deborah's probably had a knockdown. There's 2 penalties to add in number 8. So there's +2 come up onto my scoreboard, but at the moment she is 7th after the marathon on 122.12, so it keeps her in 7th also at the moment on 177.72. Henriette did very well on the marathon, 104.03, that put her into 5th, and overall with her dressage score she is in 4th on 161.15. But don't forget, it can all change in the cones phase tomorrow. We have still Patricia out on the course, Grossrichter, another one of the experienced German squad. She's on the team with Gentleman, and that is her in the final obstacle. The cameras don't really show that actually that's on a bit of a slope. It goes upwards towards the hedge there, and certainly I think there might be an encounter with some of the foliage with the wheels when we have the horse fours powering through very soon. But this looks very smooth. Plenty of fuel left in the tank for Gentleman, lovely and fit. He looks like he could do it all over again. He's got a lovely canter there. What a super sight. Very beautifully driven by Patricia. She's an elegant driver. And my goodness, Turbo. We found not just 6th but 7th and 8th gear coming out there, and that will be a good time through there. Indeed it is. 55.46, that is 3rd overall, and at the moment, yeah, looks like quite a cautious smile. Just be feeding back to them. That is a 4th overall in terms of the marathon, 91.41, but that keeps her for the time being in 2nd place behind Tracy. So overall that's 140.77. Coming into the water now, the last of the athletes for the grade 1 class. Hans Arendt didn't look to have had a very good time. That's elimination for him in number 1. But here we're watching Chrissy Aitken with the horse she met, first of all, only a few weeks ago. So still quite a good gap. Tracy will have a cone and some time in hand if she is going to retain her gold. She's on 132.23 after the dressage marathon, and her closest challenger remains Patricia Grossrichter on 140.77. Yeah, don't forget to go through C. There we go. Round to E, and then that's out. But they were able to go through C again once you've been through plenty of times. Don't forget F. Yeah, good knowledge of the alphabet, really important. And now they're out. On we go. Chrissy Aitken from Ohio, just exiting the water in 85.94. And the clock is on Heiner, who is currently in number 6, and some great shots of him going through. Driving Dashwood, this chestnut German sports pony, long-term member of the German team. Similar harness to Patricia, this Brollo, where it just extends down over the pony. So pony's pushing forward from the full width of the shoulder as well. helps with those, being able to push forward into the harness as they're going. So where is the clock going to stop? And that's a very good exit from that 55.81. That was 4th fastest through, so good showing from Heine. He is another one who will have a medal on his mind here in Exloo. So Fred de Sotter hopefully will be coming through for the grade 2 class fairly soon into 1 and 2. And just showing there how doubling up as the entrance points, those are some of the jumping wings, because of course this is a multidiscipline equestrian centre. But what a lovely way to spend your Saturday, watching some great international horse sport in the sunshine. And coming forward into the last of the obstacles on the course, Jacques Poppen. Only Heine has done more World Championships than him, but he's been a tremendous exponent of paradriving on the Dutch team. And this, the final obstacle of the 6 that our para-athletes have been through on the marathon. Don't forget they had an hour beforehand on what we call Section A. The timings were very slightly different for the horses and the ponies. That was where there was a difference. They were competing on equal terms in the dressage. And Fred de Sotter here for Belgium. Again, very patriotic over reach boots. And the clock's on him. He was in 7th after the dressage, but not much between quite a lot of those athletes. So a good marathon here would be great for Freddie. And he and Lindsay played host to Ireland's Emma Golding as she was journeying to Northern Holland from her base near Dublin in Ireland. Plenty of impulsion. It's just what you want, and although there's the changes of direction, you don't want to be losing too much time. Yeah, everybody remembering the route. It can be a bit tricky when you look at the obstacles many times, because you can confuse yourself. So making sure you go through each of those gates in sequence. If by any chance you don't, then you need to make sure that you correct your course. In some of the obstacles, we have more than one option. Not only are these knockdown elements, the little balls on top, but most of the drivers seem to have left them in place. That is 73.67. So don't forget, this is now the different class. Chrissy just finishing off. We have just Chrissy and Heine left on the course for the grade 1 event. But shortly we will be getting to know obstacles number 3 and 4 when the 4-in-hands start. They have two, in number 3 there's 2 B gates and 2 F gates. In number 5, the water, that we've seen quite a few of them go through, there are 2 E gates. Down to you as the athlete to decide which one you're going to do. In the arena, number 6 with the big arrows and the windmill, not only do you have 10 knockdown balls, but there are 2 Ds and 2 Es. 7 bit more straightforward in terms of options, although some of the drivers were saying it required quite a lot of turns. There we are. Bring the dog out for a lovely day here in Exloo. Looks pretty relaxed as well. And number 8 on the hill, 5 knockdown balls and 2 Bs, 2 Cs and 2 Ds. Chrissy has gone through number 6, 64.24. Heine went through that in 55.81. Just awaiting Heine's last scores in the obstacles. Tracy Bowman on that very strong showing after the dressage, was second in the marathon. She remains in front of the grade 1 class, 132.23. Patricia Grossrichter for Germany, 140.77. In third place overall because of that storming marathon. She's come up from 11th after her dressage, and that's Jodie McKeon from Australia, by far our furthest travelled athlete this weekend. And after that incredible marathon, she has put herself into third place in the class. We're still waiting for our final two athletes to finish, and here's Heine for the German team in the penultimate obstacle. That's Backstepper working hard there, just making sure that the balance is shifted, and that's an all-important part of making sure that carriage stays upright. The technological advances in carriage building have been enormous as the sport has developed. I mean, they still have wheels and shafts and poles and seats and axles, but bear very little resemblance to those early antique carriages in every other respect. Yeah, all metal. They have brakes and delayed steering and all sorts of things that go on. And Heine out. Oh my goodness, a great time for him. That was the fastest, the new fastest time. He's knocked Henriette off the top in terms of times in number 7. So super drive from him, 59.64. Jane McGarvey. She's got Lucy Scott on the back. Lucy, who is also a very, very experienced driver as well. Jane McGarvey, who is from Aberdeenshire, and Jane has put down a very good score. This is her first World Championship, first time at international level, and Jane is through there in 67.52. So this is a different class. I mean, it's interesting to look at the marks that went with our grade 1 athletes. Oh, but Jane, a bit of red's gone up there. So although she put down a good time, it looks like there might have been a route malfunction. So she's had to have 20 added there. So that keeps Freddie in front.
Precies, de nummer 38 van Siebe op en is nummer 7. Bij Siebe België en is nummer 2 wil 10 achteraan. België aanzet en hier is nummer 2.
So cantering round in number 7, Chrissy Aitken, last of the grade 1 athletes in this class. They were running in no particular order in terms of where they were placed after the dressage. But Chrissy had a great dressage, 52.56. She popped herself into third place and was on the podium in terms of the dressage presentation, which was held last night with the 4-in-hand drivers and the para-athletes. They were all together 61. That's Freddie Sotte now in obstacle number 2.
Dit is kort. Mooi accelereren. Tempo versnellen.
Freddie driving for Belgium as an individual athlete, and 71.17. What a neat set of numbers that is to look at, 71.17 through number 2. So he's gone through both of the obstacles in the arena where we saw so much fantastic dressage. So just to remind you, they have already completed Section A, which was 700 metres, 7 kilometres, and the speed for the horses, just showing Heine once again going through number 7. The horses went through at 11 kilometres per hour, but for Section B, a little bit faster at 13 kilometres per hour, and for the ponies, even though they're on the same course, Section A, 10 kilometres per hour, and 12 for Section B. Diane Castamer, and they've got some great coverings on their hats there. Diane's been a member of the American team on a number of occasions, is also a well-decorated para-athlete.
Zesde plaats achter de dressage, de sixth position, 64.48, Diana Castamer from the United States of America.
She was in 6th place after the dressage, and she was another one who's been competing on many occasions. First out and winning medals in 2008. In Germany, and then in Sandringham in 2014 once it was part of the FEI repertoire team bronze. She got there. She's also won a gold in the past in 2006 in Holland. So a very, very experienced lady. Is that a smile? Yes, it is. Just about, but still encouraging the horse, and a good time for Diane through number 1, 61.97. The clock is ticking for Jane McGarvey from a place called Inverurie in Aberdeenshire. And if any of you are listening from Scotland, I'm sure Jane's family are tuned in. Great to have you with us. But I'm sure there are lots and lots of family members of all our athletes tuning in, and I hope you are enjoying this coverage. Brought to you by the Clip My Horse and FEI TV team. We've got cameras stationed all over the place and some great aerial shots as well. Jane is another one who's having to drive a borrowed pony, so this is Pandora's Diplomat, which belongs to the British squad's chef de keep for the para drivers. That's Julie Cam. And on the back you see the distinctive purple ponytail of Lucy Scott. Lucy will be going forward and driving at the Pony Worlds next year. That was a smoother route. Smiles, yes, great time. Well done. Lucy also drives a pony team, and she's a scurry driver. She's a very, very experienced lady with the competing, drives some pretty fast ponies herself. So 59.63 for Jane McCarvey. Just to confirm, Chrissy Aitken went through number 7 in 92.91, and we have Freddie Soter for Belgium going into number 5, although it is the 3rd obstacle for our para-athletes, and the sun is shining. We really do bring you perfect conditions here in Exloo. And the foreign hands off camera will be getting ready. They will be out on the course for their Section A, putting 2, warming up, being checked. And isn't that a great shot? It's been very wet in this part of the world, and which means that we have lots of lovely greenery, which is a tremendous backdrop for these championships. Everything looking lovely and verdant.
Ja, en het applaus is voor Felicite, die in 64 had snel gereden, goed gereden. Succes jongens.
Aanstond naar de dressuurplaats nummer 63,28 had brons 5 jaar geleden in Kronenberg. Het brons in deze 2016.
For the Netherlands, Ad van Markwijk in the first of our obstacles, and those who are sitting in the hospitality area, which is a long white marquee just between these obstacles 1 and 2, and where number 6 is. So they're getting a great all-round view of what's going on. To confirm, Heine Lerter had a tremendous drive through number 8 as well. That was 50.56. So he's had a superb marathon. That was the second fastest through that. So Ad van Mark Oik comes through in 60.46. So that is confirmation of the fastest time so far. He's put himself just in front of Diane. Jay McGarvey for the British squad from Aberdeenshire. So although she's wearing a Union Jack like all Scots, she's really driving for the home nation. In with a borrowed pony, Pandora's Diplomat, and Lucy Scott on the back there. Lucy, who also trains some of our athletes as well, so will be lovely for Jane competing at this level for the first time internationally and at a World Championships. What a place to start. So got a very experienced support team around her, not least in Lucy helping her there. Freddie has just clocked a great time through the water, but let's see where Jane is. My goodness, she has absolutely blown that out of the water. What a shame she got those extra penalties in number 1, because she's had 2 tremendous showings. Number 2, she was the fastest, and number 5, that water, 51.97. Very, very good time for her. Really only had Jodie, who was faster than her, so although I said do not compare, I'm just eating my own words, and she was even faster than Emily Ham through that, who was second fastest in grade 1. And that's Diane, looking very experienced. She's been doing this on several occasions, and she's just clocked the fastest time for the grade 2 class so far, 58.57 through number 2. But that's just nudged Jane off top spot there, but Jane had a brilliant water. So to confirm, Heine Lerter put down a very, very good marathon. He was fastest through number 7. He was 3rd overall in the marathon, 87.02. So that brings him up to 4th. So he will be hoping for a very good cones round. And he sits in 4th at the moment, 145.14. Not much between him and Jodie, less than a cone. Yeah, it's pretty tight in that grade 1 class, so our cones competition tomorrow will be brilliant. Chrissy for the United States won't be long now, and we've got another experienced athlete out now. She's been seen round and about the premises in Exloo with her delightful Jack Russell on her knee. Frida she's called, but Yvonne in the meantime has put the dog to one side, driving her Haflinger pony. Very famous German breed. Now, Yvonne. It's good to go into number 1. I think she'd got herself confused with number 2, but that's fine. That's okay. No penalties for that, but the clock does start when she goes in through those starting gates. There she is. And so the clock will run from that point, even if you do overshoot the entrance. That's okay, we're all human. The clock is ticking on the board for Chrissy Aitken, who is currently in number 8. She is the last of the grade 1 athletes to go through. In the meantime, we are well underway with the grade 2 class. Yvonne Hellenbrand, who did a great dressage test, and she is driving for Germany as an individual this time. She has been on the team on several occasions before and won medals. She was second with 56.40. Freddie Sott has gone through number 6 in 59.49, and the clock is on Diane in the water, but in the meantime the cameras are on Yvonne Hellenbrand. And she's had her nails done as well for the event. Why wouldn't you? 66.84, third fastest through that for Yvonne Hellenbrand. In the meantime, super experienced for the United States and on the team. This is Diane Kastemer, another one who is having to drive a borrowed pony. But look at those plaits, very patriotic. Even the bit of tape on the nose as well. And where is the clock going to stop for her? Just bring you her time in a moment, but 62.27, that's second fastest through the water in this grade 2 class for Diane. She was lying in 6th after the dressage. In the meantime, aerial view of obstacle number 2 and just exiting, that's Ad van Markwijk, and good time there, 52.30, that's fastest. How does that look in terms of some of the other times? Actually, yeah, Tracy Bowman went through there in 49.05, just gives an indication. Jodie went through that in 50.49. But in terms of the grade 2 class, Ad van Markwijk has been fastest so far in 1 and 2. So setting his stall out for a good marathon. All our grade 2 athletes are just either about to enter the obstacles or in there. All our grade 1s have finished. And for Chrissy Aitken from Ohio, that was 77.91 through the final obstacle, which gives her a total of 118.97. And she was 8th in the marathon and 8th overall now with 171.53. So all the grade 1s through, but in the meantime, this is number 69 for the United States of America. And just showing that run through the water for Diane Kastemer. Managed to get a good turn in there through F, and encouraging TB to go out there. Ad van Markwijk out on the course, so that's just confirmation of where the placings were after the marathon in the grade 1 class. So that was Jodie who was the winner. We had few eliminations, sadly. Tracy Spencer, Jack Poppin, and Heine. Not quite sure what happened there, because that's unfortunate. That's just, gosh, live news. Wonder what happened there, because it looked like he'd had a good marathon and pulled himself up the leaderboard. So whether he'd missed one of the compulsory sets of flags, that can happen. That out on the route, you have to go through these. Everything on a marathon is red to right, white to left, be it your gates in the obstacles or your compulsory flags. And maybe, just speculating here, he might well have missed one of them, but sadly not going to be a marathon placing for Heine Lerter. But it doesn't matter, because in terms of the team, he is a team member. He will still be awarded the same positioning as a team member as his colleagues are. So we've got Ingmar Venman for the Netherlands, and she has been, alongside the great Bram Chardon, one of the ambassadors for the sport. So she goes into obstacle number 1, and she will have plenty of supporters here. So our grade 2 athletes now, number 68. This is Ingmar Venneman. She was 3rd after the dressage on a score of 58.32. And if you follow your breeding and your prefixes, you'll know all about this Siglavi Linada. So she has started her driving career. This is Ingmar, driving a pony pair in 2010, but switched to single horse from a farming background. And this is one of our mares. We have mainly geldings being driven in competition, but we do have a smattering of mares and stallions as well. And the cheers coming for one of the home favourites, rightly so, and a big smile. Driving with the bar there in her hand, so Ingmar Veneman put down a good time, 59.93 in number 1. So on my screen, that means she gets popped into a yellow box, which indicates that she was the fastest. There is a good colour code just to keep your commentator right as to who's fastest, but it is all changing. It is all changing, and certainly for Heine Lerter, who looked like he'd had a very good marathon, something has obviously happened that's resulted in elimination for him, very sadly. But in the meantime, for the United States, in obstacle number 6, which is this lovely big obstacle, looks a little bit like one that you might see on a World Cup course. And it's got great big flashing arrows on either side as you come in, and just doing what you really want to do with a single horse or pony, just establish your rhythm. Could be a nice long trot. Some horses can actually be faster in trot than they are in canter. It just depends on them and their pacing, breeding, all sorts of things. And there we go, lovely canter out, just a good steady rhythm there, what you'd like from Diane. So 2 more to go for her. This is TV she's driving from California. Californian drivers have been saying they do have to travel some distances. There's not a huge amount of driving in that part of the world in terms of what goes on in the United States. Very much tends to be based down the eastern coast, not exclusively, but we do think of certainly regions like Southern Pine as in Carolina and the Carolinas, and up into Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and Ocala area in Florida. They tend to be where the sport's concentrated. But that's Lucy. Yeah, she's having to work just bouncing the back of the carriage there, and just make sure that the wheels don't get caught up. But Jay McCarvey driving now. Just confirming her dressage score there of 69.84, but she's had a really good marathon for her first time at this level. But unfortunate, probably a corrected error, of course, in number 1 will have just set her back a little bit, but remains the fastest through the water in this class. In number 7 for Jane, but we've switched back to Yvonne Hellenbrand for Germany, driving her 19-year-old Haflinger pony. This is Anderson, and they're a great combination. And look at that, the German flag's on the back, very patriotic. There are quite a lot of German flags around here, and she is supported today by Marcus Hellenbrand. But this is Yvonne through the water, and just look at the sun shining. Isn't everything looking picture perfect? Clock ticking. Freddie, so don't forget, he was the first of this class to go 3. Clock is moving on him. This is Ingmar just going into number 2, and confirmation that Yvonne went through the water with Anderson in 73.93, so that was 5th. So the slowest so far for Yvonne. She had a good dressage score. She was in 2nd coming into the marathon, But in the meantime, a lady that will hope to do extremely well, as she has been one of the ambassadors for this event, hosted by the team at the Hypatia Centrum here in Exloo in the province of Drenthe. Each of the class winners receives a Barty Award, and there are lots of Bartys in Cindy Timmer's office at the moment. He's a character by a local author, and he seems to have a sort of do-or-die attitude to life, so the local province has awarded some Barty trophies to each of the winners in each of the sections. And another good showing from Ingmar Veneman. There we go. That was 58.50 in number 2, so she was slower than fastest through there. Her compatriot Ad van Mark Quick, Ad, who was also fastest through number 6, 54.90 was his time. And coming forward, that was Mick Ward for the British team. He's a great character, Mick. He was 60.77, very experienced international athlete for the Brits. Third fastest, we're back on to Diane Customer for the American team, with particularly patriotic plaits. 73.34. That is the fastest through number 7. So she's got her score in, or time, in a yellow block on my screen, which means she's the fastest. And there we have a lovely sight of 2 fit horses who've been very well prepared for this event, looking good, trotting out nicely, just going, oh, we've even got 3, yes, there was one in front, just going out on the loop, and that's Ingmar turning round. She will be aiming next for number 5, so she's just going down the back road towards the water. She'll be dropping in there any minute. Mick Ward will be out on his loop before he comes back to number 2. He's the penultimate athlete to start in this grade 2 class. We've yet to see the overnight, well, 2 overnight winners, should we say. We've had 2 nights since they completed their dressage. Alexandra Roda for the German team, she had a lovely dressage score on 48.96, so she is the current leader in the grade 2 class. So look forward to seeing how she gets on in the obstacles. And Jane McGarvey, she's having a great marathon. Slightly sticky start, but it's got better and better. Driving Pandora's Diplomat, belongs to the British chef to keep. Lucy Scott on the back step there, keeping her right. And this is obstacle number 8. Smooth driving from Jane at her first World Championship. Aerial shot there, you can just see it's actually, it looks wider than it is on the camera. It's quite tight between those top elements. Oh, yeah, that's right, don't anticipate. Yeah, just missed the turn, tight loop, well recovered. There we go. Just lost a bit of time and momentum there, but getting back up. Lucy keeping her right. 2 in the obstacles at the moment. Jane finishing off number 8. That's 68.89. Just had a little bit of time, but she will be faster than Freddie Diane through that next. And launching her bid for a medal, or continuing her bid, launching it in terms of the marathon. Alexandra Roda drove a beautiful dressage test on Thursday lunchtime. Had plenty of elevation, accuracy, elegance, which was what we were looking for. She has been a previous world champion in grade 2. That was back in 2014. Drives Exloo Lucy, who is an 11-year-old Dutch warm blood mare. We've seen lots of Dutch warm bloods being driven by our four-in-hand athletes, and we are sure to be seeing a lot more of them this afternoon when they start coming through the obstacles and we bring you the coverage. 3 in obstacles at the moment, and looks like Mick is coming round to number 2 and pulling out in a superb time of 56.86. Looking at her stopwatch, and you need to have several stopwatches on your turnout when you're driving. Last thing you want to happen is for one of them to get knocked. Mobile phones have really changed it. You have stopwatches on them. Some of us are old enough to remember a time when we used to drive before mobile phones, and certainly in the United Kingdom we used to carry 10 or 20 pence with us in case we used to have to stop on the road and use a phone box. But now everybody has mobile phones, which really has changed driving. Mick Ward, he's been somebody who drove before the advent of mobile phones. He wouldn't mind me saying that. Very experienced member of the British team. And driving Douglas, Dougie as he calls him, who is very good at this phase. Mick knows his own mind, and pretty sure he's got Trish there on the back of what routes he wants to take going through these obstacles. All the athletes, and we will see this with everybody involved, are wearing their body protectors and the hard hats. Gosh, back in the day we used to wear trilbies and flat caps when we went out on the marathon. Nobody even heard of body protectors, but it's all changed, and safety of everybody involved, most importantly the welfare of the horse, always our biggest consideration. And Mick, having gone through number 2 in 61.06 with Douglas, and that was 5th overall. Watching Ingmar once again going through the water. She had a good water, second fastest through 1 and 2, 4th in the water, 63.77 with her mare. Round the back of the boxes to B. She's one of the athletes whose backstepper is permitted to carry these whips just for a little bit of encouragement, like a tickle. And they're looping round. That's it. To C, you'll notice just the juxtaposition of the C gates there. It would have been lovely to have gone backwards through E to get there. That would have been a shorter route. But you can't. You certainly can't go through E before you go through C. Now, rounding off her marathon, Diane Customer in number 8. She was actually the fastest through there. That was a replay, so live now back onto Ingmar Venman, but just to confirm that Diane was actually fastest, we had a glimpse of her going through number 8 there, 64.86. And Ingmar now in number 6. She's gone through the flashing arrows and the mini windmills, which were the in and out. Seconds are ticking by. 0.25 is how the penalty scores are worked out. So that's through F. You can just see the small letters denote that that is the back of the gate. Where you're aiming to go through is where they have the capital letters. If you're going through first time for the small letters, you might realise you're going through backwards. But it's actually jolly handy in terms of working out your routes, because you'll know when you've been through A, B or C, whatever it is, you can go through backwards. The gate is broken, as we say in driving. And once you've gone through them, it kills off the gate in terms of it becoming a live gate and affecting your route. So now this is quite a user-friendly entrance to the water. You can see that they're coming straight down on the right-hand side, and then they can loop back. So long flowing routes through this water obstacle. one that is always so popular with the spectators. And how nice it would have been to go through E backwards, just look at that angle, but no, you can't. You have to go all the way around, just adds a few more paces on to C, and as Mick's showing, there's the red marker for the D, and there we go. So D, that white marker, so white to the left, red to the right, and looping back through F, and a very smooth water obstacle for Mick and Douglas. Should be a good time for him, 63.93, although that's fifth. It's actually pretty close to those who have gone before him. Not a huge difference, really. Only Jane who put down a storming time through that with her 51.97. But in the meantime, we have the cameras on Alexandra Roda, who gave us that lovely dressage test. She was fastest, unsurprisingly, through number one, and just pipped to the post by Advan Markwick, who was fastest in number two, but her time was 54.09. Back to Yvonne Hellenbrand. She is in number 7, which is just at the end of the grass arena that's been used so much for the practicing and warm-up over the last 2 days for the dressage. But actually now this section A, this new or relatively new configuration of the marathon, that's also, you can have what they call a warm-up section for that. There's Mick just coming around the back, quick glance over. And coach Sarah Howe, also a many-time member of the British team. Pony pairs, pony teams. Her daughter Philippa also driving, very talented. There we go. Oh, Robbie just got a few pins and needles, just needs a massage out there for Yvonne, and that was a tremendous showing from her. The time's pretty similar, all in the 70s for that number 7, but for her 72.11. Now just a little bit of cosmetic attention to the courses before the horse fours come through. I can hear the roar of some of the machines and tractors just outside the commentary position. We are where we have been all week. Very relaxed. They're enjoying themselves. We're just at the top end of the main sand arena, but everybody enjoying a lovely day out. This grade 2 class, so far it's Advan Markwick as an individual for the Netherlands who has clocked the best times on the marathon. His total was 89.31, so interesting to compare that with some of the grade 1 drivers, but that was 89.31, and he has done enough to pull himself after the marathon for the time being. Don't forget Alexandra is still on the course with her great marathon score, but he's sitting in first just now, 152.59. Diane Castamer, using all her experience, she had a good marathon as well, 95.74 her total, and she at the moment is in second on 160.22, but we have some talented athletes out here on the course, not least Ingmar Venman. She's in number 7 with her grey mare. Alexandra has gone into the water, but the cameras at the moment are on Ingmar. Pushing her mare out, and clock stops at, oh, not quite yet, still got D to go. Those yellow balls staying on top. I think very few knocked off, one perhaps in the previous class, but so far not too many knockdowns. But don't forget, these drivers have the advantage of these obstacles also being built for the 4 in hand, so slightly wider gates than they might otherwise be able to use. But that was Ingmar Venman through Number 7 in 75.62, fourth fastest time through that at the moment. Alexandra Roda here in the water. And this is actually a replay. We can tell you she had a good time through that. That was 55.37. Jane McGarvey from Scotland for the British squad actually remains the fastest through that, but 55.37 was where the clock stopped for Alexandra. And Equistar Lucy, her 11-year-old mare. And all sorts of adornments on that carriage. Can't quite, looks like a unicorn on the front there. And some yellow, red and black adornments. Yes, there we go. Aerial view, and it looks like the horse four's already out there, but we, for the time being, will bring you full coverage of the para-athletes. Mick Ward, a penultimate one on the course. Trish there on the back. Douglas being driven. Looking fresh for Mick. That was through number 6. The big arrows and the little windmills on the entry and exit point. That's just behind where we're bringing you the commentary from. Just that exit point there. Ingmar in the final obstacle, going towards it, but in the meantime we've got Yvonne just going through, finishing off for the Germans, driving as an individual with her Haflinger. And those German flags on the back of the carriage, no doubt which country she is representing. Van Markwijk still in front after a good marathon for him. Mick Ward, Ingmar and Alexandra Roda on the course, but that is it for Yvonne Hellenbrand, 62.88, second fastest of the day, although Ad in front of her was some way ahead. He went through that in 56.30, but that was so far third overall, obviously. Just she was third overall, 102.59, and at the moment that pulls her into second place. Ad remains in front because of a good marathon, but it's all changing. It's all changing. Just Live might have had one of the balls down. 2 have been added, so that just alters her overall score a little bit. At the moment, that's gone up to 104.59 with a total of 160.99. It's all Live, and a moving situation to say the least in terms of the scoring. Our early 4-in-hands are out on the course with their section A's, but we are bringing you coverage in the meantime of the last of our drivers. Ingmar has gone through number 7 in 75.62. That was 4th. In the meantime, here is Alexandra once again, and in business she was first in terms of speed through number 1, second in terms of speed through 2 and 5, and the clock is now ticking on number 6. So far a good marathon for her. It can all change very quickly, but a very professional and slick performance so far. Ingmar, the clock is ticking on her in number 8 at the same time, but cameras on Alexandra Roda. Good canter there, lovely rhythm, not losing it on the turns. That's just what you want. and long-legged mare that will cover the ground, so she does have the advantage through these slightly scopier obstacles. Heiner interestingly said that it may, in terms of sharing an event with the horse force, favour the bigger horses, but then there's an awful lot of other factors as well. Ingmar, through the final obstacle, she's had a pretty good marathon so far. Mick Ward also on the course for the British team. And cantering out in a time of 63.39, and that was the second fastest time through that. Gives her at the moment a marathon total of 96.19, which is third, and pops her up a place so far into second. But we have two more athletes to finish, Mick Ward and Douglas. 17 years old, Welsh across Hackney. And Trish on the back there. Aerial view of number 7. And Alexandra just trotting by there. Everybody is gathering their breath between the obstacles. Alexandra, 2 more to go. Mick out in 69.17, fastest time. The first in this class, certainly, to break that 70 mark. Good time for him, and no doubt we'll have plenty in the tank to go through number 8 as well. At the moment, we also have on the course, you might just have caught in the corners of your eye, a gentleman called Joris Woude. He is one of the young Dutch drivers, but in the meantime, Wisław Sadowski starts for Poland. We don't have them in any particular order in terms of our team drivers, but he was lying in 31st position out of 38. His score after the dressage was 63.03, but those times were really extremely close. But at the moment, in terms of our grade 1 class, Tracy Bowman retains her lead. We will ratify all the scores in due course. In second place, as she was after the dressage for grade 1, Patricia Grossrichter, and she was 4th in the marathon but sits in second place overall. And so those are 1, 2 in grade 1. We will soon be able to give you provisional placings for this grade 2 class, but Alexandra just fastest through by some margin in number 6. That was a very good drive for her. It looks slick. The horse kept her rhythm and her pace beautifully, which is just what you want. 53.21. Shaved quite a lot of time off those who were in the same class, probably her closest advan, Mark Wick, and then Freddie Sutter, but she was 53.21. Mick put down the fastest time, but Alexandra's still to come in number 7. And it's lunchtime if you're here in Exloo, so everybody will be enjoying some of the good catering facilities we have here. There we have them. Ah, there they are. Those pesky tongs that always go missing, don't they? And that is some entrance into number 7 for Alexandra. She is looking very impressive indeed. With Equistar Lucy, this big striding mare that is just eating up the ground through the obstacles. A few twists and turns in number 7. But this mare is so willing, very forward all the time. That's a lovely feeling in the hand when the horse is going forward like that. Mick Ward for the British team, quick aerial shot of him there in number 8. Just dancing around there. Gosh, she's agile, isn't she? Really agile. And 61.23, again, fastest by some way. The next time behind her was Mick Ward, who was fastest until a moment ago in 69, so just under 8 seconds between them. Mick just bouncing off the post, but that's all right. Trish just having a quick look back to see if anything got knocked down, but for him, a lovely flourish to end on, 55.71, great time through the obstacle. That's been a good marathon for Mick. He will be delighted with that. Let's just hope that no balls, nothing. There's Sarah in the background. Trish just checking the time, and Douglas is forward. Good pony. And a smile. And a smile. There we go. That's why we do it. All the hours of work, cleaning, there's so much that goes into this. And the smart little pony team there from Joris Wouder, who is just popping through with a team of ponies as a test driver. And yeah, not easy to eat elegantly one of those big baguettes. She did it pretty well. He's making it look not too bad. Yes, lunchtime here in Holland. Wherever you may be watching us, we hope you are enjoying the coverage in Exloo, and we're delighted that we have the public watching. And first sights of the horse teams, and we love it when we have the children here to start them young. Very smart sunglasses. I think we can say they're daisy shapes. She's enjoying her lunch, young lady. Just one more para driver on the course, Alexandra Roda, who, providing all goes according to plan, should put through a good time in number 8. She's been fastest in the class in 1, 6 and 7, and second fastest in 2 and 5. So every reason to think that she will maintain her lead from the dressage, as did Tracy Bowman in the Grade 1 class. Put in a very assured performance through the obstacles, just waiting for Alexandra to come through. Out on the course, the first of the 4-in-hand drivers in this European Championship. That was Wisław Sadowski for Poland, and the clock is also ticking on Axel Olin in number 1, Wisław in number 2, but we here for the media broadcast are concentrating on our para drivers. Just one more on the course to finish off on number 8. She should be with us any second now. Just to remind you, in the meantime, of our dressage results after the 4-in-hands. We had a slightly soggy afternoon, which is an understatement, but Marijke Harm overcame the conditions and she did extremely well in the dressage. She just pipped reigning champion Bram Chardon to the first place. The judges gave her some pretty weighty scores, and she was on 38.52, only a point behind. Bram was on 39.52, so very little separates them. Bram, always so impressive on the marathon. And for Germany, Anna Sandman, so Marijke obviously on the German team, as is Anna Sandman, and both ladies very proud to be representing their country. Anna, one of the first to score, actually sub 50, so she was on 42.58. Ysbrand Chardon, Bram's father, despite the harness malfunction at the start of his test, he got 5 penalties for the grooms getting down to take off a naughty trace carrier that pinged undone, and he would have had 40.99, but the 5 penalties gave him a score of 45.99. So very, very close between the Dutch and the German teams. Fredrik Persson, who drove in absolutely the worst of the weather for Sweden, did incredibly well to keep being able to handle his reins. His score of 48.31 put him into 5th. In 6th, as an individual for Germany, Georg von Steen. He was great at 49.18, and then we dipped into the 50s with Mikael Brockler for Germany, who is sure to do a very good marathon. He was the leader on the marathon after day 1, so the Germans, like the Dutch, putting in the most tremendous performance. So as Alexandra finishes off for the grade 2 para drivers, just confirmation of the team places for the 4 in hands. Germany on 81.10 and Holland on 85.51. That's how close it is. But in the meantime, of course she did. She went fastest in that last obstacle, 55.04. Mick did put up a very good showing, but that's confirmation of Alexandra Roda. There she is, winner of the marathon, 83.95. Ad van Markwijk, 89.31. Great marathon for him. And Mick Ward for the British team. He will be delighted with that score from him, but that's confirmation. Mick's come up into 4th place. Ingmar Veneman, she is in 3rd. Ad van Markwijk in 2nd. Just goes to show how important his marathon run was, but maintaining her 1st place, Alexandra Roda. Well done to all our para drivers for getting round safely, and we do not have time even to breathe before we move on to coverage of the 4 in hand European Championship. There we have the title sequence for you. And if you've been with us from the start of proceedings today, thank you for staying with the viewing. If you have joined us just for the European 4 in hand Championships, we welcome you to the Hypische Centrum here in northeast Holland in Exloo, and we have had a tremendous marathon so far for our para equestrians, the grade 1s and the grade 2s. Tracy Bowman from California held on to her lead in the grade 1 class, as did Alexandra Roda. She's just finished in the last couple of minutes. So ladies leading the way. And we also have a lady in front after the dressage, Marijke Harm. But we now bring you full coverage of the 4 in hand competition. And 3rd onto the course for Austria, we have Christian Schogelhofer. The Austrians have a team. His teammate is Daniel Schneiders, and this is an aerial view of obstacle number 1. And my goodness, just looking at the power of those 4 horses going through at the canter. And those are the same courses, the same gates, the same obstacles that we've just had the single horses and ponies going through. And just going past the bottom of your screens there is Axel Olin, who is driving for the Swedish team. Now this is where sometimes rein back helps, just slight rein handling issue there. There's an awful lot of looping and rein handling to be doing for these horse 4s. Great shot there of both teams going through. So just to give you an indication, Axel went through number 1 in 64.92. Christian has come through that in 86.11, but a great time from Axel Olin. That was superb. Wisław Sadowski for Poland is the first out on the course. He was through number 1 in 76.96. He was through number 2 in 68.64 and is currently in number 3. So You viewing from home will get an idea of obstacles 3 and 4. They are joining the course. We didn't use them for the para classes, but we have the 2 obstacles 3 and 4 just on the mound behind. That's the commentary spot there. And on the other side of that, we have obstacles 3 and 4. But Axel Olin was also fastest so far through number 2. Christian will be going in there soon. So just to recap, we have 8 nations contending for the medals in this FEI European Driving Championship. It is the 13th edition of it as FEI sport. It was one of the very, very first championships that was held when driving became ratified, and under the FEI umbrella when those early rules were written by Prince Philip and the first driving committee. There we have some exuberance on the course. 1971, the very first European Championship was held in Budapest when the Hungarians swept the board in terms of individuals and teams. 73 at Windsor when Auguste Dubé, the great Auguste Dubé, great authority on driving, he took gold then in Sopot in Poland, back to the Hungarians again, 1, 2, 3. Gorgi Bardos, great name there, in 1977 in Germany. He was the winner again in Le Pen when the Hungarians were 1, 2, and he was 3 years on the trot and had been silver in 75 until 1981 in Switzerland. And then we had a break for 30 years. You see, that's what goes on in the background. Little roller there. Just making everything look picture perfect. And the dogs are having a day out too. They look like setters, beautiful animals. So we had a break of 30 years before Breda in the Netherlands in 2011 relaunched the European Championship Series, and they were held every 2 years. And we didn't even, because of the way the years fell, wasn't knocked too much by the pandemic. The Para Worlds did have to skip a year, but we were already on odd years, and the last time this championship was held was in Budapest, one of the beating hearts of the sport. As we watch for the home nation, Hans Huys coming down towards the arena. So Bram Chardon, he was the gold medalist in 2019 and 21. His father, IJsbrand, also competing here, was winner in 2017, and when the series was relaunched in 2011. And indeed, just about all of those athletes, apart from the ones probably who were in 2013, are still competing at some level. In Aachen in 2015, it was Michael Brock who, fairly early on in his four-in-hand career, took the gold. IJsbrand was in second, and Koos de Ronde, who has won many medals and very much one to watch for the marathon. He is on later today, but Koos de Ronde will be one of the main athletes today in terms of placings on the marathons and setting up the Dutch team. They would hope to retain individual and gold medals. The Dutch in recent history have absolutely dominated the sport. They've won all bar one of the European golds as a team since 2011. Only in Aachen did the Germans, when Michael won. Yeah, the Dutch very, very dominant in terms of team wins as well. So individual in Aachen, Netherlands won, Netherlands. Yeah, Germany won in 2019, just to clarify that. So Netherlands pretty much dominating in terms of the team sport. But don't discount the Germans by any means this weekend. Axel Olin putting in some great scores. He's in number 3. So this is the first time at home you're seeing it, and they're quite hilly. You're going to see that, what we call the bottom step. So the back stepper that is on bottom step, that's common sense as to why we call them that. And that's our Polish driver just having a look on to Axel's greys. Actually, number 3 was one of those that, in terms of walking it, didn't seem to present quite as many alternatives as some of the others. But it has 6 balls on there that could knock down, and that incurs an extra 2 penalties, so it's equivalent of 8 seconds. And it's relatively flowing, but it's still jolly tight if you're driving a turner that's about 10 to 12 metres in length. There are 2 B gates and 2 F gates, but felt a little bit more open from the ground, although it is interesting when you walk an obstacle. How they walk and how they look and actually how they drive can be very different things. Crowds enjoying great weather conditions. It really is lovely temperature-wise. Dry so far, and an aerial shot of these greys. I would think those are some of Mark Westhoff's supporters. He will be on soon. So running straight on after our grade 1 and 2 para classes with this European 4-in-hand championship, we've got 4 of our drivers. There will be 38 in total. We've got a busy afternoon for you out on the course. Looks like so far Exloo has knocked a ball in number 4. Axel at this early stage is putting down some very good times. The first really fast time through number 3, so that's 67.76. But despite the activity, those are very serene and actually quite bucolic shots from the air here in Exloo, and not too much trespassing on those golf greens, particularly the putting greens. Absolutely no way. In you go. Yes, that left side leader was just having a second thought about getting his toes wet, but that's the good thing about the team, is you have the momentum of the other 3 horses to encourage them all forward. But if you get a chance to re-watch this gentleman's dressage test, if you weren't tuned in yesterday and you were busy, do go back and watch it, because he absolutely got the best marks for his salutes and the grin on his face at the end of his dressage test. A real flourish to his removing of his hat and saluting our 5 judges. A gentleman who is really here to enjoy himself, representing Poland. So this is live shots of Exloo Sadowski in the water obstacle. There we go, snaking through. Isn't that a beautiful sight, those 4 horses working well together? And the routes between the obstacles have just all been laid out on these different tracks. In the meantime, the first of the Hungarians through, they've brought a strong squad here. István Bácsi with his greys, driving as a member of the Hungarian team. 3 team members in the Hungarian team. They've got a strong squad, and having dominated the sport and these championships for so many years, would dearly love to be on the podium again. Very, very strong tradition. And good exit there from his greys. Yeah, that looked fast, and it was fast, 63.82. And on to another team of greys. Back to Axel Olin. He is in a team of 2 for Sweden, another nation that has a proud and rich heritage in this sport. indeed Thomas Eriksson. He was a silver medalist in Hungary in 2013. So Swedes, yeah, made a big are mating and have made a big contribution. For Austria, he was numbered 1 in terms of competitors, number Christian Schogelhofer. And just look at them on the tracks there. Lovely sights. Great camera shots. Just actually showing how compact the area is. And those two big indoor arenas that are doubling up as the stabling area, and just you see the roof of the marquee through that apex. That's where the para athletes' horses are parked, are stabled, and then the car park for anyone visiting up in the top right. And just behind those buildings, the line of trees, that's where the para athletes have their camp. But absolutely ideal for anyone that has come to watch the action. We have 5 drivers in the obstacles at the moment. I would expect we've probably got about another 5 out on the course at the moment. 40 nominated entries ahead of the championship. That went down to 39 when Joseph Dobrovic Jr. didn't come for Hungary, because he will be concentrating on his bid for a medal at the World Horse Pairs Championships. That's coming in France in a month's time. Now that's just a brief shot, if you're eagle-eyed, of Michael Brockler. He's out watching just before he gets going. He'll be on later on today, but yeah, he's one of our big marathon contenders, absolutely specialist. Was first in the marathon at the World Championships in Bretoni, and indeed medalled in Bretoni. So he was out watching what's going on. Interesting just to see that they don't leave anything to chance, watching and watching what routes these early drivers are taking. They don't have the benefit of watching some of the others, but Michael Brockler there, if you just glimpsed him in the corner of your screen, he was out watching it.
Dat stelt nu inmiddels in Marcus Stokmaster uit Duitsland.
And exiting there with a flourish, Axel Olin for Sweden, and he's put in a good time, 57.09. Now, as an individual for Germany, Marcus Stockmeister. He was in 24th position after the dressage on 61.17, but in those 60s there was very little between them, so tight margins after the dressage in terms of scores and placings. We had 5 judges, 4 down the sides and 1 at sea, who were awarding their marks. It was fascinating watching the different marks, how they varied or how they were knighted. Sometimes there was great margins between what the judges saw, and other times they were really close, but that's confirmation, 61.17. And yeah, you can just hear through that he's quite near the commentary box, as is Michael Brockler. I've just spotted him standing outside watching, so yeah, watching his fellow German go through there, so probably there to support him and just have a quick look. You can see him just walking across the exit there. That's Michael Brockler. Might well be encouraging Marcus as he goes round, but that was a good time for him, 63.58. That's got the yellow box round it, which on my screen denotes it is the fastest time so far, but the clock is ticking on 3 other athletes in 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Absolutely brilliant for the spectators. Lots to watch. The clock has stopped for Hans Huys in number 3, 79.12 is his time. But ticking for Istvan Vajci, who is the first of the Hungarian team members to go out, and you just glimpsed there what the crowd are seeing in terms of just showing the running times through that. Very interesting for everybody who's here. Of course, we have the windmills, just as arena decoration on either side of these obstacles. It looks quite simple from that angle, but it's really not. The first time you walk into some of these, you think you can see A, but there might be a pesky F or E or something beforehand. But that was good, very experienced one in front of us in terms of team membership. He's clocked another time which is highly competitive through the 61.45 for Istvan. He's number 28. He was 31 after the dressage on 63.03, but 2 solid drives through there. Markus Stottmeister for Germany, fastest so far. And even if you are one of our smaller canine friends, there's lots of lovely smells. It is very much a family-friendly day out here. All to play for the teams. Germany at the moment after the dressage, which has put them in front. The ladies, Mareike Harman, Anna Sandman, 2 very good tests from them. Michael Broekler had been the leader going into the second day of dressage, and their total at the moment is 81.10. Of course, it will all change today. In second place, the Netherlands, had it not been for those 5 penalties because of the harness malfunction for IJsbrand. They would have just nudged in front, but very close. Bram and IJsbrand, including Koos de Ronde, they are currently sitting in second place on 85.51. In third place, the Belgians, and this is pretty much the top 3 in terms of team placings. Dries de Gree, Glenn Geerts and Tom Stocklands. They're on 108.81, so quite a gap. But then we go to Sweden, very much helped by Fredrik Persson and his tremendous dressage and really challenging conditions yesterday. His teammate Axel Olin doing everything right in terms of their team bid. They are on 112.01. France of Benjamin Ayoud, Anthony Ord and Maxime Maricourt, they are on 113.48. So not much between France and Sweden. The Czech Republic in 6th with the Nevershil family. They are Dad Yuri and sons Radek and Yuri Jr. We will see them soon. 118.33. Hungary, the great Joseph Dobrovic, Janos Pap and Istvan Vajci that we're seeing out on the course at the moment. They are in 7th, 120.74. And Austria, Christian Schokelhofer, who we've seen out on the course, he's still out there, and Daniel Schneider's 122.26. But in the meantime, Christian, who's actually, bar a couple of balls, I think, having a pretty good time. Yeah, Axel looks to have knocked 2 balls in number 4, as did Vaislo, but otherwise he has been the fastest in 5, the water, and 661.41 for him. Markus Stottmeister currently in number 2. And now we are looking at another Hungarian, Simon Sandor Tot. He was 37th after the dressage on 69.89. With his greys, 2 teams going through there. Markus Stottmeister, who's just put down a very good time for number 1. Clock still going for him. Stops for Simon Sandor Tot in 27 on 69.49. For Marcus in number 2, he is the second fastest on 61.40. And Istvan currently in number 3. There we are, cameras onto him. Coming up the hills. The slopes are a little bit bigger in real life than they actually look. Yep, that's the ball gone. That's a great shot. of just what happens there, and that's going to add another 2. But all the balls are just on these tiny threads, almost like fishing line. Otherwise, they'd be getting squashed and sent everywhere. So that was an absolute fabulous live shot of just what happens when you knock a post. And those balls are very, very carefully placed, probably on a slightly trickier turn. So I think that's the first time probably we've had a ball knocked in number 3 so far. We've had a few in number 4, but Istvan, who has come out in a good time of 69.32, but that will not be the end score because at the moment that's in yellow, but there will be a penalty score on that once the judges just put that through. This is Christian Schogelhofer going into the water. This is just a bit of reflection. He actually went through in 60.77. Tends to be those 2 horses behind, what we call the wheel horses. They're doing the main body of work and just dancing round.
We zien dat die stapsski podium bezig is aan de laatste hindernis. Dat was de eerste officiële deelnemer die hier binnenkwam in de traject B van de marathon.
And that's showing Hans Huys also going through the water. He was number 33. And this is now on to live action, so this is happening as we speak. These distinctive orange ear bonnets on the Dutch horses, and very easy to spot across any venue when the Dutch are present with their distinctive team colours. So Hans Huys, number 33, currently in the water, and we also have Christian currently on number 6, which is the big open one in the arena, and Axel is in number 7. So those are the 3 lives, and 3 live in the obstacles, and that just shows 64.49. Let's Hans actually picked things up a bit. 69.32. He had one of the faster times through number 4. Istvan, yes, that's been noted that he had the ball in number 3. One of our younger competitors, again for Hungary. They've got a good squad here. Peter Juaz, 66.09. That was a 35th position for him. He was actually one of our first drivers to go through. With his bay horses here, 66.09 confirmation there of his dressage score. And what a sight, we've just got the greys trotting round the bottom there. That'll be his countryman Simon Sandor-Tot just coming round for his number 2 obstacle. In the meantime, in number 3, we've got Marcus Stockmeister. The clock is on that, and it's just turned green for Istvan in number 4. Oops, that will be a ball. That's what happens. You see? Very good camera coverage there. So there will be 2 to add for him. His time was 71.46. But there will be certainly 2 to add. Didn't see if there are any more at the moment. In number 2, Hungarians in obstacles 1, 2, and then another Hungarian driver to come, Janos Pap, who is actually on the Hungarian team. So Getting quite a lot of the Hungarian drivers out there on the course at the moment. János Pap will be next in, followed by our sole representative in the foreign hands for the Italians, Lucas Casutana, and he's being trained by Bram Chardon. There we go. With the greys, so many of our Hungarian drivers do make the most of having access to wonderful Lipizzaners, and that tends to be what a lot of them end up driving, and there we go, isn't that friendly? Very relaxed if you're here not competing or working. Couldn't actually be a more pleasant place to be. Outside, lots of fresh air, plenty to do and watch. And quite interesting with our early four-in-hand drivers, there really have been a few flying balls pinging off their sockets. But so far having quite a good marathon. Had a couple of balls in number 4, was third fastest in the first of the obstacles, but doing pretty well, fastest otherwise. If you were to discount the penalties he gathered in number 4, but that just knocks him out of that contention. That's Hans Huys at the moment, but Axel Olin fastest on paper in 2, 3, 5, 6 and 7. 7, his time was 77.41. And in the final obstacle, just might notice how it feels a little bit tighter at the top end of that obstacle now. The teams are in there, good horses. They're being very responsive, and that is why he has had a good marathon. Oh, there we go. And job done for the first of the 2 Swede drivers going out there. Although the Poles, Weislow's time was faster, he had 2 to add, but that puts Axel quite far in front. That's a total of 134.31. That was 62.98 through the final one for him. Sven Vacci now in the water. This is number 5, live pictures now. Oh, they are very handsome, those leaders, aren't they? Just a little bit of commentator bias towards lovely greys. There's something resplendent about them. Oh, aren't they handsome? And add in a Roman nose as well, and they look super. Beautiful horses. There we go, 57.54. And János Pap with his wonderful Nonus horses, all these mares, aren't they great? If you were listening in yesterday, I did talk quite a lot about the history of this ancient breed and the national stud where they are bred, a bit like the Kladrubas and some of our Lipizzana studs across that sort of central band of Europe, considered to be UNESCO heritage sites, which is just wonderful, acknowledging the importance of the contribution that these horses made, not just as driving animals, but we do say the draft horse built civilization, but in terms of breeding and the history of the horse, certainly in Europe, is very much the history of Europe in terms of the Habsburg empires and geopolitics and all sorts of things. And we might use them as sort of leisure and sporting animals now, but my goodness, they've been utility animals in the past. War, ceremonial, church, all sorts of things. We really wouldn't be where we are today without the horse. So live in at the moment, we've got Peter in number 2, Simon in number 3, and János Pap with his mares, 63.84. Simon Sandor top here, And another team. He's got a flea-bitten one in there of the greys. And even very patriotic wheels on his carriage. A lot of these carriages are either built here in the Netherlands, or that one looks like it's probably going to be German or Hungarian, or in Poland. There's a great tradition for building carriages across those nations, and indeed in Poland it's been incredible how much it has transformed one particular area of driving, when I term a coach and four, so building reproduction coaches that are incredibly rare. You would also drive them with a team of 4 horses, not through narrow gaps like this and in sporting terms, but a tremendous history of transport and communication with driving 4 horses with a coach, and the fact that these very clever Polish builders have been able to reproduce them has really transformed their availability, and the fact a lot of restoration of the antique carriages, rebuilding and replicas. The craftsmanship is by no means any less than it was when they were being built 100 and 150 years ago. But what this tremendous round about the Poznan areas, where a lot of them are based, where there have been many championships before, and some very clever people have really transformed the availability of things like horse-drawn hearses that were used for commercial funerals, and now you can buy a modern one, so much less wear and tear than you might have on a very rare antique carriage. Now, just had a slight disagreement, Hans, with the leaders, but that's all right, quickly rectified. There is a hurdle there, you don't want to encounter that, and round he comes. So this is Hans Huys in number 7. We've got the penultimate obstacle, these last two sort of with all the wooden elements in there. Pretty solid, and just a puff out of the cheeks there. In the meantime, Marcus is in. Marcus is in the water. I've just been brought the most delicious lunch, but it's not terribly easy to eat and talk, so I shall prioritise talking. But it's very nice, being looked after well in my commentary box by the team. That was actually the boss there. Oh, the flag's gone down. Dear, oh dear, we can't have that. But a good water for Marcus Stockmeister, who's had some pretty good times. He's been fastest in number 1. He remains second in number 2, not so fast in number 3, 6th. Number 4 he was second, and that was 59 seconds with the water. Just show, oh yeah, that's what happened. That's why. Yep, that's why the flag's down. So yep, he doesn't have his wellies on. Oh dear. This is a job where you really do need a pair of Wellington boots. Doesn't look delighted to be doing that. I wonder if that will happen again, but that's why it's quite important to have these knockdown elements. And now we have a driver who just is a living, breathing exponent of style and elegance. Of course, it's the Italian Luca Casatana, and it was a real privilege to have Bram Chardon, who's been training him ahead of these championships, in the commentary box yesterday afternoon, talking through Luca's test, just saying how well he's done, as he's gone from a single driver pretty quickly to driving 4 in hand, and there aren't too many people doing it in Italy. Now the great Carlos stopped, and Bram said the horses cope really well. They found the atmosphere really quite electric, but Luca did well to keep them contained. So out on course now, he was 22nd in the dressage on a score of 60.37. All the tails tied up there, and again, patriotic colours. And very striking horses. They're extremely good-looking horses, pace very well. And Bram said Luca does really well to have come on as well as he has done. Peter just in number 3 there. It requires a lot of accuracy to get those lines right. One of our younger drivers here this weekend, so one to watch for the future. can just see what everyone here is seeing in terms of the screens just being shown the live coverage, which is brilliant. And the arm goes up from the timekeeper and down as they pass through those jump wings. And oh gosh, what a brief glimpse of 4 teams all at once. And finishing off his marathon as an individual for the Netherlands, Hans Huys, as Luca trots by, and that looks like Marcus. Wow, what a sight. If you're a fan of horse sport and indeed driving, then to see them all out together in close proximity is just brilliant. Oh, now, do you rein back or do you just turn? Well, that's a good turn. But you can do that with a team because you do have these points of articulation. It takes a bit of skill and extremely cooperative horses, which they are. But you can turn your leaders round on yourself. Oops. Oh, and he's off. Yep. That was just a bump. That might be some skin knees. That was just a bump off that last post and just pinged off the back stepper. It can happen. There will be a few penalties for that. Just the groom dismounting was 5 penalties. Now, dismounting is quite a generous way of saying that. I think that was a definite ejection, I think, probably. But he recovered very well, hung on to the carriage. That's one of the very first things you say to your back stepper. So that's probably, we will confirm in due course, going to be an addition of some penalties for that. 2 have come onto my screen at the moment, but I think there'll be some more groom dismounting first or second time when the clock doesn't stop. Is 5 penalties, but if your driver dismounts, well, that's 20. In the meantime, for Germany, Marcus Stockmeister had an impressive run through the first obstacle. Nobody since has beaten him. He's on 63.58, and the clock is ticking for him. Istvan has just gone into number 7, 66.16 for Marcus. Might be a team member for Germany for the future, and he is in second place. Look at these lovely greys popping past the camera. Yeah, they've got their feet wet before they're quite happy to bob into the water. And yes, that E element and the flag, they have been replaced. But nobody's the worse off for it. A few bumps you get along the way in this job. And just look how well those wheelers are following on. You tend to drive your leaders through the direction, but you must never forget where your wheelers are placed, because that's where your carriage is being placed. So just elegantly through E and turning back to the left, looping round and up. Yeah, just a little bit of spin on the carriage there, but everybody stayed on board. A little bit soggy, but that's absolutely what happens. We have here this weekend a gentleman called Hugh Scott Barrett, who, for those of you that follow the exploits of the current world champion Boyd Excel, who is currently training the German team, and Hugh has been his long-term supporter and backstepper, and certainly very much seen on the World Cup circuit, and generously sponsored the dressage this weekend. And there's some great pictures of Hugh when he came off the marathon at Pretoni in September last year, where we had that very black volcanic dust. It soon turned to black volcanic mud on the Sunday afternoon, but Hugh was absolutely head to toe, just transformed. This dark dust clinging to him. Right, Luca. That's all right. He's probably just come on. Was he going to go? That's it. Well done. And going through. We'll gain a bit of time for that. Don't know if he had a knock on that one, but that's Luca Casatana through in 73.8. 1:04.11, and the crowds are starting to get a little bit deeper as the horse fours come through. Janos Pap with his Nonus mares. He also works at the stud, and if you were watching his dressage yesterday, you will have seen that he had his grooms in these sort of beautiful traditional dresses. It does look good because some of the best marks that were given out, now that is quite a turn, and that's one of the balls that has been going at the top of that number 3. So it requires some pretty sharp rein handling. But the drivers were able to add quite a lot to in terms of their actual percentage or the balance of scores with these great collectives at the end for accuracy of the athletes and how they'd driven their horses. You can see a little bit of braking there. Just look how those back wheels lock out. So those are the foot pedals that Janos is using, and also sometimes you have this slight turntable brake on the back that the grooms will use too, and they can turn that, and that just can stop the back end whipping round. But not only is he driving his horses and holding his whip, but he's operating the foot pedals as well, so definitely multitasking.
One of the judges are asked to come to fence number 7, still number 7, asking for one of the international judges. Thank you very much.
So Marcus Stockmeister has just gone through number 7, or rather he's just waiting to go through. There's just been a call. There he is. He's just circling, about to go through. The clock looked like it was about to go live, and there was a call from this end that they wanted one of the judges to go down. So just obviously a slight issue there. There had been a good time put through by Isvan Batsi beforehand, who is now currently in the final obstacle. Marcus just getting a little bit caught there. That's where the lines you might want to take, you just have to make sure that those wheelers don't fall in those gaps between 3.5 to 4 meters when you're building these obstacles for the horse fours. And the knockdown balls there.
Ze hebben al een voetje aan de grond van een van de grondslagersleus. En er komen nog weer 7 startpunten bij. 154-66 is de stand in de marathon. Eindscore voor Hans 2:39-93. Een hele goede bericht over Isvan Batsi, want die had de toptijd in de laatste 6.
Yes, that looks like a good turn. That was smooth, yeah. Well done, held his line. Just coming back through. Marcus Stockmeister driving as an individual, and well, good horses. They just danced off those posts there. 76.57, that's second fastest so far. And another Hungarian. We've had quite a showing from Hungarian drivers, and another beautiful, great team. Ferenc Galbach Jr. first to go through, and he's even got some Hungarian flag go faster stripes on his hats, as do his backsteppers. 34th after the dressage at 65.23, and good horses there. Look at that little offside leader just leaning in there. That's a good horse. I say little, it's all relative. He just looked a bit littler, smaller than his mate. Got 4 in the obstacles at the moment. I've got 4 clocks going on my screen. And 3 of them are Hungarians. We've got Peter in number 5 in the water. Luca Casatana for Italy in number 3. And out on the course as starting one of the Neveshils from Czech Republic. That's Yuri, that's Dad. He's currently in number 2. So back on to Luca Casatana. No, that's not Janos Pap. I promise you that's Luca. There we go. The team here have got a huge job to do. I would say they are brilliant. We've got cameras all over the place, and if you could see the cables and all the boxes of sound desks and all sorts of things, graphics. We've got a very, very good team here. Our producer, Nikki, also works covering darts and football, so a very, very good sporting team from Clip My Horse. Delighted to be working with them and for their support of this European Four-in-Hand Driving Championship and the World Championship for para-driving for singles. Really, really privileged to have such a very, very talented team providing the coverage for you at home. And Luca trots out. That was number 3, 78.26. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but it was just a nudge, wasn't it? Must have been the wind. Oh, yeah, he's going to have really soggy clogs, isn't he? Whoops. You would have thought somebody would have gone to give him a hand. It looks like, yes, thank you. He's saying, can you just, or there's probably somebody on the side there saying, I'm not getting my feet wet. You go and get your feet wet, and I'll tell you where to put it. Now, that's just what goes on in the background. This is brilliant. Yeah, it all looks so smooth and professional. Now, we've had to pull out the flower pots. A few running repairs here on obstacle number 5. Yeah, there's quite a lot of kit and machinery involved in this, and a few flowers in the water. But E element, the left element of E, is looking nearly resplendent again. Marcus Stockmeister's just gone through the last obstacle in a cracking time of 59.99, so that is the fastest so far. Still leading by some way after the marathon was the second driver out for Sweden, Axel Olin, at 134.31, and his total after dressage 198.01. So he, by some distance, is in front. Istvan Vaci, he's finished his marathon. He's sitting in second at the moment with a total of 204.3, but that will change. And sit back and watch this brilliant gentleman. This is Glenn Geertz. It has been whispered that even Bram Chardon said that he felt Glenn was going to be one of the athletes to watch in the marathon. He's been medalled on many, many occasions, indoors and outdoors, for the home nation Belgium. Just Mark Ventien there, who is Belgian coach and team vet following. As I say, all these national squads have their own team with them, and Glenn, all being well, will have a great marathon. Mr. and Mrs. Geertz, if you are watching from home, we hope you are well. And you can see the lines in the sand there from the aerial shots. Glenn's parents were involved in what can only be described as the most horrific accident in the horse box in the last couple of weeks, and his mum may well be watching from hospital. We hope you're well, and his dad's much better, but it was just a freak accident with blown tyre on a horse box, and they were rescued on the way to pick up some more horses from Hungary. So Glenn has arrived here at these championships with an awful lot on his mind, but he hasn't allowed his focus to shift after an absolutely brilliant first obstacle, as we would hope and expect from Glenn, but he bears a huge amount of pressure on his shoulders, worried understandably about his parents, and we wish you well, the very, very best if you're watching from home. And 58.58 from Glenn Geertz on the marathon, one of the ones that we always watch in terms of marathons, and is a very good cones driver as well. His dressage, he was really a bit upset with himself yesterday, and we just had to keep saying to him, Glenn, you're here, and that's what matters. He's also a father to some lovely young daughters as well, and as soon as we asked him how they were, his face lit up, which was great to see. But in the meantime, popping out of obstacle number 2 in a pretty decent time of 65.48 for Hungary, Ferenc Galbach Jr. And with some pretty natty headwear. Currently in Yuri Nevashil, he's just come out of number 3, 98.15, that's 9th. Luca Castana out of number 4 in 85.67, that's in 7th place. The clock's just about to start for Janos Pap in number 6. Yeah, just obviously a bit of a fix there. Here we go. That's absolutely fine for them to get down and have a quick harness adjustment in between, as long as they stay on board once you're in the obstacle. So Hans Huys, just slight dismount from his back stepper. Yeah, that was for him just confirmation there. There was obviously a ball knocked off plus the 5 penalty, so he had 7 to add. But not a bad marathon for him. And Team Maricourt, so that's some French children there running around. Absolutely oblivious to all the other amazing things going on around them. Isn't that gorgeous? So great showing from Glenn Geertz for Belgium in number 1. That was a lovely time and brilliant to see that with everything he's been dealing with in the last few weeks. Not only has he had the worry of his parents being really quite badly injured, but all his equipment in preparation for these championships, things like the hats, the gloves, the body protectors, all the things that you set yourself up with at the beginning of each season. And bearing in mind we're coming towards the end of the outdoor season, he's was lost in this sort of lorry fire. Simon Sandor top, we're just watching now as another 2 teams go past, just making way for each other, and he's finishing off his marathon as an individual for Hungary. Clock ticking for him. Yeah, bump out, but looks all right. Something's fallen off there, but I don't think it's vital. That was 4th fastest so far, 66.94. Just ahead of him, Marcus Stockmeister had a very good time through there, 59.99. That was the fastest. Although, yeah, Istvan had done pretty well through there, but he had some penalties to add, so perhaps a groom down as well. There was another 7. In the meantime, here is for Italy, Lucas Casatana. He's in the water. And this is a good obstacle for these big, long-legged horses. There's they can get on a nice flowing route. There we go. Just you can see there. It's a really open obstacle. Great one for the crowd to watch. And that looks to be a very good time. Just get confirmation of that in number 5, 65.25. Yeah, pretty. I mean, it's on the money. It's 9th, but it's not too far out from where everyone else has been. In the meantime, in number 6, Janos Pap with his non-use mares. This really important Hungarian breed that actually, if you want to Google, or there are other search engines, I should say, but just have a look up Nonius is how it's spelt, and read about the history of this breed. Their original sire was actually stolen from the French, thought to be a thoroughbred and or a Norfolk trotter, nobody's quite sure. And evidently he wasn't terribly handsome, had some Normandy blood in as well, so Anglo-French, but evidently through some pretty handsome progeny. Now, Glenn, how's it going in number 2? Glenn would really, really love to, for many, many reasons, have a great marathon here in Exloo. He is a serious contender in the marathon. Just look at that, every fibre of his being committed to this. And that's a good line round that box. Clock ticking for Glenn Geertz in number 2. And it's great for those drivers like Glenn, Brown, Dries, Ijsbrand, even Boyd. You know, those drivers that are consistently in the top 10 and are able to. There we go, 58.27, 57 rather. they are able to hone their skills and their rein handling, all sorts of things. There we go, there's the team vet just behind. He's part of the support team on this indoor circuit, and it does make quite a big difference when it comes to where they are in terms of the rest of the drivers for skill and rein handling through the obstacles. There's Jeroen Hooterman just sitting on his machine there. That's our course designer. He's a Geronimo, he's sometimes called. Ferenc Junior Galbax Jr. out of there. That was number 3, 73.46, fourth fastest. But 2 cracking times so far for Glenn Geertz. Of all the drivers who've come so far, one of the very best in terms of marathons. And that's what happens in between. Really enjoying these camera shots of some of these background scenes. It's a bit like a sort of scene change in a theatre, isn't it? Just because if you saw from the aerial views, we had some great shots of the lines in the sand, but equally you don't want the carriage. It's a bit like driving a lorry on the roads or something. If you're in the slow lane, your wheels can get stuck in the grooves that the heavy goods vehicles make, and a similar thing can happen, particularly when these carriages, the correct weight for them is 600 kilos, and it's quite important. And again, it's been lots and lots of debate around the weight of the carriage for these marathons. It's been proposed that it goes down to 500, but a lot of people want to keep it at 600 because you've just got a bit more ballast and weight to it. Some people feel it's a safety issue keeping the carriage a little bit heavier, keeps it from tipping over or flipping over, because that can happen very, very quickly. With modern design, we see far fewer tip-ups than we used to. Goodness, back in the day, it used to happen very regularly, particularly when the older wooden vehicles were being driven and the wheels and shafts would snap. But in the meantime, finishing off his marathon, young Peter Ewers from Hungary, and what a great experience for him. Undoubtedly will be a team member of the future, but here as an individual for this strong Hungarian squad at the moment. So he is live in number 8, and Yuri Nevesil live in number 5 in the water. Won't be long before Glenn comes into number 3. Harry Struyker is out on the course now, individual athlete for the Netherlands. He's just gone through number 1 in 62.39, but for Peter, he finishes 68.79. Here we're showing Yuri Nevesil from Czech Republic. He is here with his sons, and they comprise the Czech team. And he's out, just having a quick glance at the clock, in 69.20. In the meantime, over halfway through his obstacles, and this is what most carriage drivers really live for. It's the marathon, of course. The dressage is done, and it's totally acknowledged that the better trained your athletic horses are, the chances are you will turn in a better marathon. But this is what everyone really lives for, is the cut and thrust of going through the obstacles. Luca Casatana, very new to the horse force scene. He's been driving a single horse, being trained by the great Bram Chardon. So not only is Bram here with all the weight expectation of the Dutch on his shoulders, everyone dearly wants and expects him to take more golds back. 65.75 for Luca, but he's been training Tracy Bowman, who is currently in first place, and Mark Westhoff now, and as we've seen already, he's got a really big support team. They've even got their own t-shirts. So Mark Westhoff launching his marathon. They're just all looking up to the side there to see what the times are. And here's Glenn in number 3. He's had 2 really, really good openers, and let's see if undoubtedly we would all wish Glenn as much as anybody to keep up the momentum. Luca going around, just having a quick glance over, but you can't lose concentration. Those routes are going through your mind. You can have your backsteppers telling you what to do, but you are the guy or the girl doing the rein handling. You need to be absolutely certain where you're going. But these horses of Glen's, this is what they do so well. That's it, pinging out. Well done, Glen. 61.51 by some margin. Still the fastest in 1, 2, 3. 61.51. Everybody willing Glen well on this marathon, and by turn wishing his parents, his mum in particular, a very speedy recovery. Everybody seems to be really enjoying themselves. Isn't that lovely? The Dutch crowd out supporting their drivers. It's such a popular sport in this part of the world. And unsurprisingly, they have some of the very best drivers. And some of the very best horses too, which are so well suited to being driven this in horse sport, but they're also very competitive in jumping as well, dressage and eventing across the disciplines. A lovely green bucolic scene. Here in northeast Holland, we're in Exloo in the province of Drenthe. And our little commentary box, the silver box with the red stripe, that's where we're broadcasting from, but we have cameras all over the course and even some flying up in the air at the moment. All our lovely horses stabled inside those indoor arenas. Somebody just popping in, and I'm behind that very narrow door there underneath the rearing horse. Broadcasting to you now. We have our live commentary commentator, he's Bert's upstairs, and we also have the Dutch commentary, he's sitting on a desk behind me. Just to give you a feel of the machinery behind the scenes here in Exloo. So, Janos Pap, currently my clock has turned green, he's in number 8. Jiri Neveshil, he is in number 6. And the star next to his name denotes that he is a member of his national team. Some of the coaches or chef d'équipes, however, each nation or national federation structures how they handle these events and their teams and their athletes announced in advance, mainly the Dutch Adarts, who's been their long-term coach. He's in charge of both the para and the four in hands here this weekend, and whereas some of the other teams, the Germans and people like that, didn't confirm who was on the national team until after the horse inspection, which is in terms of the ruling when they are expected to. Other nations such as Czech and France and Belgium, who have 3, we pretty much knew who their team members were going to be, and Austria and Sweden have 2 team members, but that's fine. When you have 2, you don't have the luxury of being able to drop one of the scores, because in terms of the team scoring, you will take the 2 best scores. You can dodge around between the athletes, you can have 2 scores from one athlete or none at all, but you will always try and choose your 2 best scores. And again, for the home crowd, Anthony Terhamsel also drives pairs very well. His father was a four-in-hand driver too, and he's certainly another gentleman who will put in some good times. He means business, as we can see. Look how quick his hands are moving on those reins. Again, some more Dutch warm bloods he's driving. These wonderfully long-legged athletic horses that are perfectly suited for modern horse sport. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 live obstacles at the moment, but focusing for the home crowd on Anthony in number 1. And is this going to challenge Glenn Geertz, who is currently in number 4? The clock is ticking for him. Harry Struyker is in number 3. Mark Westhoff is in number 2. And 63.64. So that leaves Glenn quite comfortably in front on that one. Here he is, the man himself for Belgium. And down the hill. On number 3, you're just using one side of the hill, but for this number 4, just absolutely next door to it, there's only some hurdling replacing them. and he's, oh goodness, every fibre of his body getting those horses through, shaving off those seconds. 62.19 so far. And there's Jerome, and there's a certain Mr. Excel. He'll be looking now. That's really interesting. This is Boyd being really strategic, because he, of all people, will be watching to see what is happening. There's Luca, slight, might be a bit of an equipment change for his horses, just coming out of number 7, perhaps just something pinged. We didn't see what happened there, but that's really interesting to see. So Mr. Excel, who is team coach at this European Championship for the Germans, making sure he's having a look to see what Glenn Geertz is doing. Oh, fascinating stuff.
Jan Stap had een tweede tijd op de laatste hindernis, 60-42.
Machiavellian, I think, is a good word for it. How things work. That was based on the machinations of the Florentine court back in the day, but I think we can say a lot of what goes on behind the scenes here. Machiavellian. Machiavelli was the author. But on my screen, Glenn Geertz has got all his 4 times so far highlighted in yellow. It may not end the day like that. Who is likely? We've got Marijke coming quite soon, Joseph Dobrovits, and then we get on to Bram Chardon, followed by Daniel Proust, Benjamin Ayoud, Jerome Vitaz, IJsbrand. We've got some pretty big names to come, so they will be keeping a really close eye. Those that aren't already out on the course, but even if they are, their team will be feeding back to them those times that Glenn has put down. They're not going to be changing their routes at this stage unless they've already given themselves a few options. Yeah, bounce, 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 just getting that. Gosh, he's working hard, isn't he? Bounce, bounce, bounce. What he's trying to do is just keep the back end of the carriage off those poles. Now, that was an unequivocal entry to the water from Glenn. Some drivers like to sit up, you know, and they keep their bodies open, and others tip forward. It's just absolutely, by the time you're getting through these marathon obstacles with over 2 tons of horse in front of you, whatever your position is on the seat, as long as you stay there, don't fall off, that's 20 penalties. And keep those reins in your hands. Some might wear gloves, most tend not to for the marathon, but Glenn's one of our drivers that really leans forward, encouraging his horses through, round, 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 hugging that F-post. Yeah, and he's taken a wider sweep through, but looking up, gosh, that's his match face on there. And, of course, it's got a yellow box round at 53.93. Very good time for Glenn. Country mile ahead of everybody else at the moment, but that will change. Maxime Marico for France. He's the first of the 3 French drivers to come through. He's opening his obstacle gambit here in Exloo. We also have Anthony Terhamsel, who will be approaching number 2. Mark Westhoff is a number 3. Harry Stryker's about to go into number 4. Ferenc is in number 6, and going down my line of vision, that's Luca, who will be in number 8. So there's plenty of action there. Gosh. So that's just an aerial view of Anthony going into number 2. Absolutely perfect layout here for the spectators, just being able to watch as many obstacles as possible from these vantage points. Yeah, good horses. Dance, dance, dance round. They've done this before. Very keen. Willing, just waiting for the feel on the rein, left or right, and 65.41. That still makes Glenn's time of 58.58 look very impressive. And we switch to a view of Anthony, and from the tone of our commentator upstairs, I think there's a bit of Dutch bias towards that from Bert. whipping up the crowd. Lots of hey, hey, heys from the Dutch. They are always vocal. 62.11. Glenn was through there in 58.57. I will make a note on my bit of paper of what Glenn's times were, because there'll come a point when he disappears off the screen, and it'll be quite handy, where possible, just to keep the comparisons open when some of our... oh dear. Now, this running repairs, who was in there last? Who did this? Probably might have been Mark Westhoff.
Dat staat er op de shirtjes, dames en heren. Dus diegenen die nog zitten en nog kunnen staan, dan moet je gaan staan nu.
Glenn has dropped his fastest time through number 4. That was, yeah, Harry Struyker as an individual for the Netherlands has just put through a blinding time, if that's correct, 48.77. Just wait for verification on that score if that's actually the case, because that does seem to be quite a remarkable time, but Glenn otherwise very fast. And rounding off his marathon, Jiří Neveštýl for the Czech Republic, and no doubt he will be keenly watching his two sons later on when they come through. Jiří Jr. and Bradek. So he's the only one live in. Oops, Daisy. That's why these marathon vehicles are pretty solid, and that's why you need pretty fit backsteppers who've got good shock-absorbing knees. Now, just having a little debate as to which way we're going. That's okay. As long as you get it right. Probably more sensible to stop and just consider where you're going than go wrong and have to write it, because that'll mean 5 penalties. But just taking it gently as he finishes off his marathon and trotting out. And there we go. Gear change to go through for Jiří Neveštýl for the Czech Republic, and that was 90.31. On to Glenn here in number 6. This big open obstacle that actually in many ways is quite like the sort of layout and build that we would see with those sort of quite temporary obstacles that have come up for the World Cup, where we have to build these courses quite quickly around show jumping, whatever else is going on at the time. And Glenn's horse is still with plenty of running, 59.77. 59.77, yes, that's just... Yeah, Harry Struyker seems to have an eliminate, and yeah, that wasn't it. That was clearly a bit of an anomaly on my screen. That goes back to number 4. Glenn's back in front there. Harry Struyker was eliminated, so that could be something had happened, and that was where the clock had stopped on him. Now for Hungary, one of the mainstays and a European medalist on many occasions, Josef Dobrovic Sr. His son sadly isn't here as part of the squad. He is focusing on his horse pairs championship in a month's time in France. But Josef Dobrovic, who only has vision in one eye, so he's over the years done incredibly well for the Hungarian team. The family are based not far from Budapest airport and have a huge number of horses, and have also supplied many horses to, over the years, to all sorts of carriage drivers. So number 1, as we would expect, he's pretty hot in this phase, 61.63. That puts him into 3rd. So far, Mark Westhoff is 2nd, but Glenn remains in front, 58.58, the only one in this class to go sub 60. Maxime now in number 2. clock ticking. But Glenn, so far in number 6, he's just clocked up. Yeah, just confirmation, 59.77. 2 more to go for him. Yeah. First of the French team to come through. They do have 3 members, so they are able to drop a score if necessary. It's a nice position to be in. Maxime Maricourt through number 2 in 79.29. So Glenn Geerts for Belgium by some margin is in front, but there will be a delay for those drivers. They will have to be held. That's what happens, and there's quite critical timing from the stewards on the course, that when they're starting to hold the drivers, they need to make sure that everybody across the board knows how long the drivers held, be it 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Oh gosh, that's Jerome down on his knees digging a hole. He is very, very involved. He and his family do run a plant nursery. Oh gosh, we had another one pop down. Oh, I wonder if the gentleman in his clogs is going to be back again. That's him rebuilding F. Oh dear. It does not look like he's having his best day at work. Oh dear, I mustn't laugh. Oh, he's getting soggy. He's got very wet feet. This is where you need a big lump of blue tack, is to hold it in place. Oh gosh, splish splash. Once you get soggy feet, it takes a very, very long time for them to dry out. But we're just probably going to have a little bit of a hold whilst they rebuild that obstacle. I think it's number 4. But in the meantime, Ferenc is out on the course, rounding off his marathon. Ferenc Galbach Junior, and he's had a pretty easy marathon. His not the fastest through number 1. He's 13th at the moment, but picked up a bit of obviously a few, looks like 2 balls down in number 4. Looking at the red markers on my screen, probably 3, 4 and 8 have been the bogey ones of terms of knocking the balls off, and don't forget that adds the equivalent of 8 seconds to the time. I think each second in terms of scoring is 0.25. Don't forget that the penalties are not just added from going through these 8 obstacles. They can, if there is a problem elsewhere on the course or something else happens, there are other points at which penalties can be added, but it tends to be, certainly at this level, with some very, very experienced athletes, some of whom are professional, some of whom they do this as a hobby. There's Harry Struyker in number 6. At the moment on my screen, it looks like he's on an eliminated score, but obviously all of that will be verified in time. Yeah.
Prachtig parcours ontworpen door Jeroen Hamzerman, Nederland, bijgestaan door Jozef Harstenkamp, Duitsland, Nederland.
And Joseph Dobrowitz. Let's see what he can do in number 2. He will be hoping, whether it's been fed back to him, that there is this delay, slight delay further on in the course. It's not ideal. In fact, it's far from ideal being held. Nobody can do anything about it, and certainly Jerome and his team on the ground here in Exloo will do their best to rebuild any elements as quickly as possible. It's one of the really vital parts of running a marathon, that anything that's damaged is replaced very quickly, but you do lose just a little bit of rhythm and momentum. And once the adrenaline's flowing with these horses, just like we do as human beings, you know, they're fit, the muscles are warm. they're not going to cool down too much on a day like today. It's not too hot or too cold, it's absolutely spot on, but just like us, you know, you don't want the horses to cool down too much and tighten up. It's all part of just keeping them absolutely match fit. Good lines here from Joseph Dobrovic, as we would expect. He's done this on many, many occasions before. One of our most experienced athletes, probably alongside Eisbrand, has done just about more marathons than anybody here. Let's see what his time is. Yeah, very good. 58.67. Oh, Glenn was just 0.1 of a second. Glenn went through there in 58.57, and Joseph showed all his experience to go through there in 58.67. So a good marathon for this Hungarian legend so far, but there's still a long way to go. Maxime for France is now in number 3. And quite interesting having the images duplicated up above there. And seeing the Clip My Horse team. And they're a busy bunch. They've been off doing auctions and all sorts of other events. Quite an enterprise they run. And sweeping out there. Oh, a convergence of teams, I think you could say. What a picture. Oops. Off he goes, shoots off that way and turns into. Come on, Glenn. This is brilliant. Just with Joseph going through probably the 2 biggest rivals on the course at the moment. But look at those times. 1-1-1-1, 1-1. All the way through. 21st after the dressage, really quite angsty last night with himself after that. But let's hope, Glenn, you are very, very pleased with your marathon. I know we've got some big names to follow, but you have held your head and your heart. As you go through number 8. We also have Harry Stoiker, who looks to be in number 7, but the focus is on the Belgian Glenn Gitz. He's done all he can. Well done, well done, well done. Oh, brilliant. Now, Glenn, come on, give us a smile. You've done it, you've done it. You've had a fantastic marathon. 54.98. Absolutely fantastic. Yes. Acknowledges his brilliant horses. He loves his warm blood horses, and is the first to say that they are the athletes. They are the ones that should take the credit. And for those of you watching, if you knew what this lovely man has been through recently, to pull that off is an extraordinary feat, because when things happen to your family, your children, your parents, your brothers or your sisters, it absolutely consumes you. But for Glenn to come out and drive like that today was remarkable. Harry Stoiker there, just finishing off his marathon. He was one of the first to go for our dressage. As always, when you get to this point in the competition, feels like a lifetime ago. 3 very different phases. We think of our horse athletes in this combined driving trials, whatever you want to call it. It used to be called combined driving, as heptathletes, pentathletes, triathletes. They have to be very good at all sorts of different things. And finding the perfect driving horse for sport is an art form indeed, but lots of careful line breeding over the years, and this is why the types and breeds that we see nowadays, like the Dutch warm bloods, oh, there's an awful lot going on here. Yeah, we've just got this hiatus. There's Philip. He's one of our characters. He's the technical delegate, and there's the judge, Philip Bateman, in the background with his cap on, and that's Joaquin Medina. Really good shot of him. You'll see he's wearing his Sunshine Tour top, and he was one of our judges all through the dressage. And this time, I think today he said he was going to be roughly on the air or in the area of obstacle number 6. See the crowd, they're all having a little wave at themselves. They're having a nice day. It's pretty tense for the team down on number 4 trying to rebuild the obstacles. So we're just going to have a bit of... So Mark has been held, Anthony, Maxime, Joseph is in number 3 currently. Joseph Dobrovitz, and there we go. Let's get the cameras onto him. Now this has been quite a challenging obstacle, but we've got the teams just having to be held there at the moment. We have to get... Joseph will be delayed because we've got 3 ahead of him that we've got to get through number 4 just whilst it's rebuilt. But Glenn's scores for Belgium very much putting him in front. At the moment, his total for the marathon is 119.64. His total, including his dressage, is 179.67. Probably with the dressage at the moment, we wouldn't expect him to contend for an individual medal, but let's just see what comes next. We could be proven wrong. Ahead of us, we've got Marijke Harm, Anthony Ord, Bram, Chardon, Daniel Proust, Benjamin Ayod, Jerome Vutaz, and some of the big names coming: Isbrand, Chardon, Georg von Steen. There we go. Happy days for everybody. Back to just slight slow-mo on Glenn going through. Look how willing those horses are, just bending into each other, and job done. How much does that mean today? Everything. Yeah, Glenn, we salute your horses too. Now, where are they all being held? Are we able to keep going? It's all right for those athletes that have gone beyond number 4, and one is Harry Struyker, who may well have been the gentleman, not quite sure who amended that obstacle. He's finishing off his marathon. Just in number 8, which is on quite a slope, and there's not a lot of room between those top elements and the hedge.
Terwijl we even naast mij is gaan zitten Mark Terkers, de chef d'équipe van België. Reuze trots
and out he goes. Oh, and off he goes. Oh dear, let's hope. Are you going to stop, Harry? Let's just hope the groom is all right. That was a proper ejection, wasn't it? There's Mr. Excel on his phone, no doubt feeding back something. Maybe to Marijke will certainly be out on the course at the moment. Need to make sure that the bottom step is all right there. We do, at any horse event, even at any level, have to have plenty of medical attention, not just for the horses, but for the humans as well. Let's just, oh. Let's just check it. They're all right. Goodness. Well, there's lots going on, and then there's not stuff going on. So whether they are going to just hold the start of the obstacles for the next lot of... yeah, he's up. Oh, and he's smiling. Oh, he's going to need a wet wipe on that. He's got his shades, but he's all right. Yeah, that was quite an exit. Looked like he was being shot out the front of a cannon. That's why body protectors are worn. I'm not sure if he had a limp beforehand or he's just gained one. But anyway, he's smiling. I think a hot bath with some Epsom salts tonight, and possibly a stiff either gin, brandy or whiskey, whatever is your tipple. No hard feelings at the moment. Everybody's smiling. Maybe a few quiet words in the stabling area. There will be a few penalties added on for that. Yes, we've got +7, so one would imagine that the loss of the groom and a ball. But look at that. Glenn has put himself way in front in terms of the marathon, 119.64. Axel, who was second to go today, put in a great performance, 134.31 with those lovely greys. Janos Pak with his Nonius mares, good marathon for him, 140.37. But just a little bit of a pause in proceedings. We have our athletes being held on the course. Yuri Nevashil Jr., his dad's just finished. Yeah, there's Jerome Boutaz. There's quite a lot of rebuilding going on. And you see, they've got to do it exactly as it was before. Now, let's hope they've got their chainsaw started. There was a little bit of a malfunction in the chainsaw this morning. Yeah, that's working now. It looks like hot knife through a butter. There we go. Yeah, don't get any hands in the way, whatever you do. Yeah, big team there rebuilding that obstacle. So relief for our para drivers that have all got round safely. We had some lovely driving from them this morning. Tracy Bowman with Lars still in first position for the Grade 1 class, and Alexandra Roda for Germany in the Grade 2 class. So all the ladies maintaining their top spots, and the dogs are having a great day out. I hope everyone's got a little bit of their factor 50 on, because the sun is getting stronger. That said, the temperatures, the kids have got their sunglasses. Are they sharing a phone? Oh my goodness, don't get them started on the phones. Once they're on, they're never off. Lots of blue and orange t-shirts, giving them just waiting for this obstacle to be rebuilt. If you have just joined us, welcome to the coverage. We are bringing you live from Northeast Holland. We are at the Hypatia Centrum in Exloo. We're not too far from the German border if you're trying to pinpoint where we are. Let me check what time it is. It is 3:10 local time, but you may be watching going forward in time or going backwards in time, and we very much hope you are enjoying the coverage that we are bringing you live here from the commentary position. That is our tall box on the top side, long corner of the arena, just at the point where the drivers with their wonderful horses drop into the arena. And we've got a great lot of cameras bringing you all sorts of angles. Now we've had a little bit of action in the water. There's our very clever drone camera. Filming the filming, we should say. And you can see the lines in the sand, and there's the British team. Smiles from them. There's Mick Ward with his white t-shirt on. He was third in his marathon. Did really well waving. Hi to you guys too. So Mick did really well. There's all the squad. He had a great marathon, pulled himself up through the rankings. We hopefully will get confirmation of all the final scores, everything I've been reading out to you so far from my screen with hundreds of numbers on it. Just have to make sure you're following the right lines, and lots going on. But this is just a bit frustrating if you're one of those drivers with your horses caught up in being held on course. Obviously you want to just keep a note of the times yourself, but the stewards will also be noting how long everyone's being held, because you have an optimum time that you can run through in this section. And we have a big map here on the desk which shows you that it was 700 meters for section A, just the same route that our para-athletes had to follow. There are various kilometre markers, and where it was about 6.75 kilometres for the para drivers because they had 2 less obstacles, it's 9 kilometres for our four-in-hand drivers. So Mark Westhoff, that might be what the problem was. We've got a little bit. Yeah, so that's the red bit gone. It's one of the letters gone. So malfunction number 1. Somebody's filming it. Good crowds out there, isn't that great, particularly watching the Dutch drivers.
Yeah, no, I am the judge.
Yeah, all through so far.
Yeah, it's your problem and my problem.
Yeah, this seems to be his fan club. We've got these blue T-shirts on. Oh yeah, doubling back. That's what you can do with these four-in-hands because you've got the point of articulation between where you can bend around your horses or turn them quite hard. That looks like Mr. Medina. There we go. And he's out. Now, do we have that obstacle clear? Still a few people in there, but it's looking like, hopefully, it's been rebuilt. There we go. You can just see from the flags fluttering. So the length for section B, which includes the obstacles, bearing in mind that the distances are measured, including the routes through the obstacles, and we have all the kilometre markers on these various loops that everybody takes between them, roughly a kilometre between each of the obstacles. That's what they're aiming for, and then you have your final examination. So 9 kilometres in section B. For the horses, it's a speed of 13 kilometres per hour for the section A. So that's what they're aiming for. So the minimum time is 30.18 and the time allowed 32.18. The maximum time is 38.46, and after that you start incurring all sorts of penalties. That's when you go into the red. So really you want to be aiming between 30.18 and 32.18 if you're coming in. You then have a rest for 10 minutes and the stewards and everybody in the vet on site will have a look and make sure everything's okay, that you're fit to proceed, and everybody having a wave at themselves. Oh, I don't know, she's deep in conversation. I don't know if she's noticed. 4 compulsory turning flags. Yes, there she goes. Have a little wave at everybody. 4 compulsory turning flags on section A before that 10-minute rest, and for section B 2 kilometres longer, and then you have the cool down where you're just quietly walking your horses round. Anthony to Harmsel, and we are back in business. Back in business, everybody. We've had a bit of a hiatus. You can just see from some of the new lines there, or fresh wood should we say, that there's been a slight modification to one of the obstacles. This was number 4, but we are off again. So Mark Westhoff is back on course. He's gone into number 5, which is the water heat. We've just seen him do 85.43. I think it must have been the athlete before him, Harry Stroiker, who probably encountered the obstacle, and we've had Jeroen Houteman and his team on the ground just making sure that was rebuilt properly. And Anthony Terhamsel, we've now got Mr. Medina, our Spanish judge. He was on number 6 for the Paras, now overseeing 3 and 4. And Anthony is out of there. So we're just going to be playing catch up a little bit. Here's Mark coming into in the water. Anthony Terhamsel is out of number 3, 82.10 to 30, and he's just done number 4, getting going again in a very good time of 64.29, so maybe the break was good for him. Mark was fast as, yeah, we're just watching Mark. I'm not going to give the game away till he's out because I have some good news for the fans. Slight slow motion, but there was nothing slow about his time through here. Going round the back there to the D gate, and oh, those horses are really enjoying the job. Maybe they benefit a little bit. Some horses don't switch off. You do have the problem that if you are held on a marathon, they can switch off a bit. Yeah, F's gone a bit wonky, but those F gates have had a bit of a rough time. And out Mark comes, and so far he's just nudged Glenn off his top spot. So that was a new fastest time for Mark Westhoff of 53.64. So out on the course now is Yuri Neversel Jr. He's just gone through number 162.25. Joseph Dobrovits was through there in 61.63. Mark Westhoff was second fastest, 60.68, but Glenn Geertz country mile ahead on 58.58. So Glenn remains the fastest, apart from in number 5, that water where Mark just shaved a little bit off his time, but Glenn has really put down his marker in terms of a very, very emphatic lead so far in the marathon. Maxime Maricoy is another one that's just been held. You see what's happening there. That's a good shot. The steward is noting the route. You have a steward on each obstacle that just draws on a bit of paper for each of the athletes which route they're taking, so that if there's any dispute, there she goes, she's just marking which of the gaps they're going through. Now that is a job that needs an awful lot of concentration because there are lots of different options, and if anybody says that they've taken the wrong route and they haven't corrected it, we had that a little bit with our para drivers, that bit of paper will be something that's quite crucial in terms of the appeals and the analysis. If that indeed follows afterwards, and yeah, tight turns here for Maxime, but the horses are willing, dancing around, very willing leaders. You want a really bold pair of leaders in this job. Those wheelers, you want some power. You don't want to be worrying about them. They've got the job to do of just pulling that carriage through. But those lead horses dancing, working together, pushing each other over if necessary, in the nicest possible way. So Anthony through there in 71.05, sort of 15th. There we go. Oh, that team trainer, he gets everywhere, doesn't he? Oh, look at that concentration. Marijke Harm, she became a mum for the first time earlier in this year, earlier the year in February, and she is, as you can see from the screen, currently in first place. Had the most beautiful drive with these fantastic horses. She just makes it look so easy when she's in the dressage. They are really, really beautifully schooled and trained horses. They were light and elegant. That looks like an overreach boot has gone already. Just pinging off there. And there she is, Marijke. She is a regular also in recent seasons on the World Cup circuit, which means that she is a regular fixture in the top 10. Very patriotic carriage she's got there. And reactions really quick. Look at her. Girl power on the carriage, very happy, well, proud of the fact that she nearly always has an all-female crew when she's out competing like this. And just look at the steward there in the background noting her route. And these are definitely scores that everyone's going to want to sit up and take note of. 62.62. One down for Marijke. Not only is she hoping for an individual medal, but she will be fighting hard all the way in terms of the team competition. Maxime now into number 5. So we're playing catch up a little bit after the break. This is a great flowing obstacle for these horse fours. They can really pick up the momentum and keep it going. Obviously, with the water against it, you've just got a little bit more resistance against the wheels, but they're making it look easy. It's not too deep, and actually, what can make or break the success of a water obstacle is what the surface is like underneath. We can't see what's going on under the water, it just looks a bit brown. But if you've got sand, it would create a lot of extra drag. You don't want too much gravel, you don't want a stony surface, but one would imagine just from looking at what it's like coming out, it's probably quite compacted, which is perfect in terms of keeping everything rolling. Yuri Nevesil Jr., he's gone into number 2, and I bet these are my favourite horses, and just a bit of a crowd scene there. Let's see if we can catch out of the corner of our drone footage what should be a very smart team going through number. Yes, thank you. Commentators' favourites. I make no apologies for the fact that I absolutely love these Kladruber stallions and geldings from the National Stud, not too far from Prague, and they are quite simply the most handsome men in my life at the moment. Oh, they're so majestic. All impartiality, I'm afraid, goes out the window when these chaps come onto the screens. Not the humans, it's all about the horses. Of course, Anthony Terhansel regaining one's composure. Here we are. We're all allowed to have favourites. I'm not judging, just talking you through this. Number 35 there, he is in number 6, so another one of our athletes who was held a bit whilst we reconstructed. The team on the ground busy rebuilding number 4, and our backsteppers, of course, they're allowed to be very, very involved. They could not even move a muscle in the dressage. They had to sit there very quietly. And on the declaration forms, the drivers can have up to 4 grooms in various forms. You nominate which ones of your team you're going to have on for the dressage, marathon and cones. And he's through there with the big arrows, 74.46. Mark Westhoff will be in number 7 at the moment. There he is. He's had a really big following from the crowd. He's even got orange shoelaces. That's dedication. And he's had some good, right, ranging from second fastest through the first one up to fastest in the water. That's a really good set of statistics just to show you at home how the times compare. There we go, out, and the clock stops at 75.17, so that's another good time. And Marijke now in number 2, so this is a lady that a lot of people will be watching very closely, not just the German fans. Very much hoping that she's going to put in a good marathon for the team. Her compatriot Michael Brokler will be one of the favourites to be very, very fast, but Marijke would dearly like to certainly stay in the top 3 after the marathon. She also drives a very cool cones round. She's one cool lady. Look at the paces on that near side leader. He's a very smart chap. He knows how to point now. That's, oh, look at those. Oh, beautiful. Just sitting back on his haunches, all that power coming through. That's a horse you'd like to have in your hands. That's why this lady does so well. She is also a very good rider. Jumping dressage, trains her horses extremely well. And straight in there, the trainer giving them some tips. He doesn't miss a thing, does Mr. Excel? Anthony Old for France has gone through number 1, 60.66. For Marika, that time was the 11th fastest, 65.43. But don't forget, she has given herself a massive advantage in comparison to a lot of the other competitors in terms of that 38.52 dressage. So although she will want to be extremely competitive going through the obstacles, she has got ahead of everyone else in terms of her dressage. Maxime Maricourt, who is the first of the French drivers through, but his teammate Anthony Old has just started, and he's put down a very good time through number 1 of 60.66. So Glenn is still in front. Now Glenn has just dropped being fastest through number 6. That now goes to Maxime, who has just done that in 59.26. Now, here he is. If there's ever an athlete that can channel the pressure that he comes into a competition into performance, it is Bram Chardon. He did a quite brilliant dressage test, only a point behind Marika, and he was good enough to come into the commentary box and talk to us about it. But at the moment, all that will be out of his mind as he focuses on his bid to retain his European title, and the crowd here will be willing him to. He is exceptional in the marathon, and he's given himself the best of chances. I can even hear him through the walls. There he is. Look at that focus. And the crowds are behind him too. That'll be Dad, quite possibly. Come on, Bram, where is this going to be? He said before the event that Glenn was going to be the one for him to watch in terms of times. And despite everything, come on, Bram, what's going to happen? He's asking for a bit more speed coming out. 60.21. 60.21, second fastest. Glenn was through there in 58.58. Good start, a very, very good start from Bram. He has got the advantage of this fantastic dressage score. Still only a point behind Marika. Glenn didn't have, by his standards, the sorts of score he would want to put down, but my goodness, he came out on that marathon and reminded us why he is one of the best of our four-in-hand drivers out here in Exloo at the Hippische Centrum. And Mark Westhoff rounds off what has been a very, very good marathon for him. That was 56.93. That is in second for him in terms of overall speeds. There's look at the oranges. Now, Mark's horses are actually pretty fit. They're looking good. They're looking really good at the end of the marathon, just jogging along nicely. They could do it all over again, but Bram's horse is looking very much ready for the remaining 7 obstacles. 1 down for Bram Chardon. Marika Harm, our overnight leader, now in number 3. And this is a tight turn at the top here. This is a tight turn, but she's done it. She's done it. You can just see her feet will be on those brakes. And the bottom step right down there. It's not an obstacle during that part of it. You can get a lot of speed up, and you've got this snaking through the middle, turning and back on yourself. Lots of changes of rein. There we go, changing again. Aerial shot there just shows how tight it is up at the top, and the routes that these four-in-hands take. I mean, they would be challenging for a lot of single drivers, but that's incredible. And Marika's out. in 68.20, fifth fastest. By contrast, Glenn was out of there in 61.51. So she's very much in the right region where she would want to be. Oh, isn't that just great when you see them all together? Oh, look at those greys. And the camera operator is very kindly staying on them to indulge me. Look at them. Heaven. Back to it, concentrating. Yes, don't run over the steward. Yes, don't do that. And it's Daniel Nabrus for Great Britain. Sadly, he's the only one that the British team managed to send over, but what a man he is. He's been driving a four-in-hand for many years now, but he's a very, very talented horseman. And along with the rest of the family, his dad Gerard is here, sister Camilla. They run the Devil's Horseman, and supported here today by the Campbell brothers, Roger and Frank. Roger actually lives in Germany now, and they have been walking and walking and walking the course with Daniel, all three very tall gentlemen. Daniel does double up on occasion as Darth Vader because of his height and his proximity to the film business. That's the day job for him. He was horsemaster on Game of Thrones, and now the crew have the horses and everybody in for the House of the Dragon, which is the next incarnation from that series, supported of course by his partner Alex. And there we go, Frank and Roger on the back. That's Frank at the top. Roger, yeah, he's got very long legs to be bending down there, who is a very accomplished four-in-hand driver. Great time from Daniel. He'll be really pleased with that. Well done. Third fastest so far, 60.36. As Dan says, he has to go out and do the day job. He would dearly love to be able to do this full time, but he's running a business, the family business, based in Buckinghamshire, which is not too far from London. And in the meantime, another gentleman who works extremely hard, not just for the family business, but training other athletes here. Tracy Bowman, who's currently lying in first place in the Grade 1 Paradrivers. Bram has been training her for this moment. You might have seen earlier he was on his bike following her round, and he's been supporting Luca Casatana. As he said yesterday, when asked what he would be saying to his father before he started the dressage, what more can you say to Ijsbrand Chardon? But they are a very, very close-knit family. The sisters, Jeanette, Edith and Leanne, all very accomplished horsewomen themselves, and Mum Pauline, who holds them all together. What can Bram do? Glenn has laid down pretty much all bar two of the fastest times so far. Bram knew Glenn would be fast. He was on, leaning that tall body of his forward. Where are we in terms of the time? Yes, that is the fastest. He shaved a second off Glenn's time, 57.56. 57.56 for Bram Chardon. There they all are. The crew, we have another three live obstacles at the moment, 3, 4 and 8. Maxime is in 8. Julie Neversell with those beautiful horses is going through the water, and Marika has just gone through number 4 in 71.31. Maxime just finishing off now on the course in number 8. He's had a pretty good marathon. He was third fastest through that water. And his teammate, that's Benjamin, thank you, Benjamin Ayo, with his team of cracking Lusitano horses that he is really enjoying training. We had a long chat this morning about how he uses the old sort of high schooling techniques, starting them off with piaffe and passage and things just to really build them up. He finds them incredibly trainable. He was 56.84 after his dressage, which he was pleased with. They're quite a new combination, although these horses he does do a lot of his Liberty displays with as well. But a great horse master, really enjoys the training and constantly reinventing himself. With many seasons we associated him with the Arabo Frisians, but never one to rest on his laurels. He went back to the drawing board and has brought out these Lusitano horses. Benjamin Eod, he's got his wife on the back. There we go. Yeah, everybody happy. Everybody happy. And a new fastest time. No wonder they're happy. 58.38. Very, very competitive from Benjamin. And Dan Naprus with the Campbell brothers on the back there. You couldn't wish for two more experienced gentlemen to be guiding him through. They're all three of them extremely tall. And Dan, who's driving, well, three Arabo Frisians here. And again, he said how much he's enjoyed getting to know them as a breed. Having driven Lipizzaners also over the years, he just finds them very laid back, easy to train. Dan, who is a really talented horseman, trained so many horses over the years, and if you ever get the chance to have a look at some of the videos about the techniques that they use when you can see all these horses galloping along. Oh, great from him, 57.4. That is a new fastest time through number 2. Daniel, it means business today. So far, so good for the British representative. And gosh, he feels like he's been out on the course for a really long time. Joseph Dobrowitz, he was still posting some pretty fast times. Looked like he had a knockdown in number 7. He was second fastest through number 6 in 61.27, fourth fastest through the water, 56.21. One of our most experienced drivers there. There you've got the set of times and placings, but it's all relative at the moment. We've got some very, very fast people out on the course. 11, yeah, that obviously a knockdown, added a couple of seconds to his time, which would have actually otherwise been quite competitive. And coming out of number 8, that looked extremely smooth, and that is going to be fast, not the fastest, yeah, third. So far 58.97, but Bram Chardon now into number 3. He has been fastest up. What a shame. Daniel's obviously had a knockdown in number 2, so just had to add 2 penalties to his. That's a shame. That was a fast score for Daniel, but Bram means business today. He said beforehand, the chance to defend your titles on home soil, there's nothing like it. But he's also had to play quite a lot of the media game in the run-up to this. He's been part of blogs and YouTube channels and all sorts of things, how modern sport is publicised. 65.84 seconds so far. And yeah, on course. Now, another, we're being spoilt for choice just now, Jérôme Boutaz, who I'm sure will also post some extremely fast times. Good dressage for him, 56.90, really solid dressage for him. He'd be the first to admit that's not the phase he shines in, because he's got these really powerful, quite compact horses that are particularly well suited to the World Cup circuit, but he is somebody that is always a fearsome opposition in the obstacles. And number 1 for Jérôme Boutaz, 59.91, third. Yeah, so now if you're going to be in the mix, you really do need to be sub 60. This is where we're getting to now. Bram, fastest, 57.56. Glenn remains the fastest in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the obstacles, and we just get to slow down and admire for a moment the beautiful Cladrubbers. Oh, such handsome men. Stunning. 69.76. Benjamin back to it with the Bay Lusitanos. He was fastest. Oh, come on, Ben, push on. Had a great first obstacle and 58.38 with this relatively new team. And it doesn't matter how experienced you are, and Ben is one of the most experienced guys on the circuit in terms of training, understanding horses, whether you train them under the saddle. He was saying earlier that the Arabo-Frisians he used to have, they were really great to train in harness, but these Lusitanos, he will be concentrating at the end of this season on bringing them up for next season, and they will get most of their training and development will be done under the saddle. So what lucky horses they are to have this very talented man training them. Watch this space, and that will hopefully be another good time for Ben. Just shifting his body protector around. He's actually not that shape normally, but everybody here wearing their body protectors. Pretty relaxed. There we go, a bit more team training in the background. Fastest again. Benjamin means business. This will be really pleasing, the French. And Anthony in the water, but 57.51, fastest for Benjamin Ayo from France. Anthony in the water. At the moment, he's had a pretty decent marathon, third fastest in number 3. In a time of 66.25, 78.53 number 6, and the clock is ticking. He's the only one currently live in an obstacle. Dan having some good times, but just looks like he's had another knock in number 3, so 2 to add for him. But Dan having a good first 3 obstacles, just needs to leave the balls in place. Much easier said than done. And Anthony Old, out he goes. The French have raised their game. And René Hoemsgen for Germany has just started, but Bram Chardon, who in number 3, second fastest, 65.84 so far, but here he is in the rebuilt number 4. And look at the depths of the crowd and the phones being held aloft watching this exceptionally talented horseman training the other athletes here as well as doing the job himself. Very, very good on the indoor circuit as well. He's been a world champion twice, just picked at the post by Mr. Excel this year in Bordeaux. But even they both admit they're playing cat and mouse in terms of the championships, and a dangling ball there. Oh, frustrating, that will annoy Bram. Just a ball dangling there in the shot of the camera. So looks like he's had a knock down there. That will just add a little bit to his time. 69.47, not up on the scoreboard yet. And now we just sit back and appreciate these beautiful horses. Thierry Neversil Jr., his father went through earlier. And time just takes sort of whole new dimension when these horses come into view. It's like we've turned back the clock. They're just so majestic, part of the imperial court, and became endangered. But if you when you have finished watching the coverage today, get a chance to look at all the pictures of these wonderful horses being driven through the snow with their sleighs. These Kladrubas can come in either grey or black, and it is a sight to behold. And I defy you not to share the passion that I feel for them. There we go. What a sight. And isn't it brilliant that they are here holding their own, leading the way in terms of looks and majesty. 4 very well matched horses. It was worth the journey just for this. In the meantime, we do have some extremely important competitors out on the course. Benjamin Aod for France, and he is just about to come into number 3, but he's had some absolutely brilliant first and second obstacles. Currently the fastest. Dan has gone into number 4. Anthony will soon be going into number 6, and it won't be long before Bram is in the water. So we will pick up the pace again. Oh, look at these horses. I mean, they're not great Kladrubas, but they're still absolutely fantastic. And to watch them doing their dressage yesterday, if you didn't watch the test, please do, because they worked so well together. It was a very relaxed, very statesman-like test from Bram. And yet, you're asking them to do that, and then the next day do this. And what talented athletes these equines are. Through C, and this is the glory of this obstacle, that you can just find your speed and pace and keep it up. Lovely flowing drive here from Bram, and I think this is going to be very good. Just a slither round there, and he makes that tight turn. Glenn came round, if you remember, and where's he going to be? 50.61. Yes, he's fastest. So who was, Mark and Glenn pretty much on a par through that one, but that's not over 3 seconds off. That was a very, very beautiful drive. And in the meantime, oh, here he is, the legend that is IJsbrand Chardon. And how does a family divide themselves in 2 when you've got father and son out on the course? It's something that I'm sure they're very used to, but gosh, divided or combined loyalty, should we say. But daughters and sisters on the carriage, everybody out there, and IJsbrand. How's he done? Making sure those trace carriers are in place, no doubt. Oh my goodness, you're not going to believe it. He's just gone through in the fastest time, 57.47. Yeah, age is no barrier to this incredible man. 57.47. Yeah, he's just beaten Ben's time through there. And don't forget, we have Marijke Harm on the course. Here she is in number 7. Yuri and the Greys will be in number 8 at the moment, but I can't be too indulgent. We've seen plenty of them, but Marijke is here with her lovely horses. They're just such an elegant outfit. 75.55, and that's the 4th fastest so far, so good showing from her. Had a slow number 2, but she's done pretty well. She's picked up the pace a bit. And there's the trainer, Mr. Excel, going along next to her. Not in his usual Aussie navy with the stars on it. He's dressed in red today. So, IJsbrand, 62 I think he is now. And he still goes out there and shows them how it's done. But in the meantime, Ben, who has in the past been an individual silver medalist and acknowledges the support of the crowd, he was the fastest through these 2, and he's just gone into number 3. Won't be long until we see Mr. IJsbrand Chardon back into number 2. Yeah, just had to That's it, get his body protector back in place. And what a beautiful sight this is. Jérôme Wouters, we are spoilt for choice on the marathon here, and he is currently in number 3. Now, if anybody can take a tight route and pull it off, it's this man with these horses just, they're like turbocharged. They can go from sort of 0 to 60 just about quicker than anybody else. They don't have the length of stride of the other sort of these leggy warm bloods they're up against, but they are like Duracell batteries. They just ping off. He is a very, very competitive marathon driver. Really brave, always goes for the tightest routes. And yeah, that looks very good. Fit horses, but that's an advantage living in somewhere like Switzerland because yeah, 68.52, although it's 9th in terms of where we are on scores, it's still pretty fast. Now, we've got the brother out. We've just, Nizvashil, he was 11th. He did a really lovely dressage test with these horses yesterday. 56.17, and yeah, I would think one of the better tests he's done for some time. He should have been very pleased with that. They were a very measured team. It was just a lovely test. There was not much to say about it. They were measured, they were accurate, relaxed, and as a result, he ended up in 11th out of 38. So he's driving here for the Czech Republic. We have 4 live obstacles at the moment. Anthony Ord is still out on course, as is Bram Chardon. He's number 6. Dan Prus is in number 5, the water, and Ben is in number 4. But in the meantime, we've got Radek Nizvashil. And back to Bram, who already is in number 6. And this is the sort of obstacle that will really suit Bram, who is so good on the indoor circuit. Of course, he uses different horses. He has the advantage of having at least 2 teams. And the big enterprise, they run at home. But Bram Chardon here in number 6. And in the meantime, just past the commentary box goes his father. So how's Bram done after that? Let's get Bram's time up as his dad goes in, and yeah, 62.22. He remains the fastest through the water, whilst Ijsbrand goes into the second obstacle and just clocked a fantastic time in number 1. So he would like another gold. I mean, why wouldn't you? Bram said beforehand, as far as the family is concerned, they don't mind whether Ijsbrand or Bram wins and gets the gold, just as long as it's one of them. All their training, the strategy is for gold. And he is as committed as he has ever been when he won his first European title in 2011. And there he goes. There he goes, quite remarkable. 56.50. Who have we got coming next? But looking down the running order, we have a certain Mr. Michael Brokler coming, and Mr. Kusterond, Dries de Griek. 3 very fast gentlemen. So nobody can sit back and rest on their laurels, but it is all relative. Bram, of all of them, had the best dressage score. He, like Marijke, got sub 40, so puts himself in front. Ben, who is having a great marathon so far, has come into the water. Just looked like he had 2 to add. Yeah, that number 4, if you could see the screen here, all sorts of red markers. There's been quite a few being knocked there, but he's by no means the only one that has. Dan went through there just beforehand, 62.55, second fastest. Dan Napru's having a good marathon for the British. But we turn our focus across the channel to France and Benjamin Eo with these zippy Lusitanos. He did have them out on the FEI World Cup circuit earlier this year. He was in Bordeaux, he came to London, and yeah, the team's still pulling together. And he did, obviously did great. And another very experienced gentleman, Georg von Steen, who put down a very, very good dressage score to put himself into 6th place. 49.18 was where his dressage was. And somebody spent a bit of time wrapping up those tails and putting the tape on. Don't they look smart? We have no doubt which country he's representing. Look at them all leaning in there. And circles in the sand. There's a song there somewhere, isn't there? Now that's some keen leaders, very keen leaders. Got two very powerful wheel horses and 61.77. They are big horses, these ones, so he will gain where he can take a more flowing route. Look at the size of them. Even from this angle, you can see they're big horses. And out comes the little tractor. There's going to be a bit of arena maintenance in the meantime. And how are we doing? Daniel Napru has just clocked the fastest time through number 6. I actually was speaking to Dan this morning as we were walking through that obstacle, and he said, I said, how does this look? He said, yeah, pretty good. So Daniel walking the walk and driving the drive. In the meantime, here comes Bram. He's had a really good marathon. Just one knockdown to add in number 4, but this is currently number 7. So, yeah, fastest in the water. Yeah, being knocked down the speed times by his father. But in the penultimate obstacle, 2 pretty solid obstacles with these wooden elements buried into the ground, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8. They have some quite permanent elements to them. Great aerial shot there. And then a little bit more movable are the ones in the main arena, 1 and 2, and then number 6. And down goes the arm, stops the clock, 70.2, and that is good enough for the second fastest. Glenn remains with yellow on his times for 3 and 4 and 7 and 8, so he is still first in the marathon. His total is 119.64, but these Chardons, they might well change all that. Yep. Oh, or not. Now, that is just going to probably be grooms down. So just a bit of a hitch up for IJsbrand, just panning out. And, oh, the best laid plans. How frustrating, grooms down. And in the meantime, we pan out. And you can see everybody else out on the course. Clock ticking for IJsbrand. René Honsken, he's in number 4. And just sit back and watch Michael Brakler as he comes into number 1. And I dare say we're going to have a few yellow boxes round his times, which denote they are the fastest. Glenn still fastest in 4 of the 6. But this man, my goodness, if he can ever find the tightest, most efficient lines, and if there's ever anyone at the moment who drives the bravest obstacles, it's him. There's just no fear, no doubt that he and his horses are totally committed, and you can see there he's asking for the turns so far in advance of when they're actually made. 56.47, and that's it. Fastest so far. So that's exactly a second faster than IJsbrand. 56.47, and IJsbrand was 57.47, so he's knocked a second off. In the meantime, back to the British, Daniel Naprous. He doesn't have a very British surname, his father is French, and actually Dan's taken advantage with these Brexit issues we deal with to regain a bit of a French nationality again. Makes it much easier when you are competing abroad and moving your horses around. And lovely aerial shot there. Smooth driving from Dan, who's had a good marathon, just a couple of knockdowns, but good times for him overall, and fastest through number 6. The clock is ticking for him in this number 7, and the horses do look fresh and full of running. Yeah, don't look down. Well done. Lovely obstacle from him. Yeah, second fastest, not surprised. 70.15, yet Glenn still holds on to his crown in that one, 69.02. But Dan not far behind. Bram Chardon will hopefully have no awareness that his dad's just had a bit of a pit stop in number 3. He will stay focused once he's out. I'm sure the news will be fed back to him, but in the meantime, Bram is here and going for gold. There is no reason to doubt that he is doing anything that might prevent that from happening. He had a great dressage and he's put down a great marathon. He was fastest through the water. I'm sure we'll try and get the stats up. Yeah, he's done. That's it, that's it, that's it. Job done. Well done, Bram Chardon and the team. 55.72. He really couldn't have done any more today, and overall, so far, that keeps him in first place. Glenn was the winner in the marathon. Bram is smiling, well done. Sister's happy, everybody's happy. I'm not sure bottom step ever breaks into a smile, but there we go. And just a few things being held. IJsbrand is out of number 3, but has had to add on some penalty scores. There was obviously a groom down, so that has added 5, and he will have clocked up quite a lot of time, but he's back on course. So 110.49 for IJsbrand, which obviously won't be a very competitive time in that one. But talking of competitive, oh, it's just a multitude of riches for you today as Couche de Ronde, and he's got Marie there right behind him. Oh, she's committed. That's hanging off the back if ever it was. Marie Oekmans de Ronde, his powerful wife, I think we can say, and she keeps him right. Koos is so competitive through here. Saw him briefly this morning. He was really looking forward to the marathon, and this is a man that has every desire to knock Glenn Geertz off first spot. They are brilliant through the obstacles, and if you wanted to look back at a masterclass in marathon driving, both he and Michael Broekler in Protoni last year on the marathon put in towering performances. There's a particular image of Koos coming and the horses springing out of the water in Protoni, and it was really very, very impressive. 55.05. Wow. When you think that Michael Broekler looks good at 56.47 and Couche de Ronde has just done 55.05, it's getting better and better. And just across the sand from that, we have the German. And they're working hard on the back of that carriage, shifting their weight from side to side. And look how the design has changed. They do now consider the needs of whomever's on the bottom step. They've got a few padded loops there because It was just a case of hanging on for dear life once upon a time. It still is, but there are more devices there, the technical advancements of these carriages. Tight turns, and these leaders of his, they just dance and dart from side to side, and yeah, just bouncing off the box there, but that doesn't matter. 54.42, that's quite a remarkable score. IJsbrand had been the fastest through there in 56.50. IJsbrand's just gone through number 4, 73.73 for him. Ben is still out on the course. He's just gone through number 7, 71.82. He was third fastest through number 6, 59.30. In the meantime, we are on Radek Neshpastil. He is a number 4 with his bays, who did a lovely dressage test yesterday. And you just got a glimpse there of the steward who is checking the route. And just seeing some of the spectators recoiling there, obviously a bit of sand and dirt being kicked up as the ground is just turned up a little bit, because you don't have the advantage of being able to put tractors through these obstacles on the hill like this. Obviously in the arenas there's quite a little bit of cosmetic attention goes on, but not in these obstacles out in the fields. Now look at that, yeah, it just goes to show where we are. And IJsbrand in the water, and as he had to do yesterday after the dressage, he will have regrouped after a sticky obstacle number 3, but this will be where he just says, do you know what? I am the old master. Yeah, puts all that behind him and loves every second. And why wouldn't you, when you've just gone through there in 50.43, which has a number 1 next to it. So he remains very fast. Now, since I last spoke to you about Michael Brogler, he has had a knockdown added to number 2, so the yellow box has gone back onto IJsbrand, so he's gone back to being the fastest on number 2. Yeah, Michael Brogler was through there in 54.42, but he's now had another 2 added. So he's got a red box around his number. And spoilt for choice, Dries de Greek for Belgium had a very, very good dressage. 51.04, that was a big improvement for him. He is known as a marathon specialist, very, very good indoors as well. Relatively new to it by comparison to some of our drivers today. Jerome Voutaz still out on the course. He's put in a good showing. He was second fastest through number 6, 58.36. Glenn is still keeping his crown in 3, 4, 7 and 8. For those of you watching at home, particularly Mr. and Mrs. Geertz, if you are tuned in, stay safe. We wish you good health. Dries is here doing it for Belgium as well. Where's he going to end? That's not going to be one of the fastest scores, but certainly good intent. 62.04, that's sort of 15th, but just getting his eye in. Had a very good dressage. Radek in the water there. He's going round. Super team, very well matched horses, and that was reflected in a united showing for the dressage, and certainly challenging here in Exloo. Round to D, gates B and D there, tucked round the back of those great big flower boxes. Haven't seen our gentleman, whoops, nearly had to come back in, but no sooner did I said we hadn't seen our F gentleman in his clogs. And 55.14, pretty good through the water in 8th. Now, an emphatic start from Husterond, 55.05. Michael Brockler at the moment in number 3, but the cameras are on Husteron, and that was a fast turn from these keen horses. Again, really keen leaders, but he's got so much power in this team. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, still means everything. And there we go, 53.48. Oh, she's on it, Marie. She's on it. And back to Michael Brockler. Here he is in number 3. The clock is ticking. Those horses are pulling out at speed, 57.6. That's a great time. Glenn has just been knocked off his perch by some margin. He was through in 61.51, so 57.60. Yeah, very good. Germans out there in force. Talking of which, we have one more to come for the Germans. That's Anna Sandman. She will be coming out at the end. But last to go for the Belgians, we've got 2 of them on the course. Tom Stockmans, pretty decent dressage for him on day 1 with his Arabo Frisians, 2 of which actually used to belong to Ben Aoud, who is still out on the course. And Ben has just put in a great number 8, 55.02. He has totaled 125.64. So it's 3rd on the marathon, 4th overall so far. So a very, very good marathon for Benjamin Aoud, who just closes his marathon for France. So that's 2 of the French back. Anthony Auld also had a good marathon. He was 5th and currently lies in 6th. But in the meantime, across the borders, geographically, Tom Stockmans. Circles in the sand, ovals, pear drops, whatever you say, but it's all pretty uniform. It looks like from those markings, our 4-in-hand drivers had pretty much the same routes, although they walked and examined and chewed the cud over it. It was just fascinating from the sidelines watching how many times they were back. Koos in particular, from the moment I arrived here on Tuesday evening, he was out looking, and Jerome Voutaz, he had a ball down in number 7. He had a very good time in number 6, 58.38, but just rounding off his marathon. He's had some pretty good times, fastest so far for him through that number 6, well, yeah, we'll see fairly soon what his total's going to be. Ijsbrand just trotting down there. Who else is coming behind? Jerome Voutaz. And out he goes. Ping. And that's his marathon. Nearly finished. They do have to go through the end post, but in terms of a way to finish, he's just robbed Glenn of his fastest time, which Jerome has ended very well. 51.59, 51.59. So Glenn has now got 2 yellow boxes. Remains first overall. That's what Glenn has done, was remain really, really consistent. So Bram on 124.96 was 2nd so far in the marathon, but has gone into 1st place overall, 164.48. Dries here going through number 2, and yeah, 61.69. He's going to want to pick up the pace a little bit to be where he would expect to be. Glenn's marathon's just up. Now it turns out, you see, you can just never speak too soon in this game. 51.59, there was a knockdown ball, so Glenn has gone back up to being king of the castle in 3 of those obstacles. He's just regained his fastest time. This is what happens, the times pop up on my scoreboard and then we get notification from the judges. So Glenn, yeah, remains the fastest marathon overall, 119.64, 1st place in the marathon. Currently in 3rd place, Bram, had the second marathon in terms of totals, 124.96, but in first place with 164.48. So Michael Brogler here, 7th after the dressage. He was the overnight leader after that first afternoon. And just to confirm where Marika is, she was 8th on the marathon, 133.94, but because of that great dressage, she is currently in second place, 172.46. So quite a gap between Bram and Marika. So that's interesting. 164.48 for Bram. That's where he is at the moment. Marika on 172.46. A good marathon for her. I would think that would be pretty much where she would expect to be. She knows she's not always the fastest, but does so much to help her cause on the dressage, and she's a very cool lady in the cones. Glenn, with that great marathon, keeps himself on 179.67 in third place. Koos won't want too much hesitation from these powerful long-legged horses. They really are the perfect equine athletes for this job, and look how well matched they are from nose to tail in their dimensions, in their paces, in how the necks are put on the shoulders in terms of their head carriage. That's for very, very well matched equines. And when you've got a gentleman like Koos driving you, well, you're going to turn out some pretty good times. So 60.58. No surprise that he perhaps wasn't quite as fast as Michael through there, because he does have bigger, longer horses. They've got a longer stride. So in terms of routes, a little bit tighter through there. Michael's just gone through number 4 as the fastest. So yeah, Glenn just losing some of his fastest times here. And Radek Nesvastil, it looks like it's all happening at once in terms of who's going fastest. 56.33 through that arena one. He's just had a storming drive through number 6. So Glenn remains the fastest at the moment in just one of them, which is the last one. Ijsbrand regaining his composure, number 7. He's currently the fastest, 65.94. Good showing from him. So Koos fastest in 1 and 2, Michael in 3 and 4, Ijsbrand in 5 and 7, and Radek in number 6. So, gosh, it's all change as we expected, but you have to be alert to keep up with it. Now, are we going to have a new fastest in the water? There's a chance we will. These dancing horses responding so quickly to the lightning aids and rain handling of this German driver. But Glenn did so much on balance just to put in those great times, so he hasn't been challenged just yet for first place in the marathon because of his consistency, which is really what he needed. But we've got some absolute supremos out there at the moment, and that's the first to go, sub 50. So 49.88. He is fastest on 3 of them, just second fastest in number 1. But we've got Koos out on the course. He would have been very fast through number 2, which he was, but just had 2 to add for a knockdown. But now he's fastest through 3, 4 and 5. Radek fastest through 6, and Ijsbrand just in number 7 now. He's lost his crown in the water. In number 6 at the moment, George von Steen. He's had a pretty respectable marathon so far with these big horses. Very, very experienced competitor, on and off the actual national team, but pretty much present at all the international events. Was part of the team that took silver in Crotone last autumn. And Cousterand, you can just get a quick glimpse. Daniel's still one of the fastest through there for the Brits, but it could all change now. These willing, brave horses who do this job so well. Cousterand. And you can just see how the white sand's been really upturned as we draw to a close with our marathon drivers. And how is that going to compare? Yeah, that's just 60.60, 60.60, just edged over the 60-second mark, but that's second in terms of speed. IJsbrand Chardon just finishing off his marathon and fastest through number 7, still second fastest through the water and number 2 in that big arena. Had a real hitch in number 3, but as he does so well to recover his composure. And there he goes, the great man, done all he can so far. His son is sitting comfortably in front. Yeah, so there'll be some washing, maybe not tonight, depends if anyone's going home to the washing machine, but a big bag for the soggy clothing. And acknowledges the crowd. He still loves it, that's why he's doing it. Team Chardon on his belt, black horses on their hats, and just gently trotting back down to the finish. Tom Stockmans for Belgium. Dries also out on the course at the moment. And Tom Stockmans in number 3. He was 12th fastest through number 2, 60.34 with the Arabo-Frisian horses. That's the sight. And out they go for Tom Stockmans. For Belgium, 72.37, not challenging the leaders, but as far as the Belgian team strategy will be concerned, just a solid performance. But not the man that easily settles for just another time is the great Cousterand. Very much all the family involved, next generation, Koos and Marie's children, also driving. Just had confirmation that Anna will be driving for Holland at the Pairs Championships, and they just make it look so easy. These 4 beautifully matched big chestnuts. 53.62, 5th fastest, but still a very, very competitive time. And although I'm talking about individual times, there is a balance all the way through. So in terms of placings in the marathon, it is obviously accounting for all the scores. So if there's a bit of a blip, as IJsbrand had in that 3rd obstacle, that does set back the cause a bit, despite having some of the fastest times. At the moment, he was fastest through 7 and 8. Glenn's been knocked off the perch, but remains in 1st place on that score of 119.64. But that might well change when this gentleman finishes his marathon. And IJsbrand's come home, that unfortunate number 3, despite some cracking times through the rest of the marathon. He's in 12th place overall, 138.18. That drops him a place in the overall standings to 184.17. But in terms of the team, plenty to like about that. This isn't George von Steen, that's better. Radek, Vesh Asil. And finishing off his marathon. He's had a great run, and he remained second fastest in number 6, third fastest in number 7, 58.74 out of number 8, up since 10th. But quite incredible, at the moment, goes into second place on the marathon. So that was a really good marathon for him. Just edges ahead of Bram in terms of the marathon, but it won't affect Bram's standing, but pushes him up into 4th place. So 123.3 for Radek. Really fantastic marathon, and brings his total to 179.70, 4th place. In the water, Dries, he had 2 to add in number 4, but in the water now. And we also have Edwin van der Graaf, who has started out as an individual for the Netherlands. We're just in the closing stages now. Rainer Dern is also out on the course, as Daniel Schneider's Fredrik Persson, just about to start in the obstacles after his superb dressage yesterday, which put him into 5th place, and then 3rd place, Anna Sandman for Germany. But in the meantime, Dries de Gree, probably not challenging for individual placings, but will be very much... Oops, that's a face full of dirty water. If ever there was. Dries through the water, 59.13 on my clock. Tom Stockman's currently in number 4, the second of those obstacles on the hill. You can just see him snaking through between the trees. Koos de Ronde is coming down the tracks to go into number 6, and you would think that will be an obstacle to suit him. But in the meantime, launching his challenge on the marathon, Fredrik Persson, and relatively young team, some of them American horses that he's bought. He was in 5th place on that 48.31. Fredrik Persson there, good drone shot of these lovely black horses who the whole combination coped incredibly well. And Koos de Ronde just currently in number 6 as Fredrik Persson pulls out of number 164.16. And at the same time, Mikael Brockler is in number 7. So they're all playing tag, these last few drivers, for who's going to be the fastest. And there we go. Eyes on Koos as he comes through number 6, which should suit these big horses well as they stretch out. Yeah, 55.5, just marginally behind Michael Brockler, but that is still very impressive, and the clock's running on George von Steen, who's put in a very good time for number 7. He's currently in number 8. There you can see from the aerial shot, Michael Brockler not so successful, 71.30, but at the moment he's still got 4 fastest times Georg von Steen, very competitive, fastest through number 7, 65.54. Icebrand remains the fastest through this last obstacle. Yeah, he will do so after this, 56.48. Okay, just nudges Radek out of third place, so he's gone into second, 123.27 for the obstacles, but do expect these marathon standings to change pretty quickly as we have Michael Brockler and Kusterond on the course. Probably our two most competitive marathon drivers at the moment. Tom Stockman's in the water here, but a good showing on the marathon for Georg von Steen, and that puts him currently in the running order into second place. Marijke is in third, and Bram holds on to his first place. Glenn goes to fourth. But a good team effort for Tom Stockman's. Edwin van der Graaf also going through number 4. Kusterond unfortunately had a knock in number 6, so 2 to add to that pretty fast time. Unfortunately, it drops him just out of the rankings in terms of that individual one, and that's why this lady does incredibly well in dressage. Look at the action on those horses. Oh my goodness. That was some entrance, Anna Sandman. Look at the power. How good must they be feeling in her hand at the moment? There's a lot of us that would give very good money to be sitting there and feel those horses in front of you. What a stunning few seconds that was to see them trotting in. That's an extremely stylish entrance. The last of our competitors on this marathon. It's been a tremendous Saturday in Exloo at the Hypatia Centrum. We hope you've been as riveted by watching the coverage as some of us have who have brought it to you. But in terms of the German team, we have Michael Brockler. He's putting in a tremendous performance on the marathon. He's currently in number 8. My clock is ticking. And Anna Sandman, 63.36, third after the dressage. 42.58 was her dressage score, and just dropping down into his final obstacle. Michael Brockler, I would think, after this, even with the knockdown, we'll just have to wait and see in number 2, and a slightly slower 7. Still a very, very impressive marathon, but we'll have to see in the final totals. Looks like that was the fastest by a long way, and yes, he's knocked Glenn into second spot by some margin. That was 49.47 through there, 49.47, and that puts him into first place, 115.30. Currently, as an individual, 166.21, so suddenly he is really breathing down Bram's neck. What looked like a very comfortable margin for Bram, 164.48, and less than a cone and a time penalty or 2 in it between these gentlemen. Michael Brockler done exactly what he would have been instructed to do. Daniel Schneider's now for Austria, but winner by a long way on the marathon, 115.30. Glenn retains his second position. We'll just have to see how Koos finishes. Puts Glenn into 5th place individually, but should hopefully for him still be on the podium in terms of the marathon. But Michael Brockler done an awful lot to further his cause for an individual medal and the team for Germany. Dries de Greek still out on the course. Edwin van der Graaf, Reiner Dern. Edwin van der Graaf, yeah, still out there. Daniel Schneider's now just finished off. He had a great marathon in Bretoni and must never be discounted. He put himself right up into contention, but he's just clocked the second fastest time in number 2 and the third fastest time in number 3. So no sitting back on anybody's laurels whilst this man's out on the course. Frederick Persson, 60.76, 14th in number 2. And Tom Stockman's clock running on him in number 6. Edwin van der Graaf, yeah, the time isn't showing us quite right. I think we just need to amend that. That's better. 54.68 that was, still 9th. But Daniel Schneider's for Austria. Kusterond, here he is. And the weather has been very much on our side. First, second, 5th, 15th, 6th. Just the annoying knock for him in number 6. But let's see just where this averages out. He's been pretty much on a par with Michael Brookler all the way through. It will be nip and tuck between these two marathon titans to see which ones come out on top, but very, very tight in terms of the marathon. And where's that? 64.83. And yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. Wasn't a great one for Michael. He was through there in 71.30, because just knocked a lot of time off. That will have done him absolutely no harm in terms of who is going to end up winner on the marathon. Michael's done an awful lot for his individual bid for a medal, if not a gold. One more for Kusteron, but he is currently still fastest in 1 and 2, 9 now in 7. Michael Brookler fastest in 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 8. But it's not over yet. Anna Sandman, here she is in number 2. Oh, his foot coming out to the side there. Hard to miss with those pink trainers on. That's why they wear these belts across the front, absolutely permitted. They shouldn't really be fully, it's just being held. As you can see, they're not to be buckled in, but it is being held by the top step there. They have to be quickly released should anything happen. Good horses, and they did a beautiful dressage test and certainly entered their obstacles with some style. Big, powerful horses, 58.24. Very good, Anna. Oh. That was just very good, 58.276 through. And so more than holding on. Reinert Dern coming through the water now, number 5, as we are just in these closing stages of what's been a fabulous marathon at these European Championships. Don't forget, we also had what seems like a very long time ago now. There's been so much action since then. The World Championship for our para drivers, grades 1 and 2 for singles, horses and ponies. Great commitment from the team, and that exit from the water driving really, really well. Daniel Schneider's just gone through number 4, 67.99. That water time, very good for Reiner. That was in 55.30. The clock is ticking on Edwin van der Graaf in number 6. But where is Koos going to be? He's got 7 and 8. Done 7, yeah, that was very good for him. And just dipping back round for number 8. Is this going to be enough to pop him into first place in the marathon? Now, just get some nice smooth lines, keep the momentum going. And he is going to, all being well, post another impressive time. Fastest in 1, 2 and 7, 64.83 he's just done in number 7. Michael Brogler's time in this obstacle just a moment ago, 49.47. That is the time to beat. 49. Come on, Koos, put the foot down, put the foot down. 49. No, he's not going to do it. Just run over a little bit, but still 53.09. Second fastest and all-important tally. He just slips behind Michael Brogler in terms of the marathon. Second place overall, 116.19, but that has done enough for the time being to put him into third place individually. So at the moment, it's Bram Chardon in first place on 164.48. Michael Brogler in second, 166.21 and 169.10 for Koos de Ronde, but those are the marathon scores. Wow, this has just been some morning. Daniel Proust for the British, really great turn from him. He's in 8th, but at the moment, not much between them, Michael Brogler and Koos de Ronde. If you'd had to place money beforehand, if you were a betting person, on where they'd be, those two men, I think. Glenn Geertz also true to form. Glenn's score from earlier on today still holding up very, very well, 119.64. Dries de Greek out on the course, finishing off in number 8. But in the meantime, Daniel Schneider's, this is the sort of obstacle that suits these big, rangy horses very well. And just, I would think this would be a pretty competitive time. 52.43, yeah, that's 4th overall. Anna Sandman currently in number 3. We've got Frederick Persson out on the course as well. Here's Anna, also extremely proficient in the horse pairs, and her famous father, Christoph Sandman, who is one of the titans of the German driving scene and internationally. He is looking on fondly, great supporters of the sport and the next generation coming through. And yeah, see bottom step, but everybody's working hard. This is such a team effort in so many ways, but those beautiful big horses striding out, but look at this spring they got in their step, but that natural movement, and when you ask them to stretch out, don't they just do it? 68.62, but they're big horses to get round those tight loops. And there we go, that'll be the trainer cycling alongside her. Raina Doohan also on the course in number 6. Frederick Persson, that great dressage. Yesterday he was part of the prize giving that we had last night for all the athletes. And with this relatively new team to him, and they're only going to improve after all these experiences. So, Swedish team, very much keeping themselves in the reckoning. As soon as we can, we will give you the team standings as well. Will be so interesting to see what's happened for the Netherlands. Probably they will have just edged in front, but that's just speculation at the moment. Michael Brogler in front after the marathon, put himself into 2nd place. Koos de Ronde did another great marathon, just less than a point behind Michael, and has put himself into 3rd place. But Bram, because he did so well with that dressage, his marathon at the moment, 124.96, is 6th place marathon. Glenn's still in 3rd, but in front. But not a lot of breathing room, less than a cone between some of these guys. They're going to have to really bring out their A game tomorrow. Edwin van der Graaf. Frederick Persson's just had a couple of knockdowns to add to his score. He won't maintain his 5th place. Yeah, adding 4 after number 4. And for Daniel Schneider's, what happens is as the athlete approaches, my timing box turns orange, and then when they're in, it turns green. When they're just coming out, it turns blue, and then when they've finished, if they've been fastest, it turns yellow, otherwise it goes a grey colour. So that's the colour coding. And then if they have, there's all sorts of red boxes on here as well, and that denotes if anything has happened to them on the course, if there's been any knockdowns, any grooms down. We've had a couple of catapulting grooms, but they all seem to have got up and been absolutely fine. Most importantly, the horses have all ended well, and as part of this cool down that is an official part of the marathon, between 1,000 and 1,200 metres, they walk round quietly, all off camera, but just making sure that they are, heart rates drop. They're just like us. The fitter the horses are, the quicker they will recover. It's also very much down to type. Some horses have naturally hotter blood and faster heart rates than we, just like we do, but those recovery times, that looks like Mr. Mark Westhoff with some of his fans, and another tall Dutchman. But just about all the slots in terms of times have been filled. Nobody going through the obstacles at the moment. They're all on their kilometre loops between them. The overall length of this section is 9 kilometres. And making an entrance to the water, a very positive entrance. That's Frederick Persson and his teammate Axel Olin put in a really good marathon. One of the first to go after our para drivers, and for Sweden, putting them into, giving them a fighting chance with the team. Anna is in number 4, Frederick's in number 5, and Daniel Schneider's is in number 6. So lovely aerial shots here. They really have changed the game in terms of how we are able to share the action with you, and also all the drivers and the teams will be going back and analysing how they drove this marathon as well. You either win or you learn, that's what we say in horse sport, across the board. And here's Anna in number 4. Edwin van der Graaf just rounding off his marathon. Currently the clock is ticking for him on number 8, and Rainer Duen, who is driving individually for Germany, clock ticking for him in number 7. Here we go. There's Rainer Duen in number 7. He's had a mixed fortunes out there, a couple of knocks in 3 and 4. 4 is the one that actually pretty much every second driver's had. Michael remains the fastest in that. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 8, and Kos is the fastest in 1, 2 and 7, and they will probably retain those positions just as we're in the closing stages, but never say never. But this marathon has had quite a bearing on the overall standings, and don't forget that along the way we will have the hand-in-hand trophy results too. At the moment, one would guess that Bram and Tracy Bowman remain in front, these pairings that we have between one of the para-athletes and a 4-in-hand athlete, and that is all about the wonderful inclusivity that we have, not just in driving but in dressage as well, introduced by Princess Haya when she was president of the FEI in 2006, and then it came to driving when para-driving became an FEI sport in 2010. So it's been given out several times since then. Anna Sandman just had a knock in number 4. She's in very good company. Most people have. but we are in the closing stages. They've had a great day out. Just backing onto the golf course there. Whether anyone's playing golf today, I don't know. Can't see anyone out on the greens. We don't want any flying golf balls whilst we've got the horses on the course. And Anna into the water. These big striding horses that give her such a lovely drive in the dressage. A lot of quality about them, and that's where she gains the extra marks from, as well as her tremendous horsemanship as well. But, oh, keen horses love this job.
Ook voor de hinderrichters hier de laatste deelnemer in hindernis 5. Michael Brouwer nog steeds de snelste tijd op staan van 49,88.
So we've seen some lovely flowing driving through the water, and Anna is rounding off our viewing of the water obstacle, and a very good time for her. 53.44, which is the 5th fastest of the day. And that would be a route and the sort of driving that would suit her big striding horses. Another one with big striding horses. Here's Daniel Schneiders for Austria. A team of 2 for the Austrians. And these horses do cover the ground, going absolutely perfect for them, be it on the grass or in these sandy areas or in the arenas. And we must pay great tribute to the organisers and the ground staff here at the Hippische Centrum. They've done a fantastic job in preparing their venue for probably one of the biggest championships, certainly driving championships, that they've ever hosted. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. I arrived from England on Tuesday evening, and the whole operation so far has run really smoothly. And to run a combined World and European Championship for the paras and the four in hands, they've done a near perfect job. In fact, it is perfect. There's nothing we can say that hasn't gone absolutely brilliant here. So thank you so much to our hosts and to the many, many months, the meetings, the emails, all the chat that's gone on to bring us to this point. The course designing, the working out the routes, that road behind that is one of the access roads has to be shut because that's made up one of the routes in the marathon, but it has so far worked incredibly well, and particularly good for the spectators, where they've been able to just wander around gently and watch what's going on. Just finishing off his marathon as an individual for this very strong German squad, Rainer Duan, and he's done plenty right, a few balls along the way. And they're off, and full of running. They look well. It's not over yet. You have to go through the finish markers, and then we've got the cool down. It's very easy just to think, right, that's it, job done. No, that's it, back to the finish. But just double checking there, and 62.56. So for him, 138.98. 19th in the marathon. He was 17th after the dressage, and that puts him averages out at 18th at the moment. So pretty consistent performance across the 2 phases so far. And just a tickle with the long whip, just to bring that right side leader, yeah, and down it goes again. That's what happens. They've got these telescopic whips on there, and cannot be used by the groom in this class. That's quite important. There he is again on his bike. His mudguard's gone to one side, Mr. Excel. He's worked jolly hard today, I will say that for him. He's had 7 drivers to get round and he's been there for every single one. I did offer him the chance to come in here and do a bit of carriage punditry, but he said he was quite busy this weekend supporting all 7 of the squad, which he has done. And they're lucky to have his wisdom. If there's anyone you would want coaching you out now, that's obviously team policy to sweep round and give yourself a nice straight ping forward. And it takes something to be a trainer like Boyd has done and coach all 7 of them through and remember any different routes they would have been taking. He has been by their side every time, and that's some skill, so good on him. He lives and breathes his sport, and that's one of the many reasons why he is certainly our most decorated 4-in-hand driver. Totally committed, and he seems happy. There's some clapping going on there. Come on, Anna. He'll have something to say if you don't do exactly what the doctor ordered. They've been training together for quite a long time. I had a chat to Anna last night, and since about 2016 they've been training. Oops! But he's been quite instrumental as well in her success with the teams. Yeah, scratch of the head. Yeah, that's the body language that you get from your trainer. But look at those lovely horses, don't they just fill the eye? He's got to be fit as well. He's done a lot of cycling today. I wonder how many kilometres he's cycled. And Fredrik Persson for Sweden. Clock ticking on him in the penultimate obstacle, number 7. He's put in a pretty consistent performance. Bit of a glitch in number 4 with 2 balls down. So he is in very good company. Probably over half of them had that. Looking at the amount of red boxes on my board. But Daniel Schneider's did really well there. That was a 4th placing for him overall in the marathon, like he did in Bretoni. And he's brought himself up from 10th to 6th at the moment. So those big, powerful horses covering the ground. He was 4th fastest through, number 7, 66.37. 3rd fastest through, number 3, 61.03. So 121 for Daniel Schneider's for Austria. Yep, very much as he did at the World Championships. Puts in a very impressive marathon and brought himself into contention as well. Glenn retains his 3rd slot. Michael in front on 1, Koos in 2nd, but going into the marathons with into the cones after the marathon, the combined scorings keep Bram in front, but there is no room to breathe between him and Michael, and then Koos not far behind. Pretty much as the form book would have it. No great surprises. Bram may have wished to be a little faster through some of them, but he has the balance of a beautiful dressage team as well. And don't forget, he was the only athlete that produced that double clear in Bretoni. So if anyone can, under pressure, keep his cool, it's that gentleman. That's the running total for A and B confirmation. All 3 representing Team Bram Schad on 164.48. Michael Broekler 166.21. Kosterond 169.10. There is nothing between them. And the Germans, George von Steen, good marathon for him. And Mareike, level pegging. Wow, 172.45. Not often you see that. We actually had level scores in the dressage yesterday, but to have 2 of them, just as we have 2 more out on the course. Fredrik Persson had a knock in number 7. He will add 2. Anna just coming into number 7 now, and the clock has started. Lots of red t-shirts around here denoting the German team and fans. Oops, just a trip up there from her wheeler, but that's okay. Through A. Interestingly, as you walk into number 7, you can see A, but that pesky B gate is in the way, so you have to just take a twizzle around some of those elements to get there. Just look at where those balls are. There have been a few knocks in number 7. It's been one of those that has just provoked a little bit of penalty adding. That's it through D. That was close to that outside gate. Very fine margins, but that's the difference between winning and learning. Round, round, bounce, bounce, but she's got power, she's got length of stride. Up, up, she's saying. And the total concentration from her. And out she comes. That's a very good time. Yep, it's pretty competitive. I mean, it might be number 23, but there have been quite a number of them there or thereabouts, but it looked like there was a knock. 2 to add on that one. Interestingly, both she and Frederick have knocked balls in numbers 4 and 7. Before them, Reiner and Daniel did just the same. And rounding off a good marathon for him, pretty solid performance. A couple of 10th placings through there, which for a relatively green team is good news for Frederick Persson. There's a knee brace on there. A few of us can relate to that. And just Anna to go. So as Frederick comes round for these final stages, we are just about to draw our coverage, live coverage here from Exloo to a close, but please do not miss the action tomorrow for the cones, because it will be nip and tuck all the way. We've got the individuals, the grade 1 and grade 2 paras. We also have this incredible European 4-in-hand championship where it is very, very tight at the top between some very big names in our world. And we have the nations, we have teams in both the para competitions for World Championship team medals, and then of course it will be quite a scrap at the top between Germany and the Netherlands for the 4-in-hand placings. Belgium should be quite solid, but we will get confirmation for that to keep their place in bronze. But France have challenged well. I haven't got the totals in front of me at the moment. You may be doing the maths at home, but France have, Benjamin Ayoud in particular, had a very good marathon. He was placed 8th after the marathon, which with a relatively new team by his standards, 10th overall, did nothing wrong there. He was 13th after the dressage, so great performance from him. And it all looks so calm and quiet. So much goes into this part of the event. Oh, look how keen those horses are. Don't they just look wonderful? Full of running. Tails bobbing along, showing how well balanced they are. When the tails are just moving gently from one to one side like that, shows they'll straighten the spine. Well balanced horses if they're holding them to one side or the other. Some do, but you want them just placed centrally like that, bobbing in time with the movement, and full of running, these big horses. And she's dropping down to A. Yeah, just sort out the knitting, Anna. She's doing well. Big loops taking. And pushing on to B, so she'll turn back onto herself. That's it. Hard right round to B. And it's very rare that these gates are next to each other. You generally have to go from end to end, as she's doing there. Got some keen fans watching her there. Most of you all know who they are. She's doing a great job here, Anna Sandman, certainly in terms of keeping the team hopes very much alive for Germany. And they will all be realistic about the strengths, relative strengths of the teams. And out she comes. And I think everyone would have known in advance that probably Marijke and Anna's dressage scores would have been the ones to count, possibly Marijke and Michael in terms of the marathon, and then it can go anyway with the cones. But good performance for her. That was 16th. The total 131.61, that last number 8, 66.78, and she is in 6th overall. So a good showing for Anna Sandman. She, one would hope, will be pleased with that overall performance. That is great. She was 3rd after the dressage, did everything right in that. A really mature marathon, and there we have confirmation. And a name in there, Radek Nešvasil for the Czech Republic. That's a really good marathon for him. Bram Chardon, super from Benjamin Aod. Daniel Naprus from Great Britain to have edged in there. I think there might be a little bit of celebrating in that camp tonight. And then Jérôme Voutaz running down the order. Again, another solid performance for the French team. Very much puts them into contention for a team medal. Are they going to push the Belgians off a spot that they've come quite comfortable in? IJsbrand Chardon, just that upset in number 3 pushed him down the order, but you can just see how close it is. Running down through then quite a lot of the Hungarians. Harry Strojka, the only one of the drivers today to be eliminated. We think there was that amendment to number 4 that caused a bit of a delay, but everybody okay. And the crowds filtering back. Results so far, confirmation, Bram Chardon in 1st place, as we would hope and expect, or as he would have done anyway. Michael Brockler just behind him in 2nd, and Koos de Ronde. Some big names. Daniel Naprus there, done very well to be 14th in this company. Jérôme Voutaz, Anthony Ord, Joseph Dobrowitz brought himself up the rankings with a very good marathon as well. Mark Westhoff with his own fan club in 20th. Axel Olin, good performance for the Swedish team. He was the 2nd one out. Janos Papp with those lovely Nonius mares. And there we have confirmation. Luca Casatana there for Italy. And so we have it. Thank you so much for tuning in. It has been an absolute pleasure to share today's events with you. We will be starting bright and early tomorrow morning with the cones, so please don't forget to tune in wherever you are. But thank you very much for watching today's marathon, the Para-Driving World Championship for singles, and the 13th European 4-in-hand Championships here in Exloo for the horses. Now that's confirmation. That was what we were really waiting for. The Netherlands have now gone in front, but my goodness, it's close, very close. 126.66. Germany not far behind, 128.01. The cones are going to have a big factor on that. 358 for Belgium. They're pretty safe there, but France just nudged into 4th place with some good driving there from Ben and Anthony Maxime. 367.82. Switzerland, Czech Republic, Austria and Hungary. Those are the 8 national team standings after dressage and marathon, but it's tight at the top. How dearly the Dutch would like to retain Team Gold on home soil, but the Germans are not going to sit back and make it happen in any easy way for them. It is definitely going to be a tense day, and we will need some really accurate driving if those results are going to stay in place. But thank you. It has been a great team effort from everybody at Clip My Horse, FEI TV, and all the many, many people here at the Hypisch Centrum. Cindy Timmer and her team in the office. We thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Na de dressuur en na de marathon de spectaculaire.